Hello everyone. While I light a fire in my study, please find a comfortable position so I can tell you about tonight's story. Tonight we're going to travel across steppes, deserts and mountains, following the trails of ancient caravans, and also across time. You certainly heard of the Silk Road, a trade route that linked China in the east to the Mediterranean in the west and lasted for centuries. But how did it work? Why did it appear? Was it a single route or several? Who transported precious goods over thousands of miles? What happened during more than 1500 years of activity? And how did it change the world to have this early form of trade globalization? This is what we're going to explore. So relax. You can close your eyes at any time if you wish. And if you fall asleep, you can always come back later. And now, off we go. The Silk Road is an invitation to ask ourselves when and how trade on long distances appeared in the history of humanity. Actually, long before the Silk Road was established, historians consider the creation of this particular route, or more precisely this network, we will see why, can be dated to the 2nd century BC, 2100 years ago, when the imperial Han dynasty in China expanded into Central Asia and pacified regions that were previously too dangerous to cross. This put the empire of the Han close to another large empire of the time, the Parthian Empire, with its heart in Persia, but that stretched from Turkey to Afghanistan. These two large entities formed a bridge between East Asia and the Mediterranean Sea. They were both interested in selling and buying goods that they needed, and this is what allowed the appearance of such a long trade route. But exchanges between Asia and the Middle East, Europe and Africa existed long before that. We know it, for example, because remnants of what was probably Chinese silk were found in ancient Egypt and dated to the 11th century BC, a millennium before the opening of the Silk Road. Another example is the discovery of silk and belt ornaments made in China in a tomb in Germany near Stuttgart, dated from the 8th century BC. So goods traveled before the Silk Road existed. An ancient trade network across Eurasia was the steppe route, at least 2000 years before the Silk Road. On this steppe route, different goods were exchanged. Silk was one of them. There were also furs, precious stones and jewels, musical instruments, and very importantly, horses from Central Asia that were sought after by the Chinese. This informal steppe route was kept functioning for many generations by nomadic peoples living from Ukraine to Mongolia. And we know it existed thanks to archaeological finds. Artifacts were found in tombs or ruins thousands of miles away from where they had been made, like these silk pieces in Egypt or Germany that I mentioned before. So were precious stones coming from afar, including jade or lapis lazuli. It is believed that these long-distance exchanges appeared because of the lifestyle of the peoples who occupied the steppes of Eastern Europe and Asia. Even though they were in contact with fixed settlements and they had developed their own crafts and a certain level of technical advancement, they had maintained their nomadic lifestyle. So they were often on the move over a large territory without fixed borders. They had large areas they considered theirs, so they also had neighbors and were well placed to connect peoples living far apart by transporting goods. This steppe route was certainly not as intentional as the Silk Road would be. It seems that it appeared spontaneously as a vast network of peoples who knew their immediate neighbors, and across this vast area, goods and also cultures circulated. Another precursor trade to the Silk Road was the so-called Jade Road. Jade was very sought after in China, and it came from Central Asia and Burma, crossing the Himalaya mountains to arrive in Yunnan, in the south of China, across some of the most remote and difficult regions in the world. Jade, which is a mineral that can be green to white, was highly valued because it was believed to provide power and protection to kings and emperors, so they patronized this trade. An illustration of cultural influences from afar is Chinese crafts made with jade from the first millennium BC, centuries before the opening of the Silk Road, that drew inspiration from the styles of the Scythians, a nomadic people from the steppes of Western Asia and Eastern Europe. Another people the Chinese traded with were the Sogdians, who lived in modern Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan and Turkmenistan. In the first millennium BC, Sogdiana, the land of the Sogdians, kept changing hands under the influence of different invaders, the Persians, the Persian Empire, then the Greeks or the Macedonians following the invasion of Alexander the Great, and it went on. But Sogdiana, under different rulers, maintained an inclination to participate in international trade, with different cities drawing important resources from it. The most important one would become Samarkand, that transformed itself into one of the most important stops for caravans along the Silk Road. The point of these examples, the steppe route or the Jade Road, is that commercial routes had appeared before the Silk Road, and this is how Chinese artifacts ended up in Europe or in Egypt. But they most probably arrived in very small quantities, and almost accidentally, after having changed hands several times, rather than on a trade route with the intention to export them from China to the other side of the ancient world. The impulse to create a commercial road was given by the Chinese in the 2nd century BC. But why? China had unified under the first emperor, Qin, and the following dynasty, the Han dynasty, expanded towards Central Asia. The Han administration became aware that deep inland in Central Asia there were large cities that deserved their interest, and they sent embassies. The emperor received reports from his ambassadors, especially one called Zhang Qian in the late 2nd century BC, who advocated for the establishment of trade relations. Central Asia had attractive goods, including gold, precious stones and other precious materials, horses, and these could be obtained by offering Chinese products like tea, silk, lacquer, and other crafts. Ambassador Zhang Qian also made reports on neighboring countries further west and south, such as the Parthians in Persia, India, or Mesopotamia. The one thing that particularly interested China was that Central Asia had tall and powerful horses, better for fighting than Chinese horses. And because they had constant skirmishes with nomadic peoples on their northern and western frontiers, peoples who moved and fought with horses, the Chinese needed them. So with the emperor's blessing, a commercial route was established and policed from China to Central Asia, across thousands of miles. And this policy would be maintained consistently for decades. Merchants in Central Asia understood that there was probably demand, there were possible clients to the west, towards the Middle East, for these Chinese products that were on offer. So they carried them by land farther and farther to the west, extending this Silk Road. Also during the 1st century BC, an alternative route to India opened by the sea. It started in the north of modern Vietnam, the region of Jiaoqi, which at the time was ruled by the Chinese, and via ports on the coasts of India and Sri Lanka. It also extended all the way to the Middle East, arriving by the Red Sea. Ships on this maritime route or caravans on the land route did not go all the way from China to the Western world. From the beginning, trade along this long route worked with middlemen, Indian traders who bought the goods in India and took them west to resell them with a profit, or peoples from the Central Asian steppes and deserts who did the same on the land route. So the first merchants on the Silk Road never traveled to the other side. They brought the goods to ports, trading posts, or marketplaces, where the goods changed hands, sometimes several times, and went on until they reached their final destination months later. This is why many historians consider the term Silk Road a bit misleading, because in fact there were several routes, and they formed a network with alternative paths, rather than a single land road. The land route through Eurasia was significant, but it is believed that the most important one, in terms of volume of goods traded over the centuries, would be the maritime route, the one crossing the Indian Ocean, and on which the products that transited were not only from China or from the Mediterranean, There were also spices from Southeast Asia, gold and ivory from Africa, and Indian textiles and gems. In the 1st century BC, while the Han dynasty ruled over and unified China in the east, the dominating power in the west was the Roman Republic, soon to become the Roman Empire. And as the Chinese expanded to their west, the Romans were expanding to their east, to Syria, Palestine, Egypt. Between these two blocks, Rome and China, there were several kingdoms, several states, the most important by far being the Persian Parthian Empire, which became an archenemy of the Romans. But despite the distance, Romans and Chinese still became aware of each other. On both sides, archaeological finds attest that there was an indirect trade between the two. In China, Roman glassware and silverware have been found in tombs. Also many Roman coins and medallions from the 1st century AD onwards. Sometimes coins are not the best indicator. They could have arrived in China several centuries after they were minted. But there are enough sites and artifacts to confirm that they arrived in China 2000 years ago. And interestingly, a lot of these Roman remains were found in Jiaoqi, this historical region in North Vietnam that was the final stop of the maritime road on the Chinese side. But this trade was indirect, and the real level of mutual awareness, how much each side knew about the other, this remains a topic of speculation and investigation. There could have been Chinese embassies to Rome, but it is hard to conclude one way or the other based on Roman archives, because envoys from the east of their empire, beyond the Parthian Empire, were collectively called seres by the Romans. They did not distinguish clearly Indians, Chinese, or other peoples from Asia in their chronicles and literature. Apart from official embassies, multiple encounters with merchants from Serica, this unprecise land of the Seres, are mentioned in Roman writings, but it is never sure they were actually Chinese. On the Chinese side, there doesn't seem to have been more knowledge of the Romans. They had a name for the Roman Empire, Da Qin, and Chinese ambassadors to the Parthian Empire, with which they had regular diplomatic relations, wrote reports that included second-hand testimonies about Rome in the 1st century AD. In some texts, Chinese historians of the past speak of Roman embassies to China in the 2nd century. But this is dubious because these chronicles were written later, and such embassies are absent from Roman historiography. So what we can conclude of this is that the Chinese and the Romans, the two most formidable empires of the world in the 1st centuries of our era, knew about each other's existence. They were aware that some of the products that reached them came from the other side, including Roman glassware in China or Chinese silk in Rome, but they only had a vague idea about where the other empire was located, what its borders were, because of the distance, and there are no signs of continuous diplomatic contacts. But records on both sides illustrate how this long-distance trade brought prosperity. In China, silk was a luxury product that was only accessible to the highest and wealthiest classes of society, starting with the imperial court. Its sale abroad at a very high price became a lucrative activity, especially for the state that controlled production tightly. For the Romans, access to these eastern goods started on a larger scale after the conquest of Egypt and Syria. Egypt in particular, that had trade connections with India. By the time of Augustus, so that is at the start of the 1st century AD, there would have been up to 120 ships setting sail every year from Roman Egypt to India. They traveled following the coastline because ocean-going sailing was very limited and dangerous at the time. From the 1st century onward, a craze for silk developed in Rome. The Romans did not know how silk was made. They supposed it was obtained from a tree, and so they were a very long way from being able to produce some themselves. They later learned that the fiber came from certain caterpillars, but they didn't know how to replicate the production process, so all of their supply had to be imported. A lot of this silk arrived by land, and as we saw before, it was not sold directly by Chinese merchants. It was supplied by the Parthians, who had bought it in Central Asia. At least it was provided when the intermittent wars with the Romans allowed it. Sometimes land supply could be cut by wars, which only made silk more difficult to find and so more desirable and expensive. Together with it arrived spices and perfumes that also became very sought-after luxury goods for wealthy Romans. Rome had products to export too, like silverware and glassware, but their value was far from really matching imports from Asia. And early on, this became a source of concern for authorities, because the difference had to be paid in gold. This created an outflow of gold that escaped to Asia. And in reaction, authorities tried to limit silk imports. The Roman Senate issued several edicts to condemn the wearing of silk on economic and moral grounds. Silk clothes were called decadent and immoral because they were very thin, much thinner and lighter than traditional Roman fabrics. But the real concern was this outflow of gold, and this moral or economic condemnation never stopped the appetite for silk. The Chinese and the Romans were not the only ones to benefit. In between them, there were all these middlemen from India, Central Asia, and the Middle East, who made their segment of the Silk Road function by acquiring goods and transporting them forward, and also selling them locally. Thousands, if not tens of thousands of people lived from this trade, from porters to wealthy merchants arming ships or organizing caravans on land. On land, traveling in group for safety and economies of scale was an ancient practice, but it became standard on the Silk Road. As soon as the Chinese began to impulse the Silk Road to Central Asia, they sent caravans. With a regular flow of caravans, accommodation and places to rest became necessary along the Silk Road. And this is how specialized inns, the caravanserais, multiplied. The word caravan comes from Persian caravan, and serai means palace or building with enclosed courts. When crossing deserts or mountains, caravanners would just camp in the open, with guards watching at night, because obviously the goods they transported could attract bands of thieves. But on other parts of the Silk Road, with actual roads or when they crossed cities, they needed places to stay. These were the caravanserais, which were often located along roads in the countryside or in the outskirts of cities. Caravanserais were enclosed, offering protection, and they also offered water, food, and space for animals, horses or camels, and dormitories for men. They did not appear with the Silk Road. There were already some before in India and in the Persian Empire, but they became more common, and they appeared in new regions with the multiplication of caravans. During the Islamic period, that started several centuries after the opening of the Silk Road, caravanserais became a common type of structure from the west of China to North Africa, and urban caravanserais became more than inns. They were often located near the bazaar, the main market, and they were the places where goods would arrive or depart from, centers of economic activities that offered things to buy or sell, jobs, and were integrated in the city's daily life. The historic centers of many old cities across the Muslim world still reflect how it worked, from Fez in Morocco to Istanbul in Turkey or Cairo in Egypt. Typically, the caravanserai was a building with a square or rectangular outer wall and a single entrance, a portal wide enough to let large or heavily laden beasts to enter, such as camels. The building was organized around a courtyard, almost always open to the sky, and around the courtyard were a number of animal stalls, rooms and chambers to accommodate people, animals and merchandise. Sometimes more elaborate caravanserais provided hammams, public baths. They had shops where travelers could acquire the equipment they needed, and urban ones in medieval times sometimes added more floors to provide rental apartments to people living on a low income. So, from the 1st century BC to the 3rd century AD, as both ends of the Silk Road knew a long period of relative prosperity and stability, this trade prospered. But history happened, and the two mighty empires of the East and the West went into trouble. In China, for the most part of 4 centuries, the Han Dynasty had ruled over and unified China. But it finally fell, and a period of fracture began, with different states. This period, in the 3rd century, is known as the Three Kingdoms period. retrospectively, the Han period would be considered a golden age for China. It was not a quiet period. There were internal conflicts, warfare on the borders, and power passed from one branch of the Han dynasty to another at the beginning of the 1st century AD. But still, it remained as an extended period of relative stability when classical Chinese culture could flourish. In the West, the Roman Empire, which had been at its peak in the 2nd century, had a major crisis in the 3rd century that led to its fracture and increased pressure on its borders that it had a hard time defending. The Silk Road did not close. As we have seen, it was a network with different routes, and this made it adaptable. But it was seriously disturbed by the loss of control of states on the roads of Central Asia and around the Mediterranean. Finally, the Western Roman Empire collapsed in the 5th century, disappearing as an end client, and it would take centuries before Western Europe became a significant client again for sophisticated Chinese and Asian goods. Remained the Eastern Roman Empire, Byzantium, which was still formidable. The eastern half of the empire had not been ravaged by wars and invasions like in the West, and it even reconquered large parts of the Western Empire. It was at war with the successor of the Parthians in Persia, the Sasanian Empire. The Sasanians controlled half of the Middle East, the other great power in the region being Byzantium. But due to their position, they were in control of all commercial roads that went through Iran. Demand for silk and other exotic products went on in Byzantium. North of the Sasanians, in West and Central Asia, had emerged a new major actor, the Turkic Khaganate, a huge inland empire, essentially populated by different nomadic peoples that had been unified by a Turkic clan. Turkic peoples are a collection of diverse ethnic groups originated from West and Central Asia. They were unified by language and cultural traits, but they are not a single ethnicity. And they are different from modern Turks, but historically related. The Turkish population emerged from the mix of Turkic invaders with the locals who lived in Turkey in the late antiquity and the Middle Ages. So by the 6th century AD, this Turkic Khaganate had expanded to cover a very large area, going from Mongolia in the east to the Caspian Sea in the west. It was not densely populated, and culturally it was a collection of different peoples, including the Sogdians from Central Asia that I mentioned before. Sogdian was one of the official languages of this Khaganate, together with Old Turkic. Khaganate is a term that means chiefdom or kingdom. The term is typically used for Turkic, Mongol, and Tatar populations of Asia, who were ruled by a Khan, a chief. If you want more details about it, I made a story about the Mongol Empire that you can listen to. With this huge band of land that connected east and west, the Turkic Khaganate was well placed to manage a large portion of the land route from and to China. All the more that the Chinese had lost control of their possessions in Central Asia after the fall of the Han dynasty. In the 6th century, the Emperor of Byzantium, Justin II, made an alliance with the Turkic Khaganate against their common enemy, the Sasanians, and bypassed the Sasanians for silk trade, dealing directly with Sogdian merchants that lived in the Turkic Khaganate. But the Byzantines did more. They managed to steal the secret of silk making. 50 years before this alliance, Emperor Justinian had sent monks as spies along the Silk Road, from the capital, Constantinople, to China. These spies were able to procure silkworm eggs and bring them to Constantinople, allowing the Byzantines to start their own silk production. This became a profitable activity for the Eastern Roman Empire, that had a monopoly over silk production for centuries around the Mediterranean. This production was centered around Constantinople and in northern Greece. But they could never rival the Chinese for quality. China already had thousands of years of experience in silk making at this point, and Chinese silk remained the luxury version of this Byzantine silk, so it did not stop imports. And a proof that the Silk Road still operated in the late antiquity is the discovery of coins minted in Constantinople in the 6th century and found in Chinese tombs. The story of Byzantium is one of a very long and slow decline, with periods of recovery and reconquest and others of collapse. But for now, in the 6th century, Byzantium was still in good shape. It was re-expanding, and the Chinese noticed that the Roman Empire had changed. They did not know precisely what had happened, but they were aware that the old Roman Empire that they called Dachin had fractured or changed capital. They called the Byzantine Empire Fulin, and they knew that this Fulin was a good end client for silk, lacquer or ceramics. Came the 7th century, and with it, new big changes on the Silk Road. Two major events happened. In China, the rise of the Tang dynasty, and in the Middle East, the Muslim conquest. The Tang dynasty in China is considered another golden age. The Tang reunified China under their rule and reconquered the western regions, fighting the Turkics and Tibetans. They reimpulsed the Silk Road, now that they controlled a large chunk of the land route to the west, which made them able to deal directly with the Sogdians from Central Asia and Persian merchants. This control over regions far from the historical Chinese heartland is sometimes called Pax Sinica, by comparison with the term Pax Romana that was coined to call the stability and peace brought by the domination of the Roman Empire. Pax Sinica is the same for China. There was a first Pax Sinica under the Han, and a new one, a second one, with the Tang. Compared with previous periods, the Tang were rather outward-looking. They were inclined to impulse commerce, and they welcomed foreigners in some of their cities. They also developed a maritime presence farther. Chinese envoys had been sailing through the Indian Ocean to India for several centuries already. But they went farther than India, and punctually they reached the Persian Gulf and the Horn of Africa. The other big change in the 7th century was the rise of Islam, expanding out of Arabia very quickly, especially at the expense of Byzantium and the Sasanian Empire, which was the last pre-Islamic state in Iran. After the conquest, Iran was mostly converted to Islam, but in return, Persian culture also strongly influenced Muslim states of the Middle East. Far from destroying the Silk Road, all these changes reinforced it. After the destruction left by the conquest, the Islamic Caliphate rebuilt and became a major trade partner with Central Asia and China. The Muslim conquest extended to Central Asia in the 8th century, until it clashed with the Chinese and their westward expansion. There was a large battle in 751, the Battle of Talas, between the Abbasid Caliphate and its allies from the Tibetan Empire, and an army of the Tang. The Muslim side won the battle, but after that trade resumed because it was advantageous for both sides. It is disputed, but a consequence of this military clash could have been further dissemination of Chinese techniques to the West. The Abbasids made hundreds of prisoners of war that were taken to Abbasid territory and would have lived there from crafts they knew, including silk weaving and paper making, which would have permitted a transfer of technology. Paper making was widespread in China, whereas in the Middle East and the Mediterranean world, the most common form of support for writing was papyrus, with parchment as a high-end alternative. Parchment is animal skin. And indeed, paper making spread throughout the Islamic world by the end of the 8th century. The first paper mill was built in Baghdad in 794-795, and paper started to replace papyrus. It is uncertain whether the prisoners of the Battle of Talas were responsible for the technology transfer or not. But one way or the other, this particular trade was disseminated, imitating Chinese techniques. In the 8th to 10th centuries, the Islamic world fractured into many states, often rivals. But the Silk Road entered into a new golden age. It was still operated by peoples from Central Asia, like the Sogdians and Turkics, now converted to Islam for the majority of them, by the Persians, the Arabs, the Byzantines, and there are plenty of signs of the cultural exchange between East and West, especially in decorative arts. Muslim craftsmen were inspired by Chinese aesthetics, and vice versa. Some Chinese ceramics, for example, emulated the kind of geometric and floral patterns from Islamic art. Byzantium had shrunk to Anatolia and the south of the Balkans, but it was also an important contributor to the Silk Road as an importer of Chinese crafts and an exporter of glassware or enamels. On the maritime route in the Indian Ocean, the spice trade was also prospering, and in the west, Europe was beginning to reappear on the trade map. Western Europe, after the fall of the Western Roman Empire, was no longer a significant participant to the Silk Road that once went as far as Rome. From the 5th century onward, the road ended in the Levant and Constantinople, and very few exotic products went on to Western Europe. But the kingdoms of Western Europe were now emerging from the Dark Ages and rediscovered the appeal of spices and luxury products. This would make the fortune of Italian cities like Venice and Genoa, and also give economic support to Byzantium. That was the natural gateway to the East for Europeans. Goods that arrived in Constantinople or other ports of Byzantium would be bought by Italian merchants who took them to Italy, and from there they were re-exported to Western Europe. This trade was risky and often interrupted by wars, threatened by piracy, but it was also very lucrative, and like it had done long before for nomadic peoples in Central Asia, Chinese craftsmen, Muslim merchants, it changed the economy and society. It energized the production of crafts for export. It changed taste because of these new products arriving. It made a class of wealthy merchants appear. It changed the lifestyle of the wealthy classes that could afford foreign goods. It favored innovation in saving or the management of businesses. And it connected faraway parts of the world in ways that could be catastrophic sometimes. A good example of that is the spreading of the Black Death, the bubonic plague pandemic of the 14th century. What happened? In the 13th century, China was overwhelmed by the Mongol invasion of Genghis Khan, and the Mongol Empire expanded very fast to become the largest land empire the world had ever seen, going from China and Mongolia to the Middle East. The Mongol conquest was brutal and very costly in lives and destruction, but it was followed by good and efficient administration. After more and more provinces had been included within the Mongol Empire at the time of its expansion, in the 13th and 14th centuries, they became connected and relatively spared from warfare. The Mongols also favored trade for its economic advantages, but also as a way to unify their gigantic empire, encompassing very diverse peoples. So they protected and impulsed the Silk Road, that had become essentially an internal trade axis connecting their Chinese holdings in the east to their more recently conquered provinces of the Middle East. In China, the Mongol rulers that became emperors and are called the Yuan dynasty reunified China and made it the economic heartland of their empire. Trade brought great prosperity again to some Chinese and Central Asian cities like Bukhara or Samarkand, and for a time it reinvigorated Arab cities like Baghdad that had been destroyed by the invasion. But not only goods could travel across this empire, pathogens could too. The bubonic plague is caused by a bacterium that could be spread by fleas living on rats, and the flea easily passed it to humans. It is also considered likely that during the pandemic, the bacterium took a secondary form that made it spreadable just by person-to-person contact. This bacterium is thought to have appeared in Central Asia, somewhere in the Tian Shan Mountains that are on the border of modern China and Kyrgyzstan around 2600 years ago. From there, it spread several times, leading to antique and medieval epidemics. But the one that happened in the 14th century was on another scale. It is supposed to have been introduced to Europe during a siege. The Genoese had acquired the port of Kaffa in Crimea. That was a trading post for them, directly linked to their trade activity with the East. The port was besieged by the Golden Horde, the Khanate that ruled over the northwestern sector of the Mongol Empire. The plague had traveled from Central Asia to Crimea along the Silk Road, and Golden Horde soldiers were dying from it. But instead of retreating, the army threw their bodies over the walls of Kaffa. So the epidemic began in Kaffa too, and from there, most likely carried by fleas living on rats that traveled on Genoese ships, it spread all around the Mediterranean, reaching Constantinople, then Italy, North Africa, and soon all of Europe. For several years, the pandemic ravaged Europe and the Middle East, killing more than a third of the population. People had no idea how the disease spread. They had understood that avoiding contact and closing walled cities could help, and this saved many lives. But from 1346 to 1353, the disease advanced unchecked. This could have happened without the Silk Road, and more broadly without the existence of trade routes connecting Asia to Europe. But the spread was that fast and destructive because the intense activity of caravans and the movement of populations within the Mongol Empire had transformed the Silk Road into a highway for pathogens. Before this happened, in the 13th century, Western Europeans had begun to reinvest and explore this trade connection with the Far East, essentially missionaries and merchants. The most famous is certainly Marco Polo, a Venetian merchant and explorer who traveled by land. But he was not the first. His predecessors are little known because their accounts were less read, and they failed to make a big impact in Western Europe. But they include various men like Guillaume de Roubaud, a Flemish missionary and explorer, Benedict Pollack, who was a Franciscan friar from Poland, Giovanni da Pian del Campine, an Italian diplomat, or André of Longjumeau, a French missionary. All these men traveled to the heart of the Mongol Empire. Some of them were received at the court of the Great Khan, and they began to inform Europe of customs, languages, and the political situation of the Far East. But Marco Polo provided a particularly comprehensive and also successful account. So who was Marco Polo? Despite his fame, there are plenty of unknowns about his life. We know he was born around 1254 in Venice, in a family of merchants. His father and his uncle were traveling merchants who went into this business together before Marco was born. Like other Venetian merchants, they established trading posts in different locations. They had created at least one in Constantinople and another one in Crimea. At the time, Venetian and Genoan merchants created relays like this, with employees who would manage day-to-day activity. They would receive shipments coming from other trading posts, buy and sell goods, keep books, look for opportunities. The job of creating and maintaining this network implied traveling most of the time and exploring. His father and uncle were particularly enterprising because while Marco was still a child, they followed the Silk Road all the way to the Far East and met the Mongol Emperor of China, Kublai Khan. They were part of the handful of Western Europeans who traveled to China by land in the 13th century. They returned safely to Venice in 1269, when Marco was 15. They had been absent for so long that Marco did not know his father yet, and his mother had died, so he had been raised by an aunt and another uncle. He received a good education that destined him to become a merchant like the rest of the family, learning on subjects like the handling of cargo ships, foreign currencies, appraising, how to conduct business. He probably connected well with his father and uncle, because 2 years later, when he was 17, the three of them embarked on a new journey to Asia, and this journey would last 24 years and turn out to be very eventful. It provided the material that was later published in a book, The Travels of Marco Polo, that spread well beyond Venice and popularized Marco Polo. This is why his name eclipsed all other European travelers of the Middle Ages to China. But it wasn't just due to a successful book. His adventures were extraordinary. With his father and uncle, they did the travel again along the Silk Road all the way to China, where for the second time they were received by Kublai Khan. But Kublai Khan liked Marco, supposedly for his intelligence, and he appointed him as one of his foreign emissaries. As envoy of the Great Khan and Emperor of China, Marco Polo was sent on many diplomatic missions, a role that no other European had ever had. This is how he traveled across China and Southeast Asia to India, Burma, Sri Lanka, Vietnam. For 17 years, Marco stayed in Asia as a special envoy or a high-ranking official. Around 1291, Marco was now 37 and had spent more than half his life in Asia. He was sent to accompany a Mongol princess to Persia, with his aging father and uncle who were still alive and had also stayed with him in China. They arrived in Persia in 1293 and then went on to Constantinople, and finally returned to Venice after 24 years. Marco would have settled in Venice and finally become a merchant, but not yet, because Venice and Genoa were at war. He joined the war effort and was captured by the Genoans. He could have been executed or die in a cell, but fortunately, he ended up in a prison in Genoa with a cellmate who was also a writer, and he dictated his stories to him. The two co-authored the travels of Marco Polo. Finally, he was released in 1299, now aged 45, and this time he could go back for good to Venice, where he married, had 3 children, and built a fortune for himself, becoming a wealthy merchant. He died there in 1324, aged 70. His book became a medieval bestseller, but was met with skepticism. It sounded a bit too extraordinary to be true. His account was quite different from others who had described the Mongols as barbarians, whereas his presented Chinese civilization under Mongol rule as prosperous and refined under a positive light. They did not all have the same experience and saw the same things, which could explain some of these differences. And it is also likely that Marco Polo's narrative was embellished. But since then, many details have been proven true and bring credibility to his account. It did not contain gross geographical errors like other accounts. His description of cities, of customs, of the currencies used, of clothing, all of this was proven accurate, comparing it with archaeological discoveries and Chinese records. Many of his embassies, including the last one when he accompanied a Mongol princess to Persia, were proven to be real. So there were probably exaggerations or embellishments here and there. But overall, he provided the most accurate report among these European travelers of the Middle Ages. And his book had the most insight, because he rose high in Chinese society and stayed there for a long time. The Mongol Empire went on in the 14th century, but then it fragmented, declined. The Yuan dynasty in China lost its grip on the country, and a new Chinese dynasty replaced it soon, the Ming. For the Silk Road, this decline of the Mongols was bad. It had functioned for decades within the Mongol Empire, for the most part, but its fragmentation separated different states along the Silk Road and made it more difficult and dangerous. In the west, Byzantium was now agonizing and had lost most of Anatolia, Turkey, to Turkic invaders, the Turkmens, and the devastation of the Black Death along the Silk Road had decimated the nomads and cities that lived from it. Overall, after the collapse of the Mongol Empire, nomadic groups in Central Asia declined strongly. Regional sedentary states emerged instead. So in the late 14th and 15th centuries, The Silk Road declined with them. There was little interest from the Ming dynasty in China to impulse it again. The Ming had a very inward-looking policy, and they discouraged contacts with foreigners. The land road across Central Asia was more dangerous, and on the western end of the Silk Road, the Ottoman Empire was rising, eventually cutting Western Europe from Eastern trade. This was a big hit for Italian city-states like Venice. Caravan trade across Asia did not disappear, but it never came back to what it once was, at the time of Rome and the Han, or the Abbasid Caliphate and the Tang, or under Mongol control. On the maritime route, in the Indian Ocean, spices had largely overtaken Chinese goods. And so the Silk Road didn't close, but it became less and less relevant. It had been the most important axis for world trade during 1500 years, and was about to be replaced with other routes and other actors. By the end of the 15th century, explorers from Europe reached America, passed south of Africa into the Indian Ocean, and soon they reached Asia on their own. First the Portuguese by the east, then the Spanish across the Pacific by the west, and they were followed by the Dutch, the French, the English, who would reorganize world trade to their profit by sailing themselves straight to India and China, buying the goods they wanted there and bringing them back to European ports, bypassing all the intermediaries, the middlemen, that had prospered along the Silk Road for centuries. This is how the Silk Road slowly vanished, leaving watchtowers in ruins, abandoned fortresses and caravanserais in the middle of nowhere, alongside roads that had been busy with caravans for centuries, but were now mainly used by the locals. And the centers of world trade moved to Europe for a few centuries. Lisbon, Sevilla, Amsterdam, London. Apart from the cultural exchange it allowed for a long time, the Silk Road remains as the first step in the globalization process, a connection between two of the most far apart ends of the known world. Its disappearance had major consequences. It was not the only reason, but the disappearance of the Silk Road also contributed to the European effort to seek alternative routes to the Far East, which was a major motivation during the Age of Exploration, the Age of Discovery. Without Chinese silk and porcelain, or Asian spices, it is unsure the Portuguese and the Spanish would have sent expeditions across the world's oceans at the moment when they did it, and the history of the world could have been very different. Hello everyone. It's been a while since our last mystery stories, so tonight I have a new one for you. I'm going to tell you about the Ninth Legion, a legion of the Roman Empire, that is to say, almost an entire army with thousands of men, that surprisingly vanished from records in the 2nd century, to not be ever written about again, as far as we know. And this is mysterious, because the Romans left many archives and inscriptions and archaeological remains, which are as many historical records that allow to keep track of their history. We will see what a legion was, how they worked, and what may have happened to the 9th legion. To begin with, why is the 9th legion at the center of a historical mystery? It disappeared, but so did all Roman legions eventually. This is not extraordinary by itself. What distinguishes this case is that the legion seems to have vanished from records, and this is highly unusual. The big picture of Roman history is rather well known, especially from the 2nd and 1st centuries BC to the 1st centuries of our era, because these were centuries of expansion and prosperity for the Romans, not without setbacks, civil wars and losses, but overall the Roman Republic and then the Roman Empire expanded, got wealthier, mightier, and produced a lot of archives, of monuments with inscriptions and other archaeological remains that make this period of antiquity relatively well known. Well known, but not without blind spots, especially in provinces of the Roman Empire that were far away from the center, from Italy. The main campaigns and battles were well recorded, especially when they were victorious. So is the political life in Rome and many provinces of the empire. We also have a lot of records of social, technical, religious, military aspects of ancient Rome. But far from the center, on the frontiers, or in lesser cities, there is often not that much information. So there are plenty of unknowns too, but nothing as big as the disappearance of an entire legion, of thousands of men. I will elaborate about what a Roman legion was in a minute. Before the 9th legion disappeared, there is sufficient information about it for more than 200 years, because this unit had a very long history. As a military unit, it was created probably at the beginning of the 1st century BC, that is to say around minus 90 years before the beginning of our era. Later, in 58 BC, so by the middle of the 1st century BC, it went under command of Julius Caesar when his career was on the rise. He was governor of the province of Cisalpine Gaul at the time, that is to say the north of Italy. And he used this region in an attack on the Helvetii, or Helvetians, a Celtic tribe that occupied part of modern Switzerland. This was the run-up to his campaign in Gaul, on the other side of the Alps. From there, the 9th Legion traveled a lot. Of course, the initial soldiers that had formed the Legion decades before had left or died long ago. Like a modern division, the Legion maintained its headcount of fighters by regularly renewing them when they fell on battlefields or retired from the army. So it traveled to Greece and then to Africa, fighting for Caesar in the civil war that saw him take control of the Roman Republic in the following years. After his final victory, Caesar disbanded the legion, which was common at the time under the Roman Republic, because maintaining standing armies in times of relative peace was too costly. Legions were invasion and defense armies. Under the Roman Republic, they did not serve as a standing army to occupy provinces in the long run. So, temporarily, the Ninth Legion disappeared, but not for long. A few years later, Caesar's successor, Octavian, also named Augustus, one of the most prominent figures of Roman history, and the one that in practice turned the Roman Republic into the Roman Empire. So Augustus recalled the veterans of the Ninth Legion to crush rebellions against his power. First in Sicily, then in Macedonia, and finally in his war against Mark Antony and Cleopatra. The Ninth Legion was involved on the side of Augustus, the victorious side, in the Battle of Actium, a massive naval battle off the coast of Greece that saw Augustus triumph over his rivals. After that, he pushed to Egypt and finished them, effectively taking control of Egypt and becoming the uncontested master of Rome. But this is another story. The Ninth Legion was then sent to Hispania, to the Iberian Peninsula, to finish the conquest. Spain had fallen under Roman control decades earlier, but there were still pockets of resistance. It was not fully pacified. The main resistance were the Cantabrians, a group of Celtic peoples that lived in the north of Spain, along the Atlantic coast, that corresponds to the modern regions of Cantabria, Asturias, and part of Leon. The Cantabrians were subdued with the help of the Ninth Legion around 19 BC. And in Spain, the legion gained the surname Hispana, after the province of Hispania. It remained often referred to as Legio Hispana in the 1st century AD and until its track was lost at the beginning of the 2nd century. And after that, it kept traveling, which shows how mobile Roman armies could be. They were sent wherever necessary, sometimes thousands of miles away, to ensure the defense of borders, to fight in civil wars, or in expansion campaigns. This time, the Ninth Legion was probably sent to campaign against Germanic tribes in the Rhine borderlands. Probably because records are not that affirmative here. What is more certain is that after this possible stop in Germany, it was sent to Pannonia, the name of an ancient Roman border province that was located south of the Danube River, in what is today parts of Hungary, Austria, Croatia, plus bits of Slovakia and Serbia. North of the Danube was an expanse in Central Europe that was dominated by Germanic tribes, which had themselves pushed away or mixed with the Celts. Rome would never be able to dominate this Germanic world. So these border provinces needed to be protected constantly in case of attacks or to prevent raids. But in the case of the Ninth Legion, it was relocated again to the other side of Europe in 43 AD, by the middle of the 1st century, to participate in the invasion of Britain led by Claudius, the ruling emperor. We don't know much about the actual involvement of the Ninth Legion in the conquest itself, but we know it was there because shortly after the conquest it appeared amongst the provincial garrison. The conquest of Great Britain by the Romans was never finished. Parts of Wales and northern England kept resisting, even decades after they had been officially integrated within the borders of the empire. And to the north, Scotland was never really conquered. There were expeditions, but no durable occupation. So garrisons in the province were busy suppressing revolts and guarding frontiers, which remained the legion's function for the rest of the 1st century. We will go on with the history of the Ninth Legion until its trace was lost. And you will see that the legion's history meets other important events, like the rebellion led by Queen Boudica. But before, let's take a look at what a Roman legion actually was. The term legion is famous because a legion was the largest military unit of the Roman army. If we compared it with modern armies, it could be called a division or a brigade depending on the countries. The size and the organization varied over the centuries, but to give you an order of magnitude, a legion had 5,000 to 6,000 men at full capacity. It was conceived as a war machine that could be autonomous. It had its logistics, its commanders at different levels, and comprised smaller and smaller units that could act independently or coordinated. Among antique armies, this is certainly as far as any state ever went when it came to organization and discipline. The Roman legion reflected the taste of the Romans for efficacy through organization and standardization. We find this to a degree in all antique civilizations, but the Romans pushed it to an extreme when it came to their legions, and with spectacular results. When they fought on their frontiers against the Celts, the Germans, or different peoples of the Middle East and North Africa, battles often opposed the strictly aligned ranks of Roman soldiers with their standard equipment and geometrical formations to a much less disciplined mass of warriors with different weapons and no specialization on the other side. The Romans were not always victorious, and there were cases when the chaotic organization of the barbarians could be an advantage, especially outside of large conventional battlefields, for example in forests or mountains, where harassment tactics could be employed. But overall, the Roman war machine was rarely defeated in conventional battles or sieges for centuries, because it was very structured, organized. It did not disband easily, and obviously because Roman soldiers were trained and often seasoned. The legions were the backbones of this successful military. But they were not all of it. The legions were the empire's elite infantry. Elite because of their training, and social elite too, because only Roman citizens could join them. And these citizens paid for their equipment until the 2nd century BC, under the Republic. This limited recruitment to reasonably wealthy citizens. This barrier of having to buy equipment was eliminated in the late 2nd century BC, because the Republic faced manpower shortages for its legions. After that, the state paid for equipment. But recruitment in a legion was not open to everyone. The rest of Roman armies were the so-called auxiliaries, fighters who may or may not be citizens, but generally not, and these auxiliaries provided additional infantry and most of the cavalry in Roman armies. For most of the imperial period, the bulk of Roman armies was troops of auxiliaries rather than legions. Fighting as an auxiliary and being honorably discharged was a way of acquiring citizenship for people from around the Roman Empire. The status of citizenship is also something that's evolved over time. At the very start of the Roman Republic, it was limited to the city of Rome. Then it was extended to Italy and later to other provinces. But this status was always limited to a minority of people living within the borders of the empire. With citizenship came a number of rights, especially political rights, but also individual protections and social status, so it was desirable to non-citizens, obviously. Serving in the army was the best way to access citizenship. And for citizens, serving in a legion was also a way of social rise. It was demanding and dangerous, but veterans could receive land after their service. And in any case, they would be more respected in society after their years of service, if they survived them. It is unknown precisely when legions appeared, at least under the form they took at the time of Julius Caesar and Augustus, when Rome became an empire and expanded faster than ever. During the Republic, until the 1st century BC, legions were typically ephemeral. They were raised for specific campaigns and dissolved after, because of the cost of maintaining them, but also because of the risk of having an elite permanent army that could always be used by an ambitious general against republican institutions. The organization of legions was reformed several times, so it was not set in stone. But to take an example, if we look at the structure of a legion at the time of Julius Caesar, by the mid-1st century BC, the basic unit of soldiers was the centuria, the century, 100 men. Several of these centuries, generally 6, formed a cohort, and 10 cohorts formed a legion. Now the number of men in a century was initially 100, hence the name, but it was later reduced to 80 and still called a century. So one cohort of 6 centuries was 6 times 80, 480, and 10 cohorts were 4,800 legionaries. On top of them, there was a small cavalry force of a few hundreds attached to the legion, a cavalry force formed by wealthier citizens. They had to bring their horse along. This cavalry was used for pursuits, scouting, or surprise charges. It operated separately from auxiliary cavalry, which provided the numbers, and it remained attached to the legion. There were commanders at the different levels of the legion. A well-known rank was the centurion, that commanded a century, an equivalent to a captain in modern armies. And at the helm there was a general. In campaigns, several legions could be coordinated by a commander, like when Julius Caesar built his fame and prestige by conquering Gaul. He did it with an army of several legions plus auxiliaries. The size of legions, the number of men they comprised, increased at the start of the imperial period, and it approached 6,000 men. But later, in the last centuries of the Roman Empire, when it was in deep trouble, the name legion was kept for smaller units, 1,500 men or less, and there were more legions. So the golden age of the Roman legion, when there were imposing units with their dozens of centuries, was the 1st century BC to the 3rd century AD, just the time of the 9th legion. During this period, legions also became permanent. They were no longer dissolved, but instead they were stationed where they were needed and sent to participate in campaigns when necessary. There are legions that disappeared in this period and were not recreated. The worst example for the Romans was certainly the Battle of the Teutoburg Forest in the year 9 AD. 3 entire legions, numbered 17th, 18th, and 19th, and their auxiliaries, were ambushed by an alliance of Germanic tribes. These Germanic warriors surprised the Romans dispersed, stretched on a long line of march, about 10 miles long, in a forest. That is to say, exactly the opposite of the environment that favored legions. They were not in formation, they could not maneuver, and centurions were cut from their chain of command. The Germans anticipated on the reaction of legionaries and their tactics, because one of their leaders had received a Roman military education. And with all these factors against them, the 3 legions were surprised and entirely destroyed. They were not recreated, and the disaster of Teutoburg ended Roman ambitions to invade Germania as they had planned. So these legions were lost, but we know why and how, because even though this disaster was a slap in the face for Rome, it marked the end of a period of very fast expansion that had begun with Augustus. This disaster was not ignored in archives. It was written about abundantly. An entire legion wiped out was a major event for the Roman Empire, a disaster that deserved to be reported, studied, and avenged if possible. Which brings us back to the Ninth Legion. Because it disappeared, but we have no such record, as if no one had had interest in the loss of thousands of legionaries, who were also citizens, not common men from auxiliary troops. Now let's return to the story of the Ninth Legion, where we left it. We left the legion in Britain after the conquest by Emperor Claudius in 43 AD. And I told you that in the following decades the legion remained stationed there as garrison. Garrison didn't mean it was peaceful. As we saw before, there were revolts and uprisings inside the frontiers and beyond them. And in the following decades, the Ninth Legion was engaged regularly. The Roman Empire had expanded in Britain, annexing the territories of various Celtic tribes, and it intended to do what it had already done in the north of Italy, in Spain or in France, integrating these Celts by Romanizing them, not necessarily by erasing their culture, but by imposing its laws, its social organization, its administration, the use of Latin, at least for elites and administration. But for many years, the Celts resisted this. In 50 AD, so that's 7 years after the invasion, there was an uprising led by a Celt king, a Celt chieftain, called Caratacus, the chief of the Catuvelloni tribe, a Celtic tribe from the southeast of England. 2 legions, including the Ninth, were sent to crush it, which they did. Also in the same decade, the legion was sent to the north of England to fight another native revolt, that of the Brigantes, led by their king, Venutius. The territory of the Brigantes was approximately in the region that would become Yorkshire. These revolts were controlled, but a more serious one was about to burst. In the years 60 and 61, 17 years after the conquest, the rebellion of Boudica. Boudica was a queen of the Iceni tribe from the east of England, in present-day Norfolk. When the Romans had arrived to Britain, they had exploited the feuds between tribes, allying with some of them to defeat others. They had already done the same almost a century before in Gaul. The fragmentation and rivalries between tribes had been a huge advantage for the Romans in this conquest. The king of the Iceni, the husband of Boudica, had entered an alliance with the Romans, and as an ally, he had been allowed to keep his land as a nominally independent small kingdom. And he had left a will in which he left his kingdom jointly to his 2 daughters, his daughters with Boudica, and to the Roman emperor. He was trying to preserve some independence, at least officially, so that his family, his offspring, would not lose the throne. But when he died, the Romans just ignored his will, and they proceeded to annex his kingdom and take his property. This was a common way of expanding for the Romans, and it happened in different parts of their empire. They allied with neighboring kingdoms, and this was the first step towards annexation a few years or decades later. So Boudica and her daughters were spoliated of what they considered to be their rights. But instead of letting it go, the queen organized an uprising of the Iceni, and she was joined by other tribes that also rejected Roman rule. Her troops marched on the city of Camulodunum in Essex, present-day Colchester, and they destroyed it. Camulodunum was previously the capital of another tribe, but the Romans had turned it into a colonia. A colonia, that is to say a settlement in newly conquered Roman territory that served to distribute land to discharged legionaries. I told you about that before. Legionaries were given land to establish themselves after their service. And what better option than give them conquered land? This meets the second function of a colonia, which was to Romanize a new province. The laws, the language, and the urbanism of a colonia were purely Roman. So a new colonia served as a beacon of Roman influence in a new province. Destroying Camulodunum was a clear sign of rejection of Roman order. Camulodunum was a resounding victory for Boudica and the Britons she led. Significant Roman forces sent to stop her had been defeated, including the 9th Legion, which had never suffered such a defeat in its already long history. Most of its foot soldiers were killed in battle as they tried to relieve the besieged city. The legion was almost wiped out, only its cavalry escaped. But it did not disappear. It was reinforced with new legionaries, coming especially from the provinces of Germania, that were sent to Britannia in the following years. In the year 61, the situation now looked very serious for the Romans, because after the destruction of Camulodunum and a big part of their forces in Britain, Boudica was now marching on Londinium, the capital of Roman Britain. Londinium was a Roman settlement, established during or shortly after the invasion, on the current site of the city of London. The settlement was still small. It was less than 20 years old back then in 61, and it appeared that it was not going to be defensible because Roman forces had been routed at Camulodunum. A detachment of what remained of the 9th Legion tried to stop Boudica's forces, but was beaten again. And Londinium was captured and burnt to the ground, another heavy symbol of rejection of the Romans. At this point, the situation was critical, and it seems the emperor, Nero at the time, who had succeeded Claudius, considered a complete withdrawal from Britain, which was a source of problems. And being at the margin of the empire, without resources that the Romans really needed, it had turned into a headache, a costly one, that did not feel that necessary. Except a withdrawal would have been humiliating, and the Romans did not use to evacuate when they had conquered provinces. A last chance attempt was tried. The governor, Sueños, regrouped his forces, including the remnants of the Ninth Legion, and confronted the Britons. The Romans were outnumbered, because as Boudica advanced, she had gained followers from different tribes that joined her rebellion. We don't exactly know how many there were in her army, but possibly more than 200,000. A huge force, even though it was not very organized nor well equipped probably. But it was a multiple of the number of Roman soldiers that stayed at this point in Britain. But the Romans were motivated because the Britons took no prisoners. They executed everyone they captured, including Roman civilians, so it was victory or death for them. They managed to obtain a confrontation on favorable terrain. In a pass between hills with a wood behind that strongly reduced the Britons' numerical advantage. And their discipline and superior equipment did the rest. They advanced in wedge formation, they could deploy their cavalry, and against the odds, the Romans won. Boudica's army disbanded, many of her men were lost, and the Romans pushed their advantage to recover control of everything they had lost. Roman Britain was saved, at least for now. Boudica died shortly after. We don't know if it was by suicide or due to illness. But with her died this attempt to expel the Romans from Britain, one of the most threatening rebellions the Romans had had to face across their empire. The figure of Boudica remains widely famous in the UK, because 15 centuries later, during the Renaissance, her rebellion against the Romans became a highlight of British ancient history. This culminated in the 19th century, during the Victorian period, when she became a cultural figure and a kind of national heroine. The same process appeared in different European countries in modern times, as they were affirming their specificity as nations and establishing a national history. They needed figures that appeared pre-Roman and pre-Christian ideally, to establish roots that started far back and could symbolize national independence. In Great Britain, Boudica became one of them. In France, an equivalent is Vercingetorix, a Celt chieftain. Vercingetorix had led a coalition of Celtic tribes against the Roman invasion of Julius Caesar. Like Boudica, he had had initial successes repelling the Romans before losing it all. Both had tragic destinies and ultimately lost, but they put up a fight. So they were adopted as cultural figures and national heroes, even though in both cases we know very little about their character. Returning to the Ninth Legion, we saw that it had been almost destroyed during Boudica's rebellion and saved in extremis by the successful Roman pushback. We know it was reinforced and sent again to the north of England, where in the years 70, 10 years after Boudica, they fought another campaign against the Brigantes in Yorkshire. Stamps on tiles found in York tell us that the Ninth Legion built a fort in the city in those years. By the years 70 and 80, Roman control over England had finally strengthened. It was still not fully peaceful like other West European provinces, but the risk of a large-scale rebellion seemed now to be behind them. Romanization was advancing, and to the Britons, like other peoples before them, it was appealing. It brought a certain prosperity, exotic products arriving from the continent, better agricultural yields, so less food problems. It had ended the cycle of wars between rival tribes, and native elites had increasingly embraced the Roman rule. But to the north, Scotland was still independent. In the years 82-83, so we were now 40 years after the invasion and 20 years after Boudicca's rebellion, a general and politician named Agricola led an invasion of Scotland. The Romans called Scotland Caledonia, actually not necessarily all of Scotland. For them, Caledonia was the northern half of Scotland, north of the River Forth. But sometimes they used the term Caledonia for everything north of Roman Britain. And later, the term Caledonia also came to name all of Scotland as a romantic or poetic name. The Romans managed to invade Scotland, Caledonia, but never to control it. It remained outside the administration of Roman Britain and could not be pacified. The Ninth Legion participated in the 82-83 invasion, and according to Tacitus, who was a Roman historian, it narrowly avoided destruction again in Scotland, in an ambush by the Caledonians. Their camp was attacked at night, and the Scots surprised the legion in its sleep. Hand-to-hand fighting ensued, and the legion was saved by relief cavalry sent by Agricola. Caledonians were pushed back. The detail of the legion's operations in Scotland is not very well known, but 25 years later, the legion was still in the north of England. There is evidence that it was stationed in York in the year 108. This was written on a stone tablet found in York. And after 108, nothing, at least nothing in Britain. No other known record across the entire Roman Empire indicates that the region would have moved to another part of Britain. But inscriptions found in the Netherlands, on the site of a fortress that corresponds to modern Nijmegen, suggest that the Ninth Legion could have been relocated there. However, this is not fully conclusive, for two reasons. First, because it could have been just a detachment of the Ninth Legion. A British detachment is attested at Nijmegen in this period, the first decades of the 2nd century. But we don't know whether the entire legion was sent there, or if it was a mix of various units based in Britannia to reinforce defenses against Germanic tribes. A second reason is the nature of these remains found in the Netherlands. There are tile stamps, part of a military medal, and an altar to god Apollo that belonged most probably to members of the legion. There are inscriptions on them that indicate this. But it doesn't mean the legion as a whole was there. It could have been just survivors relocated to other units and sent to the Netherlands. These finds in the Netherlands have been dated to around the year 120. After that, there is no other record of the legion anywhere. But we know it ceased to exist at some point because there is an exhaustive list of the existing Roman legions dated from the year 197, 77 years later. In this list, 33 legions are listed, and there is no trace of the ninth. So it appears that the legion disappeared at some point between 108 in Yorkshire or 120 in the Netherlands and 197. But no record of battle indicates that it was destroyed. And this is puzzling, because the 2nd century is not a dark age or a time of big disruption for the Roman Empire. It's just the opposite. This period is generally considered to be a peak for Rome, a time when for decades civil wars were avoided, the empire expanded and got stronger and more prosperous. It built a lot and produced an abundance of inscriptions, chronicles, and archaeological remains. So what happened to the 9th Legion? How could a military unit with thousands of men, thousands of citizens, including from wealthy and influential families, how could it disappear apparently unnoticed, or at least unreported? A traditional theory was that indeed it was weird that the legion disappeared like this, but that it had probably been destroyed in the north of England, where it was stationed at the beginning of the 2nd century. This theory dominated before the discovery of the inscriptions suggesting that all or parts of the legion could have been in the Netherlands around 120. But as I was telling you, this discovery in the Netherlands is a clue rather than a proof. It probably proves that some people who belonged to the 9th Legion at the very beginning of the 2nd century happened to be in the Netherlands around the year 120. It doesn't prove that the entire unit was there. And for this reason, this traditional theory could well be a possibility, at least to explain how part of the legion disappeared. The last trace of the 9th Legion in Britain is dated to 108, and we know that at the time, around 108, the northern frontier of Roman Britain, the frontier with Caledonia, Scotland, was not peaceful at all. The Caledonians were hostile on the other side, and Yorkshire, the land of the Brigantes, may still have been rebellious. The Brigantes may have revolted again after 108 and destroyed the legion. What gives support to this hypothesis is that various Roman sources of the 2nd century agree that keeping the Britons under control was nearly impossible at the start of the 2nd century. Around 122 AD, the Emperor Hadrian visited Britain and launched the construction of Hadrian's Wall to protect the northern frontier of Roman Britain from the Caledonians. There is no contemporary record of a military disaster in Yorkshire around these years, which is bizarre if it happened. But on the other hand, such a disaster could be a plausible explanation for the decision to build Hadrian's Wall. of course the Romans preferred to retell and write about their victories. But their writings do not shy away from setbacks, from defeats. So the idea that the legion was wiped out and that no one cared enough to write about it would be really unusual. Legions at the time, in the 2nd century, were also never disbanded. When they were no longer needed somewhere, they were relocated somewhere else, not eliminated like at the time of the Republic. And this, the hypothesis of a relocation, plus the discoveries in the Netherlands about the presence of the legions or part of it, made this first explanation fall out of favor with some historians. But others continue to think that destruction in Britain is the most likely scenario, and that it could have happened in the years 110 or 120, before Hadrian's visit and the construction of the wall. The supporters of this theory also argue that involvement somewhere else is not backed by any evidence. The inscriptions and personal belongings found in the Netherlands only indicate that maybe part of the legion was there. But, as I said before, what if it were just a few veterans, survivors, reallocated there after the destruction of the legion? It is not totally conclusive evidence that the whole legion was sent to the continent. Scholars inclined to believe in the theory of destruction in Britain acknowledge that it is very unusual not to have records of this disaster. But it doesn't mean it is impossible. There could have been a series of coincidences that made them all disappear. Or they exist and have not been found yet. But still, the hypothesis that the legion had maybe not been destroyed in Britain led to other theories. It is established that it no longer existed in 197. So something had to happen between at least 120 and 197. If the legion had been relocated in the meantime, it could have disappeared in another conflict. And maybe even it could have been the withdrawal of the 9th Legion from Yorkshire that led to the troubles in northern England before Hadrian's visit. Two conflicts of the 2nd century, where the legion could have disappeared, deserve our attention, because each of them provides a hypothesis that has some merits. The first one is the Jewish revolt that broke out in Judea in the year 132. Judea was at the opposite corner of the Roman Empire, but it is plausible that a legion would be redeployed so far from its previous assignment. You remember the 9th Legion traveled a lot in the 1st century BC and the 1st century AD. Italy, Greece, Africa, Spain, Britain. So why not Judea? Because in the 1st and 2nd centuries, this province was another troublesome one. The Romans had established a large military presence there in the 1st century, but the Jews resisted Romanization and occupation, which led to several revolts that were repressed. The revolt of 132 was the third major one since Roman occupation. It was led by Simon Bar Kokhba, a Jewish military leader, and he was rather successful at first. He managed to establish an independent state in Judea for 3 years, effectively eliminating Roman rule in the land he controlled, which was much of the province. This meant that the Romans had to reconquer their province. Emperor Hadrian assembled a large army from across the empire. This is a point that makes the theory that the Ninth Legion was sent there plausible, even though it is not backed by any known document. It took 6 legions, plus auxiliaries, plus elements from several other legions, to finally crush the revolt and reconquer Judea. This long rebellion, or war, had disastrous effects. For the Romans, there were heavy casualties. It is not impossible that a legion engaged in this conflict could have disappeared. But the worst was for the Jews. Between the reconquest and then the retaliation, Judea was significantly depopulated, as many Jews were killed or expelled, to the point that some historians see this revolt, the years 132 to 136, as the moment when the Jews became a minority in the land of Israel. Others date it to a later period of the Roman or Byzantine Empire. But in any case, there is no doubt that the Bar Kokhba uprising ended terribly for the Jews and left deep scars, starting with increased persecutions against them all across the Roman Empire. Bar Kokhba doesn't have a good name in Jewish historiography. He seemed to have been quite exhilarated. He presented himself as a messiah, sent to guide his people. But ultimately, he led the Jews to disaster and was regarded as a false messiah. So, did the Ninth Legion disappear in Judea? Maybe, but this is purely speculative. There is no known exhaustive listing of the troops that were sent to Judea that could answer this. It is possible that, given the quantity of troops sent to Judea, one of the units would not be mentioned anywhere. But this is no proof. It could also be argued that a disaster in Britain, not recorded anywhere, is mysterious and unlikely. But the sending of a legion to the other side of the empire and its destruction there that would also not leave any trace is even more unlikely. Another reason for the Judean theory is that another legion, the 22nd, also disappeared from records in the same period. The 22nd Legion was based in Egypt, and it was engaged in Judea. It is documented in the province at this period, and after the conflict it disappears from records. So it is believed that the 22nd Legion was destroyed in Judea. If it happened to it, why not to the 9th too? But as we saw, this is pure speculation. A second alternative theory to the destruction in Britain is that the 9th Legion disappeared somewhere in Cappadocia, not in the years 130, but later, in the years 160. And why is that? East of the Roman provinces of the Middle East, Judea, Syria, Anatolia in modern Turkey, was Rome's most formidable enemy, the Parthian Empire. The two states were either at war or in periods of armed peace for a long time, none of them able to durably dominate the other in the region. There was an open war in the years 161 to 166 under Emperor Marcus Aurelius in Rome and King Vologases IV in the Parthian Empire. During this war, a legion was surrounded and destroyed in Cappadocia, in modern Turkey. An unspecified legion. And here there is something a bit weird, because there were two legions permanently stationed in Cappadocia, the 12th and the 15th legions. These two legions keep appearing in records well after this battle, including in the 3rd century. So none of them was destroyed, and it must have been another one, sent as reinforcement or in transit in Cappadocia. But we don't know which one. Why not the 9th legion? But here again, there is no proof of this, and it could perfectly be another one. Some historians think it could even be the 22nd, this legion stationed in Egypt, that disappeared from records after the time of the rebellion in Judea. I told you earlier it was assumed to have been destroyed in Judea. But what if it wasn't, and was eliminated instead 30 years later in Cappadocia? This remains a question mark, and a possible explanation for the disappearance of the 9th legion. But as there is zero evidence, it is also just speculation. And in a sense it sounds even less likely than a disappearance in Judea, because we would have to assume that the 9th legion continued to exist for more than 50 years after its last traces in England, that it travelled, was engaged in battles, and finally disappeared in modern Turkey without leaving a single known trace anywhere for half a century. And this is where we are today. It is not that the mystery of the 9th legion is unexplainable. There are different possibilities that are plausible, but we don't know with certainty which one it is. Maybe the most likely explanation remains that the 9th legion met its destruction in the north of England, in a poorly documented uprising of peoples from the region, the Brigantes in Yorkshire, and or other tribes from Scotland who crossed the border at a time when Hadrian's Wall did not exist yet. We would have to accept that accounts of its destruction were lost, or that for some reason the news did not travel the Roman Empire, and was not much written about or commented. Strange, very unusual, but technically not impossible. From there, a few survivors may have been relocated to other units, explaining the belongings found in the Netherlands. Or, if the legion did not disappear in Britain, it could have been sent elsewhere and have disappeared. But it remains in a sense less likely, because as I said earlier, the 2nd century had its challenges for the Roman Empire, but it was a rather stable and prosperous period for a majority of provinces, really not a time of chaos during which track of large military units could be easily lost. The story of the 9th legion remains probably more known in the UK than elsewhere, because it's stationed there for decades, and was a significant part of the history of Roman Britain, being engaged in the initial conquest and then the revolt of Boudica and other rebellions, as well as expeditions to Scotland. Maybe future archaeological finds in Britain or elsewhere will bring an answer to this disappearance. Hello everyone. For tonight, I have several archaeological and historical stories for you that will take us to the antiquity, Indiana Jones style, and give us a good entry point to learn about the periods they belong to. This journey will take us from Jerusalem, the Dead Sea and the Holy Land, to Babylon, to Persia, to the mountains of Ethiopia. I'll tell you about King Solomon, the Queen of Sheba, a fabulous lost treasure, and the mysterious order of assassins. Our first story, the Ark of the Covenant, will make us talk about the elaboration of the Hebrew Bible and the Old Testament, about ancient Jewish kingdoms, the rise of Babylon, and the destruction of the first Temple of Solomon in Jerusalem. We will also follow legends and rumors about what happened to the Ark, if it ever existed historically. And this will take us as far as Ireland, France, the US, and Africa, especially the Kingdom of Ethiopia. Our second story, the Copper Scroll, that was discovered in the Judean desert, will give us an opportunity to talk about the Dead Sea Scrolls and put us on the trail of a fabulous treasure described on the scroll that was never retrieved, if it existed. And finally, we will move several centuries in the sands of time to discover the Order of Assassins, a mysterious sect that became famous in Syria and in Persia, where their strongholds, especially their capital Alamut, were located. Before we begin, don't forget that, as always, you can use the timestamps to navigate these long stories. They are pinned in the comment section, together with links to audio streaming platforms where you can also listen to my stories, like Spotify or Apple Music. And yet another possibility is on Patreon, where you can listen to them as a podcast, or easily download them so that you have audios and videos available offline. Now take a deep breath. Our journey is just beginning, and our first story is about the Ark of the Covenant. What is the Ark of the Covenant? And did it really exist? Was it just a symbol or a real historical artifact? And if it did exist, what happened to it because its trace was lost 25 centuries ago? The Ark of the Covenant is described or mentioned several times in the Bible, especially in its second book, the Book of Exodus. The Book of Exodus describes the deliverance of the Israelites from slavery in Egypt, how they escaped, led by Moses, their leader, and received revelations, and also a binding covenant with God. According to the biblical narrative, the Israelites arrived to a mountain in the desert out of Egypt that they were fleeing, Mount Sinai. They set camp at the foot of the mountain, and on the morning of the third day there were thunders and lightnings, and a thick cloud gathered above the mount. God came down upon Mount Sinai. Their leader Moses went up, and he returned with 2 stone tablets, the tablets of the covenant, that were covered with 10 commandments, written by the finger of God himself. These tablets were placed inside a chest that is precisely described. It would have been made of wood, 4 feet long, 2 feet high and wide, covered entirely in gold, with a molding of gold around it. And 4 rings of gold would have been placed to its 4 corners, and through these rings, 2 staves, 2 poles of wood for carrying the ark. On top, the chest would have been sealed with a golden lid covered with 2 cherubims, 2 angels, and still according to the biblical account, after its creation, the ark was carried by the Israelites during their wandering in the desert, which lasted for 40 years. When on the march, the ark was always hidden under a large veil, as it couldn't be seen by anyone, and it was carried ahead in advance of the people. Finally, after 40 years in the desert, they arrived to the Promised Land, still carrying the ark that was featured in a number of other episodes. For example, when the Israelites needed to cross the Jordan River. As soon as the priests who carried the ark touched the waters, the river grew dry, and this allowed everyone to cross safely. The ark also appeared in the Battle of Jericho. Jericho was a city that the Israelites fought. The story says that after the ark was carried around the walls of the city, these walls suddenly collapsed and Jericho could be taken easily. Several years later, the ark was taken to assist the Israelites in their war against the Philistines, a people they were at war with. But they lost the battle, and the ark was captured by their enemies. For 7 months, the Philistines suffered a number of plagues sent upon them for keeping the ark, until they returned it to the Israelites to stop the plagues. And after more tribulations, the ark was placed in Solomon's temple in Jerusalem, also known as the First Temple. At this point, it disappeared from biblical sources. But the temple, which would have been built in the 10th century BC, was destroyed in the 6th century BC by the Babylonians, and there is no trace of the ark in the accounts of this period or after. So this creates more questions than answers. First, was the ark real or just mythical? And if the ark actually existed, what did it become? So let's take a look at what archaeology and history can tell us about the Ark of the Covenant and the times when it supposedly existed. As you know, the Bible is a compilation, a collection of religious texts or scriptures that are sacred to Christians and Jews. They all consider the Bible to be inspired by God, but even though it is somewhat similar the Bible is not exactly the same depending on religious groups or traditions. From one denomination to another, its content may vary. The Hebrew Bible, the Tanakh, is approximately the first part of the Christian Bible under the name of Old Testament. Approximately because depending on Christian denominations, the Old Testament is not exactly the same. The order and the names of the different parts, the books, may change a little bit. The books and their orders included by each tradition in the Bible is called the canon. For example, the Catholic canon comprises 46 books in the Old Testament. Orthodox churches generally have 49, and the most common Protestant canon has 39. It is a bit shorter. These 39 books of the Protestant canon are common to all Christian denominations, and they are quite close to the Hebrew Bible, with just a few differences in order and text. The Tanakh, or the Old Testament, was elaborated over several centuries, and it is full of stories that recount the creation of the world, God's interactions with humans, the history of the Israelites, from their conquest of the promised land of Canaan to their defeat and exile in Babylon. We'll come back to this. Now, the vast majority of traditions and denominations within Judaism and Christianity consider that these books from the Old Testament should be taken as metaphors, as poetry that teaches the truth beyond the literal stories. And this view is shared by archaeologists, historians, or scientists. So, to them, the physical existence of the Ark of the Covenant is not such a crucial element. In any case, biblical texts are very ancient. We know from historical sources that in the 5th century BC, the first 5 books of the Hebrew Bible, called Torah, which are also the first 5 books of the Old Testament, already had authoritative status among Jews. But how did these Hebrew texts pass to Christians? First, Hebrew texts were translated to Greek in Alexandria in the 3rd and 2nd centuries BC, when Alexandria was the capital of Egypt, which had a Greek dynasty after the fragmentation of the empire of Alexander the Great. And Alexandria was a major center of culture in the Mediterranean. In the 1st century AD, once Christianity had appeared, these same texts, these Greek translations, were used by converts to the new religion, and they became the basis of the Old Testament in the Eastern Orthodox Church. At the time, Greek dominated as the language of communication between peoples in the Eastern Roman Empire, in the east of the Mediterranean Sea. But in the West, it was Latin. At first, Bibles in the Western Roman Empire were a direct translation of these same Greek texts to Latin. This first Bible in Latin was called the Vetus Latina. Until the end of the 4th century AD, when the Pope in Rome commissioned a Latin Bible to replace the Vetus Latina, and this new Bible was translated directly from Hebrew, from original texts. It is called the Vulgate. The Old Testament from the Vulgate is the basis for the Standard Bible in the Roman Catholic canon, but more books that were not part of the Hebrew Bible were officially added to the Old Testament in the 4th and 5th centuries. They were among the ancient Hebrew texts translated to Greek in Alexandria, but they were not considered a part of Tanakh by Judaism. When the Reformation began, much later, in the 16th century, one of its goals was to return to a canon seen as more authentic, to get rid of additions made over the centuries by the Roman Church, and another Christian Old Testament was formed that was limited to the Hebrew Bible, even though it still uses the order of books from the Greek Bible, from the Greek translation. As you also know, the Old Testament is just the first division of Christian Bibles. The second part is the New Testament, that is specific to Christians and discusses the teachings and person of Jesus, events from the 1st century AD. The New Testament is much more homogeneous. It has been universally recognized within Christianity since late antiquity. So it is the same between most Christian denominations. All the main differences are in the Old Testament. But whatever the version, all Bibles contain the book of Exodus that tells of the Ark, and they also contain various other mentions in following books. Is this enough to consider it real? Because even though a vast majority of scholars who studied biblical archaeology agree that some parts are mythical, such as the Book of Exodus, or the Garden of Eden, or Noah's Ark, it is also a fact that biblical texts speak of many real places and real people, not just in the New Testament, where the historicity of many characters is proven beyond doubt, starting with Jesus. Believing in his teachings as recounted in the Gospel is a matter of faith, but the existence of Jesus as a man who lived at the beginning of our era is attested by multiple documents and testimonies that are not religious. It is also believed that various characters from the Old Testament, such as King Solomon, are probably real, even though the accounts of their wealth or their power that are in the Hebrew Bible and the Old Testament may be very embellished, because they don't really fit with our archaeological knowledge of these regions and these periods. So the existence of the Ark of the Covenant remains an interrogation point, since all original sources are biblical. But on the other hand, the Ark is mentioned repeatedly, and descriptions are very coherent in the Bible, and it is perfectly possible that such an ark was built, regardless of whether or not it had all the powers that were attributed to it. The description was precise enough for replicas to be made or painted. They all have similar measurements. They are golden, as written in the Bible, and with 2 angels on top of the lid. As I said before, the ark's trace disappeared once it was supposedly placed in the Temple of Jerusalem at the time of King Solomon, and that would be 3,000 years ago, in the 10th century BC. There is no longer any mention of it, but we know that in the 6th century BC, almost 400 years later, Jerusalem was captured by the Babylonians, and the Temple of Solomon destroyed. So if the ark was not destroyed with it, which is a possibility, it had to be removed somehow. And there have been a number of claims of having discovered or even having possession of the ark since then. So let's take a look at these various claims. The first one locates the Ark in Egypt, and it seems it appeared just a century ago when the tomb of Pharaoh Tutankhamun was discovered. This Egyptian theory is the basis for the first Indiana Jones movie, in which the Ark is not hidden inside Tutankhamun's tomb, it is kept in a lost ancient Egyptian city. The tomb of Tutankhamun was discovered in 1922 in the Valley of the Kings, which is near Luxor. In the 2nd millennium BC, this was where the capital of Egypt under the New Kingdom, Thebes, was located, and many pharaohs were buried in the Valley of the Kings. Tutankhamun was not a major figure in the history of ancient Egypt, but he is very famous because his tomb was discovered untouched, contrary to other royal tombs that had been looted over the centuries. His tomb remained sealed for more than 3,000 years. The mummy, all the treasures and offerings that had been placed with his body. This makes his tomb an extraordinary testimony of the rights of ancient Egyptians, of their art at the period of Tutankhamun's death, their beliefs, and also the wealth of pharaohs, because even though Tutankhamun died young and lived during a period of transition, he was still buried with a spectacular quantity of precious metals, artifacts, gems and works of art. So what is the relation with the Ark of the Covenant? In the tomb there was a processional ark called the Anubis Shrine, which was part of the burial equipment. As soon as the first photographs of the inside of the tomb were published, some claimed that the Anubis Shrine was the Ark of the Covenant that had stayed hidden for centuries. Its shape and the presence of 2 poles to carry it sort of match the biblical description. Now this idea was quickly discounted for several reasons. First, because the dimensions are different. The Anubis Shrine is smaller and doesn't have the shape of a rectangular chest. Second, because there is a figure of Anubis on top of the artifact, not angels. And on top of this, the timelines don't correspond. The tomb of Tutankhamun was closed almost 400 years before King Solomon supposedly placed the Ark in the Temple of Jerusalem, if we believe the biblical accounts. So this is not a credible hypothesis. But there may be something interesting in the general similarity between this Egyptian artifact and the description of the Ark. The description of the chest in the Bible doesn't appear random. In the 2nd millennium BC, at the time when the events of the Exodus would have happened, ancient Egyptians made this type of portable chests supported by 2 poles that were used as shrines or placed under the feet of statues of gods. So this gives circumstantial support to the theory of the Ark as a real object, because indeed its shape and its function correspond to existing artifacts of the time in the region. Another possibility would be that the Babylonians took the Ark to Babylon, even though this is not supported by any known document or testimony. The city of Babylon was at the heart of a cultural area in Mesopotamia for centuries, and a beacon of civilization in the Middle East for a long time in the 2nd and 1st millennia BC. It had a long history with several dynasties and periods of expansion or decay. Its last peak period was in the 7th and 6th centuries BC, during a period called the Neo-Babylonian Empire. At the time, Egypt had declined and would never recover its past splendor, and the Babylonians were the great power of the region. They expanded their empire to all of Mesopotamia and more regions of the Middle East that correspond to Syria, Jordan, Palestine, a part of the Arabian Desert. But they also faced a series of rebellions in the western part of this empire, in the Levant. Several peoples who were vassals or occupied by Babylon, like the Phoenicians, the Arameans, and the Israelites, revolted. In the 7th century, the Levant had been under control of the Assyrian Empire, and there were two Jewish vassal kingdoms, the Kingdom of Israel and the smaller Kingdom of Judah, which had Jerusalem as its capital. But at the end of the 7th century BC, the Assyrians were defeated, and a competition ensued between Babylon and Egypt to control the eastern Mediterranean. The Kingdom of Judah had been turned into a vassal state by the Babylonians, but after a few years it refused to keep paying tribute and was punished for this. Jerusalem was besieged, and after the fall of the city, the temple where the ark would have been placed was destroyed, and a number of people from the Kingdom of Judah were deported to Babylon. It is believed they were members of the elite of this kingdom. Archaeology confirms that at the time Jerusalem was mostly destroyed, and if the ark was still there, it could have been taken by the Babylonians to Mesopotamia and maybe travel even further east later. Because a few decades after these events, the Neo-Babylonian Empire was vanquished and annexed by the Persians. This is entirely speculative, but if the ark existed, it could have been taken somewhere in modern Iraq or Iran, unless the ark could be hidden shortly before the arrival of the Babylonians to Jerusalem. There are Hebrew texts translated to Greek that point to the ark being hidden shortly before the siege of Jerusalem. It would have been hidden at Mount Nebo, which is an elevated ridge, a small mountain, that is located in Jordan today. But nothing was ever found there that we know of. Yet other claims locate the ark in Europe or even in America. They are also not technically impossible, but they are not substantiated by a lot of credible evidence. One is that the ark was taken to Rome by early Christians and placed in a basilica where it burned. This is based on the account of a rabbi from the 2nd century who claimed he saw the lid of the ark in Rome. Another claim located the ark in Ireland at the end of the 19th century, hidden at the Hill of Tara. The Hill of Tara is a site of great archaeological significance in Ireland. It used to be an ancient ceremonial site. It consists of numerous monuments and earthworks that date from the Neolithic to the Iron Age. Traditions and mythology make it the place where ancient high kings of Ireland were inaugurated. And the theory that the ark was at Tara was really colorful. In the 19th century, there was a society in Great Britain called the British Israel Association. They followed a set of beliefs called British Israelism. Its members were convinced that the Anglo-Saxons were descended from the lost tribes of Israel. Few people took them seriously back then, and they had many other beliefs that seemed to come out of nowhere and were already contradicted by the archaeological knowledge of the time. But they convinced themselves that the Ark of the Covenant had been brought to Ireland and buried at Tara. So between 1899 and 1902, at a time when Ireland was not independent from the UK yet, which made the matter very sensitive, they came from England and began excavations at the site looking for the Ark without any piece of historical evidence to show other than their certainties. They were finally stopped before they damaged the site. Yet other claims locate the Ark in France. One of them in a village in the south of France, where it would have stayed for centuries until it was moved to the United States at the outbreak of the First World War to protect it. This is the kind of claims that also inspired bits of Indiana Jones movies, where there's a warehouse full of ancient artifacts kept by the US government. Or, still in France, it would have been taken by the Knights Templar and hidden at the Cathedral of Chartres, which indeed has a representation of the Ark that follows the biblical description. So the Ark would have been brought by the Knights Templar, and again this is not technically impossible. The Knights Templar at the times of the Crusades had direct access to places in the Levant, including Jerusalem, where they could have found the Ark and they could have taken it to Europe. They had a presence in many countries, and they were an international organization, an international order, but their main centers were in France, and this is probably where they would have brought the Ark. But this is completely hypothetical. There is no document, no evidence that substantiates this claim. There is yet another trail that locates the Ark in Africa, especially in Ethiopia. And even though it is also highly speculative, the Ethiopian possibility is a bit more solid. The predecessor state to modern Ethiopia was the Ethiopian or Abyssinian Empire, which was established in the 13th century, and it lasted until 1974, with a short period in the 20th century when it was colonized by Italy. But otherwise, Ethiopia resisted European colonization, and it developed for centuries a very original culture. It was one of the first regions in the world to officially adopt Christianity before the Roman Empire. In the 1st century AD, when Christianity began its expansion, the predecessor of the Ethiopian Empire already existed, the kingdom of Aksum, which was in the north of modern Ethiopia. Aksum existed for 10 centuries, and it prospered at the time of the Roman Empire, because its land was more fertile than today, and it was well placed to benefit from ancient trade routes between India and the Mediterranean. It had access at the same time to the Red Sea and to the Nile River, so it could organize the transport of precious goods to the north and sell its own products like incense and ivory. The kingdom of Aksum converted to Christianity, but because it was cut for a long time from other regions dominated by Christianity, Ethiopian churches follow their specific rites and traditions. They are often close to the Egyptian Coptic denomination. And the largest and also oldest Christian denomination in Ethiopia nowadays, the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, claims that it possesses the Ark of the Covenant, and that the Ark is kept in Aksum, which has lost its ancient importance as a capital and is now a town in northern Ethiopia. But why would the Ark have traveled to Ethiopia? This is explained in a national epic, a text that is at least 700 years old, from the beginning of the Ethiopian Empire in the Middle Ages. This empire was created by a dynasty called the Solomonic dynasty, because they claimed that they descended from King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba. This brings us to the Antiquity and the Hebrew Bible again. The Queen of Sheba is a figure that appears in the Bible, and in the original story, she brings a caravan of precious gifts for the Israelite King Solomon. So this episode would have happened in the 10th century BC. And once again, this narrative may have roots in reality. Modern historians tend to identify Sheba with a kingdom that existed in the south of the Arabian Peninsula, the kingdom of Saba, that dominated what is now Yemen in pre-Islamic times. But this is not entirely sure, and the region that served as an inspiration for Sheba could have been on the other side of the Red Sea, in the Horn of Africa. In any case, even though the historicity of the queen is disputed, she has become the subject of different cycles of legends in the Jewish, Islamic and Ethiopian traditions. In the Ethiopian tradition, and this is a narrative the Solomonic dynasty defended from the Middle Ages to the end of the 20th century, Solomon and the Queen of Sheba had a son, Menelik, the founder of the dynasty. Menelik grew up in Ethiopia, but later returned to visit his father, who reigned in the kingdom of Israel. And he returned with the ark, inspired by God to leave a forgery in the Temple of Jerusalem, to bring the ark to Ethiopia where it would remain safe. The ark finally arrived at Aksum after a journey through Egypt, where it would still be located today. The object is kept under guard in a treasury near a church in Aksum, and replicas of the ark are kept in every Ethiopian Orthodox church. Of course, this is all alleged, and no one can see the ark, which leaves the door open to speculation. The thing is that this narrative about the past of Ethiopia, which may not be historical but is very old anyway, it is at least from the 13th century. This story has become part of Ethiopian identity, and it is not in the interest of the church or of authorities to allow investigations and a datation of the ark. If it was proven to be more than 3,000 years old, it could be the artifact mentioned in the Bible, or at least an object from biblical times. But if it was less, the whole narrative about the past of Ethiopia would be challenged. So, as you see, the Ark of the Covenant keeps all its mysteries. We don't know whether it was real or mythical, and if it was real, what happened to it. But at least it gave us an opportunity to travel around the world and explore the past, so I hope you enjoyed this story. We are not done yet, and we're going to stay in the same region. Our second story for tonight is that of the Copper Scroll. Maybe you've heard of the Dead Sea Scrolls, because the Copper Scroll is one of them. Our story begins in 1946, near the Dead Sea, in an area that is mostly rocky desert. In a cave, Bedouin shepherds discovered old jars, and when they opened the jars, they found several visibly ancient scrolls written on parchment or papyrus. In the following years, the site attracted interest and was eventually methodically searched. A series of caves were discovered and thousands of written fragments. Some were well preserved, and a few scrolls were in good condition. Others had been damaged and had to be reassembled as much as possible to study them. In total, almost 1,000 manuscripts were reassembled. It appeared that most of these scrolls were written in Hebrew and a few others in Aramaic, which was a language of the same group spoken in the region. These scrolls were dated from the 3rd century BC to the 1st century AD. So they were stored in these caves over several generations, and the last ones were written when the region had become a province of the Roman Empire. For the most part, they are religious texts. There are copies of texts from the Hebrew scriptures, other religious texts that were not included in the Hebrew Bible. They were not canonized. You remember that the canon is the approved collection of texts that are seen as authoritative. They were not included in the Hebrew Bible, but some of them were in the Catholic or Orthodox canons. These texts were copies made or obtained by the people who stored them in the jars, and the remainder of the scrolls are also religious manuscripts, but they were unknown until then, and it appeared they were specific to the particular group who lived nearby. Judaism at the time was not unified. It still isn't. There were groups or sects that shared enough scriptures and beliefs to be part of Judaism, but also went by their specific set of rites of religious practices, and they formed communities. Actually, one of the scrolls details the ideals and rules of this particular community. So the Dead Sea Scrolls are an archaeological treasure because they are a first-hand testimony, more than 2,000 years later, of the culture, the rites, the preoccupations of the people who lived near the Dead Sea before and during the Roman Empire. But one of the scrolls differs significantly from the others. The other scrolls are written on parchment or papyrus. You know what papyrus is. Parchment is animal skin that is dried under tension. It was used as a support for writing several thousand years ago, and actually it remained used extensively until the end of the Middle Ages when paper replaced it. But this one scroll is made of copper. It is 8 feet long, and unlike the others, it is not a religious or literary document. Instead, it contains a list of places where treasures of gold and silver would be located. The list is impressive. There are 63 different locations, and the sum of their treasures would amount to several tons of precious metals. The scroll was dated to the 1st century AD. It is one of the last, maybe the very last one, to be hidden in the caves. And at the time, the Romans had taken possession of the region. So a possible theory is that the treasures were hidden from them. Several theories have actually appeared about this treasure. One is that it never existed, or that it disappeared because the Romans found it and took it. It is true that some of the locations could be identified, but no treasure hunter ever found anything following the indications from the scroll. Another theory is that the treasure was discovered by the Knights Templar. People really like to make theories about them, even with very little elements to support these theories. There would have been several copies of the same scroll, and the Knights Templar would have found one when they were in the Holy Land during the First Crusade, and they would have dug up the treasure and used it to fund their order, which indeed was very wealthy. These claims look more like a storyline for a novel or a movie, and they are unsubstantiated, so most scholars don't take them seriously. The theory that the Romans found the treasure and took it away may be more credible, because they had an active policy of retrieving treasures in the provinces they conquered. They could have interrogated captives, which was normal practice at the time for them. There is no record of the discovery of such a fabulous treasure in Roman archives, but this is not incompatible because it could have been stolen or lost or considered a tribute. And yet another theory that would explain the disappearance of the treasure would be that Jewish people retrieved it and used it to rebuild Jerusalem. The city had been besieged by the Romans and was very damaged after the siege, so they may have waited for the Roman army to leave and got back the treasure using the scroll or a copy. Once the conquest was over and the Romans were installing their administration. But if it existed, where did this treasure come from? It looks very unlikely that it belonged to the community that stored all the scrolls, because it is understood from their documents that they lived an ascetic lifestyle, with close to no material wealth. So another possibility would be that the treasure came from the Temple of Jerusalem. You remember that the first temple of Jerusalem, the Temple of Solomon, was destroyed in the 6th century BC, when the Babylonians took the city. So it looks extremely unlikely that its treasure would be listed on a scroll created 600 years later. But the temple was rebuilt. A second temple replaced the first, and existed from the late 6th century BC to 70 AD. The Romans were faced with Jewish revolts in the 1st century, and as a retaliation, they destroyed the Second Temple. A remain of this Second Temple in the old city of Jerusalem is the Western Wall, or Wailing Wall. This wall was erected in the 1st century BC as a retaining wall for the Second Temple, which was being expanded. It has become a holy place in Judaism because of its proximity to the Second Temple, which no longer exists. The timelines seem to match quite well. The scroll was dated approximately from the time of the destruction of the Second Temple, or a bit later, but evidence that this treasure was from the temple lacks, and apparently the temple had not been emptied when the Romans took it, because they did send to Rome various items from it. These appear in Rome pictured on the Ark of Titus, the Roman emperor at the time. This ark was erected to commemorate the deification of Titus and his victory over the Jewish rebellion in Judea. So it doesn't fully work either, and this is why many specialists consider that either the treasure did not exist, or that it was retrieved long ago by the Romans, by the Jews, or by looters. But if it did exist, there are more than 60 different locations where it would have been hidden, so who knows? Some of them that haven't been identified may still wait for someone to discover a treasure that has been waiting for almost 2,000 years. And now let's move on to our third story for tonight. And with this one we're going to stay in the Middle East, but a millennium later. Do you know where the word assassin comes from? It's Arabic originally, Hashishiyin or Hashashiyan in Persian, and it means hashish eaters. Hashish means herb, but it is also the name of the drug made with the resin of cannabis. And then the word passed to Italian and French as a synonym for murderer, and then to English in the 16th century. But Hashishiyin, assassin, was a derogatory name given by their opponents to an order who lived in the mountains of Persia and Syria at the time of the Crusades and until the Mongol invasion of the region. They created a state, and they held several strongholds, but they also used tactics of infiltration to assassinate their enemies or people standing in their way, and even kill individuals for a price when it could further their goals or help protect their state, which, as we're going to see, was constantly threatened. So don't believe their order was about drugs. On the opposite, it was very organized. They followed a discipline and a dedication to their cause that frightened their enemies. In this story, we are going to explore who were the assassins, where they came from, how they operated, and what happened to them. This order, or more precisely maybe this sect, appeared in the context of succession conflicts between Sunni and Shia Muslims. You know that there are two main branches of Islam. The biggest one in terms of number of believers is Sunni Islam, which is followed nowadays by more than 80% of the world's Muslims. The other is Shia Islam, which is present in many countries as a minority, but is particularly strong in Iran, where it dominates. This schism appeared relatively early in the history of Islam, in the 7th century, over a succession conflict. At the time, Islam was expanding very fast to the Middle East and North Africa, at the expense of an old Persian empire, the Sassanids, and of the Eastern Roman Empire of Byzantium. In a sense, this new empire was victim of its success. In 656, its leader, the Caliph Uthman, was assassinated by rebels. And Uthman had a strong legitimacy because he was a notable companion of Prophet Muhammad and also one of his son-in-law. After his death, a succession crisis erupted for reasons that were essentially political, not religious. And this is when two main branches of Islam appeared. Over time, they also diverged in terms of traditions and rites, and there were more schisms within Shia Islam in the following centuries. A major one happened in the 8th century, also over a succession crisis, and it gave birth to a branch of Shia Islam called Ismailism. With this political and religious infighting, the Muslim empire of the 7th century went into more and more fragmentation, with several states and dynasties that claimed to be the most legitimate successors to the first caliphs. And in the 10th century, Ismailism was the branch of Islam that dominated a state centered on North Africa and Egypt, the Fatimid Caliphate. At the same time, other large, powerful Muslim states included the Abbasids in the east, in Persia and large parts of Iraq, and the Umayyads in the west, in North Africa and Spain. But for these states that were the successors to the first caliphate, the worst was still to come. In the years 1000, an invasion coming from Central Asia by a Turkic dynasty called the Seljuks hit the Middle East. They had converted to Sunni Islam, and they invaded Persia at the expense of the Abbasids, who kept a religious role but were stripped of their political power, and they pushed to the west in the 11th century at the expense of the Fatimids. Actually, the First Crusade was targeted at this new Seljuk Empire that had taken control of Jerusalem. At the time, many cities and provinces in the region, in the Levant, were nominally under control of the Seljuks, but in practice they were almost independent. And for a part, it helped a lot the Crusaders to conquer cities and create small states in the Levant and stay for decades, because they were not faced with a coordinated response. They launched their invasion at a time when the region was far from unified, and the Seljuks had a loose control over many of their possessions. It is in this context that the sect or the order of assassins was born. The Seljuks had quickly overwhelmed parts of the Middle East, and their main Muslim opponent was now the Fatimid Caliphate, centered on Egypt. A new political feud erupted within the Fatimid Caliphate, and yet again a split happened. Ismailism split, and a new branch of it called Nizari took its independence. Behind its leader, Hassani Sabah, this new group, this new sect, fled to Persia and created a sort of state that didn't consist of a single piece of land, but was rather a nexus of strongholds throughout modern Iran and Syria. The most important one that can be considered their capital was the fortress of Alamut in the mountains south of the Caspian Sea. These fortresses, with small territories around, were surrounded by huge areas of hostile territory. As the Nizari had only enemies, the Seljuks in particular, but everyone was against them. They were seen as heretics by all other Muslims, and they were heavily outnumbered. So the need to survive in such a hostile environment shaped their organization and their mentalities. They couldn't afford open battles and conventional warfare, so instead they focused on the defense of their fortresses that could be defended with few men and were virtually impregnable or at a terrible human cost, and after a long siege. And they trained a select group of fighters called the Fedayin, meaning those who sacrificed themselves. The order had many other ranks and functions. It was also a state, even though not in a conventional sense because its fortresses were scattered over a large area. But it is often remembered mainly for its assassinations. This is a bit unfair to the Nitsari because they were not created as an order dedicated to infiltration and assassination. They excelled at it to survive, mainly. And with success because they survived for 166 years, surrounded with enemies who wished for their destruction. But they also developed a specific culture, a version of Islam that emphasized esotericism and a literary tradition. It was much more than a secret society of mercenaries, like they are often pictured, typically like in the Assassin's Creed video games that are partly inspired by them. This is a sensationalist picture of what they really were. But still, because they couldn't defeat armies, they targeted leaders, and many of their political adversaries were assassinated by Fedayeen. These murders were most of the time committed in public spaces to intimidate, and the assassins quickly became famous for them. At the time, this tactic of assassination was not limited to them. The Seljuks and the Crusaders too used it, but their fame as killers was such that most of the time an assassination would be attributed to the order. Over several decades, they eliminated hundreds of people, almost always prominent figures like ministers, generals, governors, including one Seljuk vizier, an equivalent to a prime minister. But their order couldn't survive the wave of the Mongol invasion in the 13th century. If you are interested, I made a story about the Mongols. The Mongols overwhelmed the whole region where the Nitsari had their fortresses, and one after the other, the strongholds fell. They lost Alamut in 1256, and in a few years the order was disorganized and dismantled. Ismailism, of which they were a part, still exists. It is a minority branch of Islam, but it still has millions of followers, especially in Pakistan and India. Maybe you've heard of the Aga Khan. The Aga Khan is the Imam, the leader of the Nitsari Ismaili Shias. Their religious traditions and history are quite specific within the Muslim world, and they barely have a presence in the countries where the Nitsari state had its fortresses, but their branch of Islam can be traced to the 11th century, when the Fatimid Caliphate saw this schism between Shia Muslims. Hello everyone. Please make yourself comfortable. We have another long trip to the past on our menu tonight. More than 2,000 years ago, the Romans captured, sacked and completely demolished a city that had once threatened their very existence, Carthage. After many battles, over more than a century, the last Phoenician bastion in the world was no more, and a page of history was turned. Carthage was located in North Africa, in modern Tunisia, and it had been one of the largest, most advanced and most influent cities of the ancient world. But its history had started far from the shores of Tunisia, and long before Rome even existed, far to the east, in the Levant. This is the page of history we are going to explore tonight. You certainly heard of Phoenicia, an ancient civilization from the Middle East, oriented towards the sea, that dominated trade in this part of the world 3,000 years ago, and founded colonies all around the Mediterranean Sea, including Carthage. The Phoenicians keep many mysteries. For a long time they were considered almost a lost civilization, because of the relative lack of written records about them. We will see why. But that's a paradox, because the Phoenicians made many contributions to the advancement of culture and techniques. They had the world's oldest known alphabet. They did not invent writing, but as far as we know, they were some of the first to write words made of letters, as opposed to writing systems based on ideograms, like the Egyptian hieroglyphs, for example. They influenced the Hebrew, Arabic, and Greek alphabets, and in turn the Latin alphabet that we use all the time. But this is just one thing among many others we will discuss tonight. I will also tell you of their origins, their culture, their religion, how ancient trade worked, the founding of cities and colonies, and of course the Epic of Carthage. Around the 12th century BC, more than 3,000 years ago, in the Middle East, in Southeast Europe and North Africa, there was a time of economic, political and urban collapse for several powerful and ancient cultures. This sudden change, this event, is called the Late Bronze Age collapse, and it affected different civilizations at the same time. Some survived, but were very weakened, like Egypt and its new kingdom, or the Assyrian Empire from Mesopotamia. Others collapsed, like the empire of the Hittites from Anatolia and the Levant in modern Turkey and Syria. In Greece, the ancient Greek culture, called Mycenaean Greece, I told you about it in various stories already, was also very affected. Large cities and towns that were the centers of the economy declined dramatically, and life became organized around small, isolated villages. This lasted for several centuries, a period that has been called the Greek Dark Ages, before Greece began a cultural rebirth, rebuilt its cities, and developed the classical culture that made it so influential. The reasons for this late Bronze Age collapse are not very well known. There are multiple possible explanations, including volcanic eruptions, droughts, changes in military technology, because iron working would have begun to appear at this time, possibly invasions or migrations, most probably wars too, and maybe a combination of these different reasons. But what we know is that suddenly, over 3 or 4 decades, states and cultures that were flourishing in this part of the world all declined at the same time. I am telling you this because even though the late Bronze Age collapse was a leap backward, it was also a transition phase, and new cultures or new peoples emerged from it, either because they were liberated from the dominance of others, or they were better adapted to the new times that were beginning. And this was the case of the Phoenicians, as the Egyptians, the Mesopotamians, the Anatolians, or the Greeks that surrounded their region of origin were losing their political structures and were becoming unable to project their influence, their culture, their trade, or their armies. The Phoenicians rose to prominence. For about 1,000 years, with periods of expansion and decline, their maritime network would spread all around the Mediterranean Sea and make them some of the most skilled and wealthiest merchants and mariners of the antiquity. So it is during this period of the 12th century BC that the Phoenicians rose as an advanced, independent civilization and original society. They benefited from the decline of their neighbors, but they were there long before, in a coastal region that was centered on modern Lebanon and extended to Israel, to Palestine to the south, and Syria to the north. The Phoenicians belonged to a group of people called Canaanites, the peoples that lived in Canaan, a term familiar to readers of the Bible. But what is Canaan exactly? Canaan was at the same time the name of a region that corresponds to the Levant, that is to say, the stretch of land or the land bridge between Africa and Eurasia. The term Levant was defined in Europe in the Middle Ages to name a region with unprecise limits to the east. It means literally where the sun rises. There was a time when the term included Egypt, Turkey, or even Greece, but in the past couple of centuries, or in archaeology, its definition was limited to the stretch of land between Egypt and Turkey. In Arabic, there is a similar term, al-Mashriq, the Mashriq, meaning the eastern place where the sun rises. But the definition of the Arabic Mashriq is wider. It encompasses the entire Arab Middle East, the eastern part of the Arab world. So Canaan, as it appears in the Bible, corresponds to the southern Levant that provides the main settings of biblical narratives, the land of Israel, Philistia, a confederation of cities, and Phoenicia, among others. The term Canaanite, to name the inhabitants of Canaan, is like a catch-all term, because it was not a single country, not even a single ethnic group. For example, it is believed that the Philistines, the inhabitants of Philistia, were a people of Indo-European origin that had similarities with the Mycenaean civilization of Greece. They arrived and settled at the time of the late Bronze Age collapse. But still, Canaanites are considered a relevant category because they populated the same region. There was a lot of overlap between populations. There were reciprocal cultural influences, and their languages belonged to the same family of Semitic languages. And in the 2 or 3 centuries before the late Bronze Age collapse, Canaan, the southern Levant, became the region where the spheres of influence of powerful empires from Mesopotamia, Egypt, and Anatolia, the Hittites, converged and overlapped. They all fought for it, first because they wanted to expand and secure their frontiers, second because Canaan was a crossroads and it gave access to trade with other regions, and also because of its resources. In particular, the north, what is modern Lebanon and would be called Phoenicia, had forests that could provide logs, timber for shipmaking, or monuments and palaces. The Egyptians and Mesopotamians lacked this resource, whereas Phoenicia had plenty of native cedar wood that was very sought after. So they all tried to secure trade with cities of Phoenicia that could sell timber, or even better, submit them. In the 15th century BC, these cities were under Egyptian influence. The cities were independent from one another, and the largest and most influent at the time was Byblos. But there were also Sidon, Tyre, Beirut, which made them easier prey for foreign powers because they were very small states. In the 14th century BC, the Hittites captured Phoenician cities, especially in the north, and Egypt lost its coastal holdings. But despite these recurrent wars, in which they were at stake, Phoenician cities managed to prosper during this period. They processed and exported cedar wood. They could support large populations because they had a temperate climate, and the land was fertile, and they also played on their central position between powerful and wealthy empires to become centers of trade and also centers of craft. Byblos, for example, became a center for bronze making. The region was nearing the Iron Age, but bronze was still by far the most used type of metal. The city received precious goods such as tin and lapis lazuli that it transformed, and it managed to keep a degree of autonomy. It was not annexed by anyone. Other cities like Tyre and Sidon did the same. They were independent from one another and rival. Despite being culturally very close, each one had its small territory, and they didn't form, they actually never formed a single state. And then came the late Bronze Age collapse. That was disastrous for many civilizations in the region, but not for Phoenician cities. Quite the opposite, actually. Maybe because they were small city-states, it was easier for them to stay united. And also the weakening or disappearance of their neighbors left a vacuum that they could fill. They became the only maritime and mercantile powers in the region, a status they would maintain for several centuries. And they also helped the Mediterranean economy to recover in the 11th and 10th centuries BC, after the collapse. For example, they re-established long-distance trade that had been lost between Mesopotamia and Egypt. This period of emergence as an original and independent civilization is sometimes called the Phoenician Renaissance. But instead of staying in their corner of the Mediterranean Sea, Phoenician cities became more and more outward-looking. The collapse of all main powers in the east of the Mediterranean had left them with an opportunity to expand to the west as maritime and trade powers, and they used it. the creation of Carthage and many other settlements around the Mediterranean Sea would be a consequence of this. Before we talk about Phoenician expansion and the most successful of their colonies, Carthage, let's take a look at Phoenician society and religion. Politically, I told you that the Phoenicians were never united. There were independent city-states that rarely allied, as far as we know, and they were governed by hereditary kings. The kings were considered representatives of the gods, and they carried a lot of obligations, of duties concerning religious processions and rituals. In the high spheres of society, there were also classes of nobles and merchants. We don't exactly know how separated these classes were, whether they mixed or stayed very separated. Another powerful class was priesthood, which was apparently very influential. Of course, all these people accounted for only a small percentage of the population, maybe a few hundreds per city-state, whereas the vast majority of the population worked as farmers, craftsmen, soldiers or sailors. Compared with other antique societies, the Phoenicians had a very high proportion of mariners, and their economy was totally oriented towards the sea and trade routes. From the moment they rose to prominence in the 12th and 11th centuries BC, they became the intermediaries between the various peoples that spanned the Mediterranean Sea, further and further west, until they reached the Atlantic Ocean, Morocco and Portugal. These distances were huge for the antiquity, several thousand miles, and to travel such distances they needed good ships. In the 12th century BC, they already built large merchant ships. Of course, they were helped by the abundance of cedar wood. But they became expert shipbuilders, and they introduced types of ships or innovations that lasted for the rest of the antiquity. For example, they developed the keel, the bottommost structural element on a vessel. It is a simple but very important element to stabilize ships when they travel on seas and not just follow the coastline. Centuries later, around 700 BC, they may have been the first to introduce the bireme. That is to say, a type of galley with two superimposed rows of oars on each side. Biremes were long vessels that were used as warships because they could go faster and be less dependent on the winds. So they were perfect to attack or sometimes escape from other ships. And they are also credited for later inventing the trireme, an even bigger, higher type of galley with 3 rows of oars. The Greeks copied these ships. They always had intense relations with the Phoenicians and actually began to compete with them on the sea when they recovered from the fall of the Mycenaean civilization. The Phoenicians also developed several other maritime inventions, like the amphora. This type of containers, generally made of ceramic, with a pointed bottom, that other Mediterranean cultures adopted because it was convenient to transport things by sea or land, from wine to oil to fish. Amphoras can fit tightly against each other, tied together with rope. And amphoras became a standardized measurement of volume for a very long time, until the Middle Ages 2000 years later. The Phoenicians also contributed a lot to ancient cartography. They established some of the first maps that covered the entire Mediterranean world. So they acted as intermediaries, but also sold the goods they produced. It is a constant in ancient trade powers. Together with international trade, you always find a large production of crafts and luxury goods. The Greeks also had it. I elaborated on that in the past story about the history of ceramic. I'll put a link in the description. Much later, Venice, when it was a major trade power of the Middle Ages, also was a center of production of fine crafts. International trade always stimulated a production of luxury or expensive goods with a high commercial value. For the Phoenicians there was glassmaking. They did not invent glass. Glass paste appeared centuries earlier in Mesopotamia and Egypt. But they became experts at making small glass objects, like beads and flasks. At the time, glass was an expensive material. They also exported all sorts of metalwork, of bronze, later iron and gold, ivory carving, woodwork. But the most prized Phoenician goods were fabrics. More specifically, fabrics dyed with Tyrian purple, named after the city of Tyre. The fortunes of Phoenician cities varied with time. I told you earlier that Byblos was probably the wealthiest and most influent when Phoenicia was disputed together with the rest of Canaan between their powerful neighbors before the Bronze Age collapse. But after, Byblos declined relatively, and successively Sidon and Tyre rose to become the richest and most powerful city-state of Phoenicia. It is people from Tyre who founded Carthage, when the city was at the peak of its power in the 9th century BC. Tyrian purple is also something I told you about in a story about the history of colors. It is also known as Phoenician red or imperial purple. This color was very rare in fabrics and pricey in the antiquity. It was expensive because the Phoenicians had a monopoly on it, and the extraction process of the dye was very labor-intensive. It came from a particular type of marine snails, which used to be very common in coastal waters, but was exploited to extinction. Because it was expensive, hard to find, and not obtainable with any other kind of dye, this imperial purple color became a symbol of power and wealth in Greek and even more in Roman culture, and a major source of income for the Phoenicians in the first millennium BC. To complete this overview of the economy, the Phoenicians were also big producers of wine. They helped propagate its consumption all across the Mediterranean. They founded colonies near mines, like in Cyprus, which had copper, and in Sardinia, and as far west as Spain, which in the antiquity was a major source of metals for the Phoenicians and later the Romans. Spain had gold, iron, copper, tin, and lead. These colonies were generally small most of the time, no more than 1,000 inhabitants, and they worked as trading posts. The only exception, and it's a big one, would be Carthage. In general, the Phoenicians did not have the numbers or the intention to create a large empire with many territories. What motivated them when they created colonies was control of trade routes, proximity to the places where resources could be extracted or sold, and increasingly competition with Greek cities. Greece had lost its first cities of the Mycenaean period, following the late Bronze Age collapse. The population had declined, and people in Greece, after the collapse, started living essentially in small villages. But in the first millennium BC, the Greeks progressively re-emerged as an urban civilization, also organized politically around city-states like the Phoenicians, and also very outward-looking, willing to explore the Mediterranean and establish a presence everywhere. So in the 9th, 8th, 7th centuries BC, there was a rising competition between Greek and Phoenician cities to put their flag on every corner of the Mediterranean Sea, where there could be trade to be made, and dozens of colonies were founded. The Phoenicians had more in North Africa and Spain, the Greeks in Italy, but there were places like Sicily or Crete where they had settlements that clashed sometimes. Overall, coexistence between the Phoenicians and the Greeks was peaceful, but they became commercial rivals at the time. Like for Greek colonies, the colonies of Phoenicia were fairly autonomous. Here again there was no desire to create any kind of centralized empire. The colonies were seen as little sisters or daughters of the original city-state. These colonies were only expected, at most, to send an annual tribute to their mother city, and it was seen as a kind of religious offering. Again, Carthage, that we are going to talk about in a few minutes, became an exception. But before elaborating on Carthage, let's take a look at Phoenician religion. It is not known very well, because few sources survived, and it is not always easy to distinguish Phoenician religious beliefs and traditions from their neighbors in Canaan. What we know is that they worshipped the pantheon that included a supreme god, El, E-L, common to various Semitic cultures, and another major deity was El's son, Baal, which meant master or lord. There were other deities like Melkart or Adonis, but we don't really know whether these are different names for the same gods or if they were different entities with different local names. The most important goddess was Astarte, sometimes called Astarte, which is how the ancient Greeks named her. This goddess was related to Ishtar from Mesopotamia. Because of its importance in the history of the Mediterranean, the Phoenician civilization is often looked at under the angle of trade or maritime activities, and of course under the angle of Carthage. But the Phoenicians were also intensely religious. I told you earlier that their kings were also religious leaders, that the priests had a strong influence, and it seems there was no clear distinction between the payment of taxes and religious offerings. Paying taxes and making offerings to the gods were ways of honoring one city and the divine in general. Phoenicians of all classes also made a lot of small votive offerings to their gods. A votive offering is the action of leaving an object in a sacred place, a temple, with no intention to recover or use it. This was widespread in ancient societies to gain favor with supernatural forces, and it still exists in various religious practices. So they offered objects, pottery vessels or small figurines, made especially to serve as votive offerings. Hundreds of these figurines have been retrieved in Phoenician ports. It is believed that rituals took place on ships before departure, and figurines or other ceramics were cast into the sea to ensure safe travels. It was not a very common practice, but it seems child sacrifices also happened in times of despair or for certain ceremonies. This also existed among other Canaanite cultures, and it is one of the practices that were severely condemned later in the Hebrew and then Christian Bibles. The high point, the peak of Phoenician cities in the Levant, when they were independent and completely dominated trade, was between 1200 and 800 BC. They did not disappear after that, and they kept their culture and relevance in trade for several more centuries. But they started to be faced with the rise of new empires that they just didn't have the size and population to resist. And so they fell under the sway of foreign rulers who reduced their autonomy. In the 9th century BC, the Assyrians from Mesopotamia began to conquer Phoenicia, and they forced Phoenician cities to pay heavy tribute in money, in goods, and natural resources like metals and wood. A century later, all cities except Byblos and Tyre were even annexed by the Assyrians. Some cities revolted, but their rebellions were suppressed, and the Phoenicians never managed to fully recover their independence. The Assyrian Empire collapsed, but it was quickly replaced by the Babylonian Empire. And the Babylonians also put Phoenician cities under vassalage. When the Babylonian Empire crumbled, this time because of the rise of the Persian Empire, the Achaemenid Empire, the Phoenicians had lived under pressure from foreign powers for several centuries. And instead of revolting, they found agreements with the Persians. They yielded themselves to Persia so they could pay tribute and provide the Persians with a powerful fleet against a high degree of autonomy. When Persia went to war with Greek cities in the 5th century BC, the Phoenicians provided most of the Persian fleet, and culturally they kept their specificity for the entire Persian period until the 4th century BC. At this point, they were still relevant in trade, but they were completely surrounded by Persian territories, and they faced tough competition from the Greeks. But on the other side of the Mediterranean Sea, a colony of Tyre, at the time the largest and wealthiest Phoenician city, had had an extraordinary development. It is time to talk about Carthage. The exact date when Carthage was founded is a bit uncertain, but it was most probably by the end of the 9th century BC, at a time when Phoenician cities were at the height of their commercial importance, but already under pressure from the Assyrians that forced them to pay tribute. And this only accelerated the founding of more colonies around the Mediterranean Sea, because many people from Sidon, Byblos, or Tyre, Carthage was a colony of Tyre, were willing to move to avoid paying heavy taxes to foreigners. Tyre had been very active in developing its commercial web in the western Mediterranean, especially in North Africa. At the end of it, there was Iberia, modern Spain and Portugal, with its valuable metal resources. And Tyre had also established its presence in islands like Sicily, Sardinia, and the Balearic Islands. The site of Carthage was probably chosen for several reasons. It was located in the central shore of the Gulf of Tunis, which gave it easy access to the sea. But at the same time it was shielded from violent storms that often happened in this part of the Mediterranean Sea. It was also close to the Strait of Sicily, which was strategically important because any ship that traveled between the eastern and western halves of the Mediterranean has to pass near Sicily. The Strait of Sicily is a bottleneck. On top of this good strategic location, the site had many advantages. The city was built on a kind of peninsula with a large lagoon on one side, which provided a lot of fish and a place for safe harbor. This peninsula was connected to the mainland by a single narrow strip of land, and the peninsula had hills, so it was a very good defensive position. And finally, there was arable land near the site of Carthage, which could support a large population. The result of this favorable location, the intensity of trade, because Carthage was about halfway between Spain and Phoenicia, near important islands like Sardinia and Sicily, and on top of that, a flow of Phoenicians willing to move to colonies, was that instead of staying small at a few hundred inhabitants like other colonies, Carthage grew exponentially in the 8th and 7th centuries BC. In 1 century, its population had increased from 0 to 30,000 people, a high number for the time. And meanwhile, its mother city Tyre was declining in the 7th century, especially as a consequence of the wars with the Babylonians. Tyre was besieged several times during this period. So, even though the inhabitants of Carthage remained very Phoenician in their culture, they were so successful and able to stand on their own that they started to identify as citizens of Carthage rather than citizens of Tyre. Contrary to other colonies that lived mainly from trade, Carthage had diversified. It also transformed a lot of raw materials and sold its own crafts. It produced a lot of food, and it had become a trade hub between Africa and the Mediterranean world. It could offer luxury goods like ivory, ostrich eggs and feathers, gold, plenty of food, and wine. The Carthaginians developed a Punic culture. Punic is the Latin equivalent of the Greek term Phoenician. Punic culture is the name of this Western Phoenician culture that developed far from Phoenicia. For example, certain deities became more important in Carthage. Others from Greece were also worshipped in the city, like Demeter, the Greek goddess of agriculture. It is also possible that Carthage retained Phoenician religious practices that had fallen out of favor in Tyre, like child sacrifices. This is uncertain. Historians still not agree whether the Carthaginians practiced them or not. So, bit by bit, Carthage was diverging, becoming independent from a mother city that did not have the means, or maybe even the desire, to keep it under control. By the middle of the 7th century BC, Carthage was so independent that it embarked on its own colonization process. And in the 6th century, Tyre and other Phoenician cities had submitted to the Persian Empire. They were incorporated into it. So Carthage was formally an independent power at this point. Another trait that distinguished Carthage from other Phoenician cities was that quickly Carthage had different and more ambitions. It had an affinity for maritime trade, like all Phoenician cities, but also for imperial and military expansion. Contrary to Byblos, Tyre, or Sidon, it engaged in territorial conquest. It became an expansionist power. It is unknown exactly why this happened in Carthage and in no other Phoenician city. For example, near Carthage there was another Phoenician colony, Utica, which was much older and had the same advantages. But Utica never embarked on such a project. Maybe it came down to a few influential individuals in Carthage, or events we don't know of. Or another theory is that Carthage received a lot of refugees from Phoenicia, fleeing the Assyrian and Babylonian conquests. They may have understood that the Phoenician model of being only a maritime power, with a small population and not much land, was very fragile and always at risk with large land empires as neighbors. At the time, the Greeks or the Etruscans were influent in the western Mediterranean Sea. They also had small states or city-states, but with larger territories than Phoenician states. And this threatened the Phoenician trade monopoly. And finally, domestic politics in Carthage may have been a factor. Very little is known of Carthaginian politics before the 3rd century BC, when wars with Rome began. But the throne of Carthage in the 6th century BC was occupied by a king, King Mago I, who was a general, and he developed the land army of Carthage with regular soldiers and mercenaries. His successors, who were from the same dynasty, continued this policy. So from the 6th to the 4th centuries BC, Carthage kept growing as a city, but more importantly annexed other Phoenician colonies in the western Mediterranean and conquered more land to administrate it directly. It occupied the coast of North Africa, from Morocco in the west to Libya in the east, plus Sardinia, Malta, the Balearic Islands, half of Sicily, and the south of Spain. Of course, this rise implied more neighbors and clashes with foreign powers. In Italy, there was a young rising power at the time, the Roman Republic, which was expanding from central Italy. But the time of war had not arrived yet. In 509 BC, at the end of the 6th century, Carthage and Rome signed a treaty that demarcated their spheres of influence. The two states had different approaches to their expansion. The Carthaginians were still very oriented towards maritime control and trade. They favored the control of coastal regions mainly, whereas Rome was more a land power. The Romans wanted to exploit the mainland, and their navy was secondary to their army. These were two different cultures, and the heritage of Phoenicia influenced Carthage a great deal here, but also a product of necessity. The Romans had direct neighbors in the north and south of Italy that could threaten them, whereas the city of Carthage was not close to any enemy that could attack by land. So in the 5th and 4th centuries, Rome and Carthage avoided war, and each kept growing. But the one conflict that could not be avoided for Carthage was with the Greeks. The different Greek cities too had many colonies in western Mediterranean, and this put them in direct competition with Carthage. The biggest stake in this rivalry was Sicily, which was half Carthaginian in the west and half Greek in the east. The most important Greek city in Sicily was Syracuse, and in 480 BC, the tyrant, the ruler of Syracuse, Gallo I, attempted to unite Sicily, under his rule obviously, with the backing of other Greek city-states. The word tyrant in modern English is rather negative, pejorative. It is a kind of cruel dictator. But the original Greek term only meant absolute monarch, someone who ruled without constitutional power. For much of ancient Greece, it was just a neutral term, just something factual. But it changed later, during classical Greece, when several Greek philosophers like Plato and Aristotle defined the tyrant as a person who rules without law, using extreme and cruel measures. This is when the term began to become negative. But returning to 480 BC, this ruler of Syracuse launched his conquest of Sicily by attacking other Greek colonies. And the threat to Carthaginian holdings in the west was quite obvious. So Carthage intervened, and an expedition was sent to Sicily, led by the king, King Hamilcar, from the same dynasty as Mago, the king who had begun to transform the Carthaginian army. The expedition was a big failure for Carthage, Hamilcar lost some of his army on the way to Sicily due to poor weather, and then when the two armies met, the Greeks won a decisive victory. Hamilcar died, so there was a power vacuum in Carthage, and the nobles of the city sued for peace. After this war, Carthage was left with only a marginal presence on the coast of Sicily. But the most important consequence was a political turning point. Monarchy disappeared, and the elite of nobles and traders created an oligarchic republic in Carthage, a model closer to the Roman Republic, in which assemblies of noble and common people had the power to constrain their rulers. Despite this big political change, it was only a setback for Carthage, and the losses in Sicily were compensated with more territories conquered in Spain and North Africa. In the 5th century BC, Carthaginian navigators went even further outside the Mediterranean Sea. They passed the Strait of Gibraltar between Europe and Africa. They were not the first ones. This region had been mapped for centuries, but they went further than their predecessors. To the north, they explored the Atlantic coast of Europe, and to the south, along the coast of Africa, they went as far south as Senegal, which is quite far. For comparison, the Spanish and Portuguese navigators of the Middle Ages did not dare to go that far south. And it is only 2,000 years later, in the 15th century, that the Portuguese dared to go as far. The Carthaginians never managed to reconquer all of Sicily. They tried again, a second Sicilian war 70 years later after the first one, and a century later there was a third one, but it always ended in status quo. The big challenge was yet to come. Despite all its wealth and its undisputed control of the western Mediterranean Sea, a new great power was rising to the north, the Roman Republic. By the beginning of the 3rd century BC, Rome had expanded too. It had secured its frontiers to the north of Italy. It had gained territories towards the south too, and Rome was definitely an expansionist power. So was Carthage, and the western Mediterranean was not large enough for both. Carthage, the city, had reached an impressive size at this point. I told you earlier that the city had 30,000 inhabitants in the 7th century BC. In the 3rd century BC, 400 years later, it now had 500,000. These are just estimates, but they give an order of magnitude. This made Carthage not only the largest city in the Mediterranean world at the time, but possibly in the world. There are very few contemporary descriptions of the city itself. We know it had powerful walls, dozens of mansions, of palaces for wealthy traders and nobles. It had temples, probably public buildings like public baths, and very busy markets everywhere. The port was huge. There are many descriptions of the countless commercial vessels that the Carthaginians owned, probably hundreds, and they were renowned from Italy to Greece to even Phoenicia and the Middle East for their mercantile skills and their wealth. But Carthage was not just a mercantile culture. It had also put a lot of emphasis on agriculture, which was less rooted in Phoenician culture. On miles and miles around the city, There was a considerable number of farms, of orchards and vineyards, with large private estates that travelers from Rome and Greek cities have described. The Carthaginians had a very rich material culture. They consumed not only the luxury goods they produced, but goods coming from far away, from the Middle East, Greece, even sub-Saharan Africa on the other side of the Sahara. As we are going to see, they lost the first war with Rome, and after that they embraced agriculture and industry even more as a way of compensating for some of the overseas territories they had lost. What triggered the war with Rome was a military intervention that Carthage made in Sicily, after which Carthaginian forces were present in the Strait of Messina, which is the very narrow channel between continental Italy and Sicily. This put Carthage closer than ever to Roman interests on the continent in Italy, and the Romans reacted immediately by attacking the Carthaginians, which started the First Punic War. That is to say, the first war between Rome and Carthage, and this was in 264 BC. Both powers were at the height of their power at the time. Carthage probably had an advantage in navy and wealth, whereas Rome had more manpower and a very organized and effective land army, which the Carthaginians tried to compensate with mercenaries. This First Punic War lasted for more than 20 years, not 20 years of continuous battles. It took time to send expeditions. The Romans managed to land in Africa, but they were repelled, whereas Carthage had victories on the sea. But after this, Carthage suffered a string of defeats that forced it to sue for peace, and to make things even worse, it was faced with a large mutiny of troops that it employed, and the uprisings of settlements in Africa. So there was a kind of civil war, and when it ended, and Carthage could stabilize its situation, the city had a huge indemnity to pay to Rome, and the Romans had used the events of this mercenary war to seize Corsica and Sardinia. This first war had weakened Carthage temporarily, but not destroyed it at all. Actually, it rebuilt itself, it rebuilt what had been destroyed, and restored its wealth. So, even though Rome had gained a bit of ground, the dispute was far from settled. 20 years of armed peace followed, but clearly one of the two powers needed to go. Animosity grew on both sides again, and in 218 BC, a second war started, which also lasted for a long time, 17 years, and is the most famous of these Punic Wars, because it saw spectacular action and threatened the existence of Rome itself. At the start of the war, the Romans had Italy, Sardinia and Corsica, and they had reinforced their navy. The Carthaginians had Iberia, Spain, as their main pool of manpower, and their army was very diverse. It came from various parts of North Africa, with also Spaniards, ethnic Phoenicians, a very large cavalry composed for a large part of Numidians, a people of North Africa who had a reputation for being very good horsemen. Numidia was located in what is the east of Algeria today. The Carthaginians also even had North African elephants, a species of elephants that went extinct during the antiquity, that they used as assault units and also for their psychological impact. They were terrifying to infantrymen who made the bulk of antique armies. The most famous episode of this war is the surprise journey of the Carthaginian commander-in-chief, Hannibal, with an army of tens of thousands by land from Spain to Italy, which implied crossing the Alps by surprise, a move that looked impossible for such a large army and its elephants, but that Hannibal achieved. He entered northern Italy, helped by Gaulish allies, and won several victories against the Romans, including one of the largest battles of the antiquity, the Battle of Cannae, in which the Romans were crushed despite their higher numbers. When they saw this, several allies of Rome switched side and went with Carthage. Hannibal was in Italy, and the situation looked critical for the Romans. But it didn't look that good either for Hannibal, because his army suffered from attrition as time passed, and the war in Italy lasted a decade during which the Romans refused to concede, and instead they used their large manpower pool and everything they had to field always more armies. The Romans were also better at siegecraft, and they could recapture the cities faster than Hannibal could take them. They could manage at the same time to more or less control Hannibal in Italy and send an expedition led by General Scipio Africanus, to Spain, and end Carthage's control over it while Hannibal was still in Italy. The final showdown took place near Carthage at the Battle of Zama, where the Romans, led again by Scipio, defeated the Carthaginians. The war was lost for Carthage, and the Romans imposed a very harsh peace, first because they always intended Carthage to disappear as a great power, and second for retribution, because this war had caused major devastation in Italy, and there had been a time, a few years earlier, before the victory, when the Romans could have been completely destroyed. If Hannibal had been successful at taking Rome, Carthage could have been at the dawn of another period of expansion, and the Roman Empire may never have existed. It is impossible to know, but in any case, the Roman victory in this war turned Rome into the dominant power of the Western Mediterranean. Rome gained all Carthaginian possessions, especially Spain, and Carthage was left as almost a Roman client state, with only its North African territory. After the Second Punic War, Carthage was still a large city, but the basis of its prosperity, its commercial network, its navy, which had been confiscated, its manpower, it was all gone. There was a Third Punic War, 50 years later, in which the Romans essentially finished Carthage. This war was supported by a group of hawkish Roman senators for political and imperialist reasons. Carthage still had attractive agricultural land in North Africa. There was still wealth to seize, and it was a profitable but low-risk operation for Rome. A pretext was found when Carthage was attacked by Numidia, an ally of Rome, and Rome intervened in support of its ally, in reality to take what remained of Carthaginian land and totally destroy the ghost of the biggest threat to Rome that had ever existed. After a long siege, Carthage was taken and completely destroyed in 146 BC. The last Phoenician political power had disappeared. We had left Phoenicia in the east of the Mediterranean Sea when the Persians had annexed the various cities or subjugated them. But even though they were part of the Persian Empire, these cities could retain their Phoenician culture and keep existing as commercial powers under the Persians. But their independence was gone forever. After the Persians came the invasion by Alexander the Great, by the Greeks, and Phoenicia was one of the first regions he conquered. In Alexander's empire, and later its successor in Lebanon and Syria, the Seleucid kingdom or empire, after Seleucus, one of Alexander's generals, Phoenician culture increasingly mixed with Greek culture. And after that, in the 1st century arrived the Romans that turned Phoenicia into one of their provinces. Phoenician culture continued to dissolve under Romanization, to the point of going extinct and no longer being distinguishable. The province was part of the Roman Empire for centuries, first of the whole empire, and then the Eastern Roman Empire, Byzantium. During this period, the old religion was abandoned, and Christianization progressed, until the 7th century, when the Muslim Arabs invaded the region, and a process of Islamization and Arabization started. At this point, Phoenician civilization was long gone already, after centuries of being masters of the sea and leaving an important mark on human civilization. Hello everyone. We are going to make another imaginary journey to the past tonight and follow the history of ancient Persia, from the beginnings of civilization in Iran thousands and thousands of years ago to the 7th century AD, when the last antique Persian Empire fell. In the Western tradition that we inherited from the Greeks and the Romans, the various kingdoms and empires that flourished in Persia were often seen as antagonists, as threats coming from the East, that even came close to dominate Greece, and later that threatened the Roman Empire. But there is so much more to ancient Persia. It was a beacon of civilization for centuries, with a cultural area that spreads far beyond the modern frontiers of Iran. Persia had a very tumultuous history. It was invaded multiple times. It received influences from India, from Central Asia, from the whole Middle East and Western civilizations. But the invaders that Persia couldn't push back militarily, it converted culturally. And a constant feature of Persia all along its history is that it always reappears, revives as an independent state before the Muslim conquest, as we're going to see tonight, or after. If you are interested, we could continue the story another time to explore the last 14 centuries to our days, which are no less fascinating. We will also talk about aspects of ancient Persian culture. including its religions like Zoroastrianism, its architecture. We will travel to Persepolis at the time of its splendor. We will relive the Greco-Persian Wars and many more things. So we have plenty of things to discover, but all you need to do now is adopt a comfortable position, relax, and let the sound of my voice guide you along the centuries. The first and probably the most famous Persian empire is the Achaemenid Empire that existed in the first millennium BC, from the 7th to the 4th century. It is the one that Alexander the Great destroyed and conquered entirely. The heartland of this empire was a region of the southwest of modern Iran, the region of Persis, where an ethnic group, the Persians, dominated. But when this first empire started, the ancient Persians were almost newcomers to the region. They had arrived 300 years before to a land that already had thousands of years of urban culture and had been influenced by other civilizations of Mesopotamia, Sumer, Assyria, Babylon. What became Persia is home to some of the most ancient remains of settlements, of agricultural communities in the world. The earliest ones are 10,000 years old. The southwestern part of modern Iran is part of the Fertile Crescent, which is a large region in the Middle East that stretches from Egypt to Mesopotamia, where many of humanity's first major crops were domesticated, and where the first large towns and cities appeared, followed by states during the Bronze Age, 5,000 to 6,000 years ago. Maybe with the influence of Mesopotamia, many prehistoric settlements were created to the east of the Fertile Crescent, on the Iranian plateau. If we take a look at the geography of Persia, its heartland and central historical region is an elevated plateau surrounded by mountain chains. It is not perfectly flat. It contains several mountain ranges and the altitude varies a lot, but overall it raises higher than the plains that surround it in the Middle East, in Central Asia, and in India. Geography is an element that can shape culture, and it definitely did in the case of Persia. The plateau is semi-arid. There are rivers that cross it, and some parts are fertile, but overall it is an environment where water was not as abundant as it was around the large rivers of Mesopotamia or the northwest of India or Egypt. Much later, Persia became famous for its gardens. In this environment where irrigation was mandatory, they were a sign of refinement and luxury. The Iranian plateau was not the easiest environment for large cities to appear, and indeed, long before the Achaemenid Empire, the most advanced culture technically and administratively, and the first states that we know of in this part of the world, emerged at the foot of the plateau, in coastal plains that are connected to Mesopotamia. This first civilization in Persia is called Elam, and it consisted of different kingdoms along the coast of the Persian Gulf that progressively expanded to the Iranian plateau. Eventually, they may have been unified under a single state, with its capital in the city of Susa. They had a writing system, but a lot of what they wrote was lost and disappeared. Elam had a proximity to other Mesopotamian cultures, but there were enough differences to consider it an independent civilization. It had its own language and a specific religion, probably influenced by its neighbors, but their deities were mostly forgotten, and little is known about their pantheon and their belief system. Elam lasted for almost 3,000 years, and was the predecessor of the Achaemenid Empire. It had a strong cultural influence on it. For example, the Elamite language remained an official language in the Persian Empire. So, since the beginning, I have used the terms Persia and Iran almost as synonyms, and up to a point they are, but not entirely. What are the differences between these two terms? Until the 1930s, the country was called Persia internationally, until it decided to change its official name to Iran, and this was adopted everywhere. So Persia became a historical term. It is no longer used politically. But the word Iran is way older than this. It corresponds to a group of peoples, the Iranians. The country became known as Persia in the West, mainly because of the Greeks. They were threatened by the Achaemenid Empire. Later they conquered it, and they named it Persia after the province of Persis, or Pars. They also named its capital Persepolis. Polis means city. But this central province of the Achaemenid Empire was only a small part of the empire itself. And later the various states known as Persia along history were not limited to it. So the name has a local origin that can still be found in the modern province of Pars or Fars in modern Iran, or in Farsi, the Persian language. Now, Iran is also a very ancient term, but it refers to the Iranian or Iranic peoples, who were a branch of these Indo-European peoples I told you about in many stories lately, about the Greeks, the Romans, the Celts, the Germans, the Slavs. Indo-European peoples emigrated from a region that is believed to be north of the Caucasus, and it started several thousand years ago, slowly and in several waves. They reached almost every region of Europe, where they mixed with the locals. We don't know in which proportions or exactly how things unfolded, because there are no written records of all this, of course, and it is mainly through languages or cultural features or more recently DNA that aspects of this migration have become better understood. Apart from their numbers, which are uncertain, what we know is that in many regions these Indo-Europeans had a strong cultural influence. Their languages prevailed, even though they evolved and diversified a lot due to the distances and local influences. With the exception of a few European countries, like Hungary or Finland, where the dominant language is not of Indo-European origin. All other European languages evolved from Indo-European roots. It doesn't mean we could understand these dead languages at all, but some of the words under different forms, some of the sounds, or the structure of speech have remained. Now, all Indo-Europeans did not migrate westward. Some went to the southeast, towards the Caucasus, Iran, and the northwest of India, hence the term Indo-European. And in these lands they also brought a new culture and language that left a strong footprint, even after centuries and centuries of mixing with earlier inhabitants. So the Iranian peoples were part of the migration. They are a branch of it. In the 3rd millennium BC, Indo-Europeans settled into Central Asia, and from there, several distinct ancient Iranian peoples emerged in the 1st millennium, stretching from Eastern Europe to West Asia. Antique peoples like the Aryans, the Bactrians, the Scythians, and more importantly for us, on the Iranian plateau, the Medes, the Parthians, and the Persians. This is how the Persians arrived in Iran, around 1000 BC, 3000 years ago, and like for many other Indo-European peoples, they assimilated, and for a part were assimilated, bringing a strong cultural change to the region where they had settled. The area occupied by Iranian peoples then shrunk in the 1st millennium AD because of other migration waves, the Slavs, the Germans, the Turks, and much later the Mongols. They were expelled or assimilated within these populations. But they still cover a large area that stretches from the Caucasus in the north to the Persian Gulf, and east-west from eastern Turkey to China. They are not alone in these lands, but they dominate demographically. All this history is behind the change in name of the country, from Persia to Iran. Persia was a historical term chosen by the Greeks that referred to either a small region or to ancient empires with moving frontiers, so the term Persia may be culturally accurate, but geographically it is very imprecise. And also in the 1920s and 1930s, when the change of name was decided, the term Persia was identified with a form of decline. For decades the country had shrunk and lost some of its prestige. In 1921, a general, Reza Pahlavi, took power and was proclaimed Shah, King of Persia, beginning a new dynasty that lasted until the Iranian Revolution of 1979. His priorities were to modernize Persia and reassert its independence, which was under threat by the influence of foreign powers, especially Russia and Great Britain. The change in name was a way of showing that a new start, a fresh beginning, was happening, and also to symbolically refound the country on a more ethnic basis, which distinguished it well from its Turkish or Arab neighbors. It is a fact that the country has a strong and distinct identity from the rest of the Middle East, a different language, different ethnicities. It has become the champion of Shia Islam. There were religious reasons to it, but in no small part this reflects its particularism. And this is how Persia became Iran 90 years ago. But both terms are extremely ancient, they are more than 2000 years old. Now let's return to ancient history. I told you that Iranian people settled around the 10th century BC on the Iranian plateau, and doing so they forced the Elamites to relinquish one area of their land after another. Three main peoples that we will speak more about occupied the plateau: the Medes, the Persians, and the Parthians, all three different Iranian groups. Elam was not really a threat to their independence, but Assyria was. At the time, the rising power in the Middle East was the Neo-Assyrian Empire. It is called Neo because the region of Assyria, in the north of Mesopotamia, had already expanded before. But starting in the 10th century BC, Assyria conquered large parts of the Middle East, mainly to the west, as far as Egypt, and to the north. The Iranian plateau was on its eastern frontier, and the peoples that populated it fell under its influence. They had to pay tribute to Assyria and obey its orders. The power of the Neo-Assyrian Empire was based on a large population, effective military tactics, and a technological edge. They were the first in history to be armed with iron weapons that were far superior to bronze weapons. They were lighter and stronger. At its peak, Neo-Assyria had conquered all its rivals: Babylonia, Elam, Phoenicia, Israel and Judah, and the other great power of the Middle East, Egypt. It became probably the most powerful state in the world at the time, and it developed an administration and ways of controlling a multinational empire that later inspired the Persians. But after 300 glorious years, Assyria began to disintegrate after the death of its ruler, King Ashurbanipal. This happened in the 7th century BC. A civil war began, and multiple peoples, including the Babylonians, the Medes, the Persians, raised against Assyria. At the end of the 7th century, Assyria was no more as an independent state, and the Iranian plateau had recovered its independence. But these decades of Assyrian domination, and then the war against Assyria, had transformed it. When they had settled in the region, the Medes or the Persians had a nomadic lifestyle based on breeding. Their small kingdom on the plateau had received Assyria's influence, and they had turned into larger and more centralized states with a sedentary population that could now raise armies and taxes in cities that had become bigger. The one kingdom that emerged as a leading power was that of the Medes. They expanded into Mesopotamia, and they founded the first Iranian Empire. But this empire of the Medes was short-lived, because it was replaced with the Achaemenids. The epic of the Achaemenid Empire was about to begin. The Achaemenids are a dynasty, and the empire was named after them, like for the Ottomans, for example. And they were not Medes, but Persians. Like the Medes, the Persians had evolved since their arrival on the plateau around 1000 BC. They had changed from groups of nomads to a sedentary kingdom that had repelled or conquered the Elamites, and they had even installed their capital in the previously Elamite city of Anshan. The ancestor of this dynasty was called Achaemenes, hence the name of the family, but it is unknown with certainty whether he was real or mythological, because there are no records of his life or his actions. The name of Achaemenes and his successors are transliterations of Persian words into Greek. This is how we know them, and these are the names I will use. But obviously they called themselves in the ancient Persian language. Achaemenes would have lived around 700 BC, but his dynasty really became important 4 or 5 generations later, with King Cyrus II, also known as Cyrus the Great, who created this empire. This genealogy is known mainly from the Cyrus cylinder, an ancient clay cylinder with inscriptions that was discovered in the ruins of Babylon and dates from the 6th century BC. It is contemporary to the foundation of the Achaemenid Empire, but the accuracy of its content cannot be cross-checked with other documents. When Cyrus II inherited the kingdom, the Medes were the dominant power of the Iranian plateau. But he revolted against them, captured the capital and the king, and proclaimed himself his successor. In fact, he absorbed a much bigger state than his own, and when he replaced the Median state with his own, he also inherited conflicts with the 2 main kingdoms at its frontiers, Lydia in what is now the west of Turkey, and Babylon, which had freed itself from Assyrian domination and had begun an expansion of its own, known as the Neo-Babylonian Empire. Cyrus the Great was one of the greatest conquerors of the antiquity. In the following years, he conquered and annexed his 2 main rivals, starting with Lydia. The last king of Lydia, who was defeated by Cyrus, was called Croesus. Little is known about him, but a legend appeared, started by Greek historians, about his supposedly fabulous wealth, hence the phrase rich as Croesus. Maybe the ancient Greeks were impressed with the size of Lydia, which was their neighbor on the other side of the Aegean Sea. In any case, Lydia was much larger than any Greek kingdom or city-state in the 6th century. But there is no solid proof that he was particularly wealthy or powerful. He was vanquished anyway in 546 BC, and the Achaemenid Empire annexed all of Anatolia. few years later, in 540 BC, Cyrus crushed Babylon and put an end to its influence, annexing a large part of the Babylonian Empire. This is why Cyrus is praised in the Hebrew Bible for his actions in the conquest of Babylon. By taking the city, he freed the captives from the kingdom of Judah, who could return to their land, and later he authorized the reconstruction of Jerusalem, including the Second Temple. I told you about this in a recent story about the Ark of the Covenant. We will come back to the cultural and religious policies of the Achaemenid Empire in a moment, because in fact it administrated very different peoples with a variety of cultures, languages and religions, and did it with quite a lot of toleration and autonomy in that regard given to its provinces. Cyrus lived for conquest, and after Babylon he turned to the east, expanding into Central Asia. He died on one of these expeditions in 530 BC, having conquered in 20 years the largest empire the world had ever seen. He was succeeded by his son Cambyses II, who continued conquests and added Egypt to the empire. The days when Egypt was a Middle Eastern power were long gone. At this point, Egypt had already been subjugated by the Assyrians before, but it was still a major conquest for the younger Achaemenid Empire because it had a large population and was still relatively wealthy. After Cambyses II began the golden age of the Persian Empire under Darius I, the third ruler of the empire, who stayed on the throne for 36 years. Darius kept expanding, but more importantly, he consolidated the largest state in the world by developing the administration, organizing provinces, and building a new capital, Persepolis. It is also under his reign that Greco-Persian wars began. So let's take a look at all of this. As I told you, the Persians had been very influenced by the culture of the region where they settled around 1000 BC, by Elamite culture and then by Assyria. As subjects of the Neo-Assyrian Empire, they witnessed the rise and administration of one of the first multi-ethnic and multicultural empires in history. They learned a lot from it, and when the time arrived to organize their own empire under Cyrus the Great, they created an elaborate system to raise taxes or tributes, to travel around the empire, roads, to control different regions or mobilize armies. The empire was organized in provinces called satrapies. Each one was governed by a satrap, a kind of viceroy, who reported to the central government and was assisted by a general for the supervision of the army and a state secretary for the keeping of official records. These two aides also reported to the central government, which was a way of keeping control of each satrapy. At differing times there were between 20 and 30 satrapies. Ancient empires rarely kept a permanent army because it was too expensive. There were professional guards and a few soldiers, but in small numbers. Cyrus the Great created the base of a permanent army, a group of 10,000 highly trained soldiers, an elite called the Immortals. He also created a postal system from Egypt to India or to Central Asia. The journey could take months, but thanks to relay stations and riders, information could reach the main cities and the capital in just weeks or even days. When it came to culture and religion, the Achaemenids were noted by their contemporaries, especially the Greeks, for their policy of toleration. There were, for example, several official languages in use. Old Persian was one of them, but so was Elamite, Akkadian, the dialect of Babylon, and Aramaic, another language spoken in Mesopotamia. There were different writing systems in use, depending on the languages, but Mesopotamian languages and Old Persian had a cuneiform script. What is it? Cuneiform was a type of script that appeared in the Bronze Era, several thousand years ago, initially developed to write the Sumerian language of southern Mesopotamia. It is named cuneiform for the characteristic wedge-shaped impressions from Latin cuneus for wedge. Along with Egyptian hieroglyphs, it is one of the earliest writing systems, and the signs are not letters, they are a mix of symbols that represent a word and others that represent syllables. Cuneiform writing coexisted in the Near East with the Greek and the Roman alphabets or Egyptian hieroglyphs until the 1st century BC, and it disappeared when the languages that used it went extinct or when people stopped writing them. In the following centuries it was replaced by alphabetical systems, Greek, Latin, Arabic, and the knowledge of these ancient written languages disappeared until the 19th century, when they were deciphered again, at least some of them, because ancient Near East civilizations that used this system left hundreds of thousands of tablets. There is 500,000 of them in museums across the world. And a lot of what we know about ancient Mesopotamia, including Sumer, Babylon, Assyria, the Hittites, the Elamites, comes from the decipherment of these tablets that could be official documents or letters or all sorts of records. The Greek language was also in use. I'm going to tell you about Greco-Persian wars in a moment, but we shouldn't see the relationship between the Persian Empire and the Greek world as two entirely separate worlds entering in conflict. Cyrus and his successors annexed various Greek-speaking regions in Anatolia or around the Black Sea, and there was a Greek minority within the frontiers of the empire. Greek was one of the languages used in Persia, among many others, and there were even Greeks working in the administration or in the building of palaces and cities long before the conquests of Alexander the Great. The most famous of these ancient Persian cities is probably Persepolis, a new capital built under Darius I, and we're going to take a look at it because it exemplifies the Achaemenid style of architecture and the wealth and power they had acquired. As I told you at the beginning, Persepolis is a Greek name. The ancient Persians called it Parsa. The site of Persepolis was chosen to create a brand new capital that would become the official and ceremonial center of the empire. But because the site was remote, in a mountainous region, it was not the most convenient residence for rulers of the empire, and they spent more time out of it in other residences like Susa. There was never a large population in Persepolis, so in that sense it is more a monument or a ceremonial complex than a city. It seems it was occupied seasonally, maybe to celebrate the Persian New Year, held at the spring equinox, and this was also the place where the nobility and representatives from provinces, from the satrapies, that paid tribute gathered to present gifts to the king. The buildings at Persepolis included 3 different groups. There were military quarters, a treasury, and reception halls and occasional houses for the king. All of this stood on a large artificial terrace, and because the city was built to showcase the power of the kings, the architecture was spectacular and imposing. Achaemenid architecture was a reflection of this empire. It was eclectic and borrowed elements from Egypt, Mesopotamia, Greece, to create a distinctly Persian style. Among the ruins of Persepolis, because the city was destroyed during the Greek invasion in 330 BC, less than 200 years after its founding, an element that stands out is the Gate of All Nations. It is a spectacular structure, the remain of a large room whose roof was supported by stone columns, and the entrances symbolically watched by massive statues of animals. There were 2 bulls to the west and 2 lamassu to the east. The lamassu were Mesopotamian protective deities, hybrids of a bull or a lion with wings and a human head. At the time when Persepolis was built, Persian kings had adopted a new state religion that became strongly associated with ancient Persia, Zoroastrianism. It is named after its spiritual leader or prophet, Zoroaster, who lived in the first millennium BC, and it entered recorded history in the 5th century BC, when it became a state religion. As far as we know, there were never any persecutions or attempts to impose this religion by the Achaemenids, but it gave it a status in what was now the largest empire in the world. By the 5th century BC, it is estimated that the empire had a population of almost 50 million, out of a world population of maybe 120 million. That is to say, if these estimates are true, about 40% of humanity. In terms of land controlled, it was much less than that, but the Persian Empire had very populated regions like Egypt or Mesopotamia that concentrated a large part of the world's population at the time. Zoroastrianism, which is also called Mazdayasna sometimes, centers on the belief in a benevolent supreme being, a Hara Mazda. It contains an elaborate cosmology, a tale from the creation of the world to its upcoming end, and it enjoins its followers to reject evil, save their soul, and follow a number of rituals. These include the worship of fire, seen as a purifying force, or burial rituals. In the Persian tradition, the dead were not immediately buried, but they were placed inside a structure, or on top of it, a sort of tower called Tower of Silence, where dead bodies were exposed to carrion birds like vultures. But Zoroastrianism had and still has many different aspects. It is little known nowadays, but it hasn't disappeared. Persian rulers kept it as the state religion for more than 1,000 years, until the Muslim conquest of Persia. After the conquest, a small minority continued to exist in Iran, but the majority converted or emigrated. Today there are Zoroastrian minorities in India and Pakistan, also in North America, but this faith only has something between 100 and 200,000 followers in the world. Still, it hasn't disappeared, and it is one of the oldest continuously practiced religions in the world. At the beginning of the 5th century, still during the reign of Darius, the Persian Empire entered in a conflict with Greece. The Persians had already conquered land north of Greece, the province of Thrace. But then there had been a revolt on the Aegean coast of Anatolia, where the ancient kingdom of Lydia was before its conquest by Cyrus. This was right in front of Greece on the other side of the Aegean Sea. And some Greek cities like Athens had supported the rebellion. This began a long period of war, during which Greek cities fought for their survival against an empire that was much bigger and powerful than they were. But against the odds, the Greeks resisted and almost prevailed. In 492 BC, a Persian expedition resubjugated Thrace and forced the kingdom of Macedonia to become a vassal, the same Macedonia that would produce Alexander the Great several generations later. But 2 years after that, in 490 BC, Persian forces were defeated by the Athenians at the Battle of Marathon, a major battle of the antiquity. The forces on each side are not known precisely, but the Persian army was far bigger than that of Athens. But the Greeks could choose a good site for the battle. There were marshes and mountains that prevented the Persian cavalry from joining the infantry, and with brilliant maneuvers they were able to envelop the Persians and rout them, causing the army to break in panic towards their ships. This victory gave Greece a long respite, because as Darius was preparing his revenge with a new invading force, his province of Egypt revolted, and he had to postpone a new Greek expedition. 10 years passed, and it is the son and successor of Darius, Xerxes I, who tried to complete the job, with an even bigger army than his father's. He organized a massive invasion by the north. In the first invasion, Athens was fighting almost alone, only with minor allies. But this time, many more Greek cities joined the war, especially Sparta, the other major power among Greek cities. In the first invasion, Sparta had not replied to a call for help from Athens, which was dishonorable and had remained as a stain on its reputation. This time, the Spartans threw all they could in the war, starting with a first battle that became legendary, the Battle of Thermopylae. It is the battle that inspired the 300 comic books and movies. Thermopylae was a Greek defeat, but a heroic one. The battlefield was a narrow coastal pass, and during the battle, the small force led by the king of Sparta, Leonidas, managed to block for 2 days the only road by which the massive Persian invasion force could pass tens of thousands of men. But that was not enough to win. Estimates vary, but in average, modern historians believe that the Greek force amounted to around 7,000 men, when the Persians were 10 to 40 times more numerous. They suffered massive casualties, many more than the Greeks, but they could finally pass and keep advancing towards the south of Greece. The road to Athens was now open, and the city had been evacuated. Xerxes took it and sacked it, and at this point the situation looked desperate for the coalition of Greek cities. They faced the possibility of being overwhelmed and turned into a satrapy of the Achaemenid Empire. But victory changed side. A few months later, the Greeks won a decisive victory over the Persian fleet and forced Xerxes to retreat to the other side of the Aegean Sea, in modern Turkey. The land army that he left behind was isolated, and the following year it was destroyed at the Battle of Plataea. This time the Greeks had had time to gather a much bigger force of around 80,000 men against a Persian army of about the same size or slightly bigger. At the time this was the largest Greek army ever assembled, and it prevailed, putting an end to this second Persian invasion. After that, the Persians lost their territories in Europe, and Macedonia retook its independence. Hostilities didn't cease between Greek cities and the empire in the following decades, and peace was finally signed only in 449 BC, 50 years after the beginning of these wars, leaving Persia slightly worse off than it was before. This was a setback, and indeed the best period of the Achaemenid Empire was now behind it. Expansion ceased. The resistance of Greece had been a problem, but more than anything, the empire was very big, and keeping it together required a lot of energy. This is a problem all empires in the antiquity faced. When they became large, they were victims of their success. They had multiple enemies on their frontiers, and it took time to move armies. The provinces were different from one another, and succession crises often happened. Even the Roman Empire, several centuries later, which probably had the most efficient administration ever created at the time, reached a point when it could no longer grow and had to accept a stagnation. For a century more, until the rise of Alexander the Great, this is what happened to the Achaemenids. Their empire was still formidable, the largest and most populated state in the world by far, but they focused on keeping it united. And they were faced with revolts, especially a major Egyptian revolt in 404 BC. Egypt was lost for 60 years and was only reconquered in 343 BC. And then, suddenly, the empire collapsed like a house of cards when it was attacked by the greatest conqueror of the antiquity, Alexander the Great. The conquests of Alexander are another story that I told you about years ago. In only 3 years, from 334 to 331 BC, Alexander defeated repeatedly the larger armies of King Darius III and conquered the entire empire. But Alexander's empire didn't last longer than its creator. At Alexander's death, it broke up with different states, governed by his generals and followers. One of his generals tried to take control over the bulk of Alexander's legacy in Asia, Iran, Mesopotamia, and later Syria and Anatolia. But this empire, the Seleucid Empire, began to decline after its founder's death and was expelled from Iran by a new force that would dominate ancient Persia for centuries and to an extent replace the Achaemenids, the Parthians. You remember when we talked about ancient Iranian peoples who had occupied the Iranian plateau, I told you about the Medes that repelled Syria and for a short time created the first Iranian empire. It was quickly taken over by the Achaemenids, who were Persians. There was a third major group that had its heartland in the east of Iran, north of the Persians and east of the Medes, the Parthians. They had been integrated into the Achaemenid Empire, and they had become a province of the new Seleucid Empire. The province of Parthia revolted against its Greek masters, but during this rebellion, another Iranian tribe arrived from the south of the Caspian Sea, led by its king Arsaces, and they invaded Parthia. From this base, Arsaces established a new independent dynasty on the Iranian plateau, a small kingdom that managed to remain independent for a century. And then, suddenly, by the middle of the 2nd century BC, like Cyrus the Great had done for the early Achaemenid Empire, a successor of Arsaces turned the small kingdom into a great power by taking Media and Mesopotamia from the Seleucid. A new Iranian empire was born, the Parthian Empire, that lasted until the 3rd century AD and managed to recreate a large state centered on Iran that stretched at its height from eastern Turkey in the west to Afghanistan in the east. Like the Achaemenids, the Parthian Empire was culturally heterogeneous and made a synthesis of Greek, Persian, and various local regional cultures. The Parthians never could recreate the wealth and expansion of the Achaemenid Empire, but they lasted longer, and became the new incarnation of Persia. In the west of their empire, they clashed with Rome. Until the 3rd century, the state of war with Rome never completely ended, and the Parthians effectively blocked Roman expansion in the Middle East. They competed with Rome to control Armenia to the north, and there were numerous battles. One of the most notable during the late Roman Republic, when Rome had adopted for its government the triumvirate system. Power had been shared between 3 men, including Julius Caesar and his ex-mentor Crassus. Each of them tried to gain military glory by conquering land for Rome. And Crassus launched an expedition against the Parthians. He was soundly defeated in 53 BC, and in the following years, much of the Levant fell to the Parthians. Due to its geography, the Parthian Empire also benefited from the Silk Road, the land route that connected China to the Mediterranean Sea, and trade was a resource that helped maintain the empire. But in the end of the 1st century, the Romans could annex the Levant and the front lines moved to Mesopotamia. Wars between the Romans and the Parthians were most of the time inconclusive because of very different military tactics. The Romans relied a lot on heavy infantry, which was powerful in pitched battles, but also very slow. The Parthians, on the other hand, had mainly cavalry, either heavy riders in armor or mounted archers, and this meant that they were very hard to defeat for the Romans, because they were much faster and could harass or refuse to fight. But on the other hand, the Parthians had very little skill in siege warfare, so they would not really occupy conquered areas, and because of these weaknesses on both sides, neither the Romans nor the Parthians were able to annex each other's territory, and the status quo often prevailed. Rather than a foreign power, it is internal instability that put an end to the Parthian Empire. In 224 AD, in the 3rd century, the last king was defeated by one of his vassal peoples, the Persians, under yet a new dynasty, the Sueños. The Sueñian or Sassanid Empire is also called Neo-Persian Empire by historians, and it was the longest lasting of all of them. The same dynasty stayed in power for over 4 centuries, until the 7th century AD, and it replaced the Parthian Empire, but expanded it further, and almost reached the same size as the Achaemenid Empire when it was at its height. The Iranians became a superpower of the antiquity again during this period, and actually it is generally called the Sasanian Empire by historians after the dynasty, but it called itself Empire of Iranians. It carried on the legacy of its predecessors on many aspects. The state religion remained Zoroastrianism. It dealt with a variety of cultures, religions, and languages. The Persian language had evolved to a new form called Middle Persian, which is the linguistic ancestor to modern Persian. The writing system for the language had left behind cuneiform to replace it with an alphabet, or actually several different alphabets. and the cultural influence of the Sueños cannot be underestimated. Apart from Iran, the empire maintained a presence for centuries in what is now Afghanistan, the south of Central Asia, Pakistan, Iraq, and there were trade and cultural influences with China, India, Byzantium, the Arabian Peninsula. Actually, when the Muslim conquest started from Arabia in the 7th century and effectively destroyed the Sasanian Empire, it also embraced a lot of its culture. The Persian Empire formed the basis for much of early Islamic culture, be it architecture, the arts, music, literature, even philosophy. And the absorption of the Neo-Persian Empire is one of the mechanisms through which the Muslim world quickly took in a large intellectual legacy from the antiquity. This empire also had a tumultuous history, with favorable periods when it was politically stable and in expansion, like in the 4th and the 6th centuries, separated by intermediate periods of difficulties and setbacks. But what characterizes its political situation the most is a constant state of war with Rome and then Byzantium, continuing the rivalry that the Parthians already had with this powerful neighbor. These Roman-Persian wars that began in the 1st century BC and ended in the 7th century AD, that is to say almost 700 years, these are the longest lasting conflicts in human history, and they ended without a victor. The fighting was not constant, it was more a series of wars, and it culminated in a Byzantine Sasanian War from 602 to 628 AD, during which the Sasanians laid siege to Constantinople, the capital of Byzantium, but without success. I will also put the link to the story about the history of Byzantium in the description for you. In this war, the Sasanians were successful for the first 20 years. They took much of the Levant, Egypt, and parts of Anatolia from Byzantium, and this is the time when they reached their maximal expansion. But the war turned into a disaster in the last years. After the failure in front of Constantinople, they were forced onto the defensive against Emperor Heraclius, who campaigned in the heartland of Persia. A civil war broke out, the Persian king was killed, and they had to sue for a peace that brought back the two empires to the pre-war status quo. But the war had also exhausted the belligerents, politically and militarily. So when the Arab invasion began, a few years later, this was at the worst possible moment for both. And this is one of the reasons why the Muslim conquest was so quick and could take much of Byzantium and all of Persia in such a short time. By the middle of the 7th century, the Sasanian Empire was gone. Iran was officially converted to Islam. Judaism, Christianism, or Zoroastrianism maintained a presence that declined but was never entirely suppressed, including to our days. But the dominant religion became Islam, and after an early schism, Shia Islam. With an already long history and a vast cultural area. Persia didn't disappear with the end of its last antique empire. Quite the opposite, actually. It continued to be a cultural and intellectual center inside the Muslim world, and its very eventful history continued with periods of invasions and rebirth during the Middle Ages and modern times. But this was the end of the antiquity for Persia, and the end of our story for tonight. By the end of the 8th century, as medieval Europe was slowly emerging from the Dark Ages, people coming from the north, by sea, began to launch unexpected raids against coastal towns and villages around the Baltic Sea and the North Sea. In a few decades, they went always farther, adventuring as far south as Spain, North Africa, and the Mediterranean, and as far east as the Volga River. In some regions, they attacked and looted, only to disappear as fast as they had arrived. In other regions, they settled. They also explored, from the vast steppes of what would become Russia to the cold waters of the North Atlantic Ocean, all the way to Iceland, Greenland, and America. These people were Norsemen, that we also call Vikings. We will see where the term Viking comes from. European chronicles of the time depicted them with a mix of fear and condemnation, because they were looters and merciless warriors. They were also pagans, at a time when many of the regions they attacked were populated by Christians. The fear of the Norsemen only receded in the 11th century, as they had settled and assimilated in regions out of their cradle in Scandinavia, and progressively Christianized. The particular way other Europeans came into contact with the Norsemen during the Middle Ages strongly influenced historiography. For a long time, even centuries after their raids had ended, they were seen as mere barbarians, until the beginning of a revival in the 18th and 19th centuries, a revival that sparked interest in their culture and made non-Scandinavians realize that they also had had an original culture that had formed long before the Middle Ages. This revival period also gave us new stereotypes or myths about the Vikings, stereotypes that are still very much alive today. I will tell you a little bit about that too. But just to give you an anecdote, an example, the way they are often pictured with helmets that have horns on them, horned helmets, is an invention of the 19th century. There was no trace of such helmets in contemporary descriptions or in archaeological remains. The way they are also often depicted as violent warriors, predominantly, is also very narrow. No society can sustain itself only on warfare. There were also farmers, fishermen, hunters, craftsmen. They had a complex society, and the majority of them stayed in Scandinavia, in what is now Denmark, Sweden and Norway. So tonight, we're going to take a look at the history, the culture, and the societies of the Norsemen, where they came from, why they suddenly expanded out of Scandinavia, how this changed the world, and left a trace from Russia to Normandy and Great Britain. This is going to be an overview of the Viking Age. So, make yourself comfortable, take a deep breath, and relax. We have a lot of things to explore. I also made a story about Norse mythology, if you are interested in their myth and pantheon. A story you can find on my channel. I will put links in the description, and also re-edited and narrated by Sarah, my American alter ego, on the new channel and podcast we recently launched, Lights Out Library. You will also find the links to it in the description and the first comment pinned under this video. I also invite you to check my Patreon page if you wish to support this channel. Between other things, it helps keep the channel free of ad breaks, even before videos. And if this is more convenient for you, you can also listen to my stories on Spotify, Apple Music, and other audio streaming platforms. After a few months of delays due to technical problems, releases of new stories are back on these platforms. I just had one about the history of submarines released. The history of the Silk Road will follow shortly. So audio streaming will quickly catch up with what you can find on YouTube. But for now, all you have to do is let me tell you the story. And it begins more than 1200 years ago, when the sails of Viking ships began to multiply on the Baltic and the North Sea. Traditionally, the beginning of the Viking Age is dated to 793 AD, when an attack took place against the Abbey of Lindisfarne in England. At the time, an important center of learning, where possibly dozens of monks lived. It was located off the coast of Northumberland, in the north of England, near the frontier with Scotland. The monks were thrown into the sea or carried away as slaves. The abbey was looted, and the Norsemen disappeared. This date, 793, was chosen because this attack was impressive. But it was not necessarily the very first one. Archaeology reveals that there were already contacts earlier in the 8th century between Scandinavia and Great Britain. The same with the southern shores of the Baltic Sea, which were close to Scandinavia, what is today Germany, Poland, and the Baltic states. These raids only intensified in the following decades. They reached new regions, and along the 9th century, the Viking scare spread to many coastal regions of Europe, and even inland, because on their ships the Norsemen also sailed on rivers, and they could attack settlements dozens of miles away from the sea. But who were these warriors? What did they look for? And why had they begun to explore out of Scandinavia? The Norsemen, or Norse people, had settled in Scandinavia centuries earlier, in antiquity, as a branch of Germanic peoples, collectively with the Celts, the Greeks, the Italic peoples, and many others. They were part of Indo-European peoples that migrated in successive waves from the steppes of Eurasia, starting thousands of years ago. I already told you about this ancient migration in various stories, so I am not going to repeat everything, but Indo-Europeans generally strongly influenced the regions where they arrived, mixing with the locals. We don't exactly know how peaceful this was, but it happened, and they brought with them cultural traits that became dominant in their new homelands, their various languages, their belief systems, or their social organizations. Depending on the geography, the climate, the history, or the local cultures they were influenced by, these peoples formed different cultures along the 2nd and 1st millennia BC. Their languages diverged from others. In a process that was not straightforward, they often migrated several times, and in different directions, sometimes encountering other peoples of Indo-European descent and mixing with them. We don't always know the exact ancient history of these migrations and mutual influences. But what is established is that around 2000 years ago, Nordic peoples that occupied the Scandinavian peninsula had acquired enough cultural specificities to form a common area, a cultural area. Why consider them as a single cultural entity? Because apart from similar social structures and customs, they also spoke the same language, Proto-Norse, the ancestor of Old Norse, the language that replaced it later around the 8th century, at the time of the Viking Age. Old Norse became in turn the precursor to the different languages spoken today by the Swedes, the Danes, or the Norwegians. And for that reason, these three languages share a lot of words and structures. So the Norsemen were at the same time an ethnic group, descending from Indo-Europeans and the local prehistoric population of Scandinavia. And they were also a linguistic group. They spoke the same language. It didn't mean they were united politically. For example, in the 9th century, the largest Norse state in existence was probably in Denmark, but it barely covered half of modern Denmark. It was centered on the Jutland Peninsula, the part of Denmark that is connected to the continent. At the same time, in Norway, it is estimated that around 30 different small kingdoms existed, probably a consequence of geography. Norway has mountains and fjords that create as many natural boundaries. In terms of technology, Scandinavia in the 8th and 9th century was on a similar level to Western and Northern Europe at the time. We see it in metalwork, the houses they built, their crafts. But there is one field in which the Norse had acquired a big advantage, in sailing technology. And this is what made their seafaring and raids possible in the first place. These developments include the use of larger sails, and navigation techniques, techniques like tacking, for example, that is to say, turning the bow of a ship toward and through the wind, so that the direction from which the wind blows changes from one side of the boat to the other, and this allows progress on a sailing boat toward a destination that is into the wind, which otherwise would be impossible with the wind against the ship if it tried to advance in a straight line. So the Norse were good sailors, and they had a long tradition of building ships, especially these long ships that are also sometimes called dracars. The design of these long ships evolved for a long time. The oldest traces of them that archaeologists found were from the 4th century BC, more than 1,000 years before the Viking Age. It is logical that the Norse were drawn to the sea. To travel, trade, or go to war in the fjords of Norway or in the islands of Denmark, the sea was often the fastest and easiest route. Norse longships were made of wood, obviously, with woven wool cloth for sails. And an advantage of these ships is that they were at the same time relatively light and very stable. They could work on seas, oceans, and also on rivers. This made them perfect for raids. They could embark a few dozen men. They could work whatever the weather, except really big storms. But because they had a large sail and could also be propelled by rowers, they were very adaptable. These ships had a shallow draft. They could navigate in waters only 1 meter deep, only a few feet deep. So this allowed landing on almost any beach. And because they were light, they could be quickly carried out of the water to secure them, and sometimes use them upside down as shelters. There were different types of longships. Some were small, and the dracars or draki, dragon, were the largest ones, with 30 rowing benches or more. In Norse sagas, the stories and histories written in the Middle Ages, there are accounts of spectacular dracars, but it is uncertain they ever existed, because no archaeological remain of them or proof of existence was ever found. But regardless of whether these super long ships ever existed or not, the point is that at the time of the Viking Age, the Norse certainly had the best ships in Europe, and without them it is unlikely they could have traveled that far from Scandinavia. Why did they decide to expand or explore like this in the 8th century, after so many centuries of staying on their lands? What are the causes of this Norse expansion? There was probably a combination of reasons. One could have been what I just told you about their sailing technology. The innovations they introduced made these long-distance raids possible, and they did them because they could. But there were other possible factors. Another one could have been political. In the decades before the Viking Age in Scandinavia, the very decentralized political organization that had prevailed for centuries began to change. Larger kingdoms emerged in Sweden, in Denmark, even in Norway, despite its geography. and these new states expanded. They grew at the expense of many independent chieftains that were forced out of their lands. If they refused to submit, they had to find refuge or resources elsewhere. This could have motivated many of them to start raiding Western Europe, the British Isles, or to start exploring for new land, as the only possibility to remain independent. And in Western Europe, they found states that were very decentralized and weak, without navies able to oppose them or land armies that could oppose their attacks. There were also many isolated religious sites, abbeys, monasteries, that were defenseless. So politics and the organization of states in the 8th century could have been a major factor. At the same time, Viking raiders were pushed out of Scandinavia and pulled to the rest of Europe by attractive and easy targets. Yet another factor could be the demography. Along the 8th century, there could have been a demographic boom in Scandinavia, and the lack of agricultural capacity would have made it necessary to look out beyond their ancestral land. Now this explanation that is often used as a hypothesis to explain migrations is a bit uncertain or controversial, because there is no proof that a demographic boom ever happened in the decades before the start of the Viking Age. It is possible, but it could also just be a cliché. It is obviously hard to know how many inhabitants there were at the time in Scandinavia, but one estimate I found of the population in European countries around the year 1000 suggests a number between 1 and 1.5 million. 500,000 in Denmark, 400,000 in Sweden, and 200,000 in Norway. For comparison, at the same time, the whole of Great Britain would have had about 2 million inhabitants. Italy had 7 million, Germany 5 to 6, and France 9 million. So it is true that Scandinavia did not have large expanses of cultivable land, but it was still relatively scarcely populated. A Norse kingdom with a few thousands or tens of thousands of subjects would have been already rather large. Because they didn't really have the numbers, the Vikings always operated in small groups rather than large armies. Except in very particular cases, they just couldn't field armies of several thousand. So, the demographic explanation is uncertain. Another factor that sounds probable is the economic explanation. The 8th century around Western Europe and the Mediterranean saw increased prosperity. After the disaggregation of the Western Roman Empire, Europe had fallen into a long period of demographic and economic decline. This period, called the Dark Ages. Trade collapsed in the 5th century, and regions that were connected by roads and the same administration became isolated. On these ruins, a new society organized around local chieftains, local lords, slowly formed, over several centuries, a feudal type of society that would reach its final form later in the Middle Ages. In the 7th or 8th centuries, this transformation was taking place, and many communities, villages, or chiefdoms still lived almost in economic autarky. They lived on the food they produced, and they traded very little with the rest of the world. Large cities had almost disappeared from Western Europe, and most of the population lived in hamlets, in villages, or occasionally small towns. Along them, Christian monasteries had grown, either near villages or isolated. Standards of living and general wealth was still well below what it once had been under Roman administration. But in the 8th century, there was an improvement, modest but real. Some towns, sometimes new towns, grew. Some monasteries became more prosperous. They typically owned land that they exploited. An example of this in Anglo-Saxon England at the time is the development of towns that worked as emporiums, settlements that had a significant trade and artisanal activity. Don't imagine something big. At most they had a few hundred inhabitants, but in comparison with previous centuries, there was a little movement of concentration of wealth in some places, the beginning of reurbanization, and these were as many attractive targets to sack. Before the Viking Age, there were occasional trade connections between Scandinavia and these towns, so the Norse knew their existence, and they could probably notice that their prosperity had increased. Further south, in the Mediterranean Sea, the Islamic world had also consolidated after its fast expansion, and with it, so did trade routes that helped push a bit of that wealth further and further north. The Vikings also noticed that, and later they would also venture to Spain and North Africa, that were under Muslim control at the time. So the economic appeal of regions to the south of Scandinavia could also have been a factor. And finally, one last hypothesis about the triggering of the Viking Age is an ideological or religious factor. By the late 8th century, Christianity continued to expand to the north and to the east of Europe through a mix of conversions of pagan populations and wars. For example, in 772, so that's 20 years before the attack on the Abbey of Lindisfarne, that marks the beginning of the Viking Age, Christian Emperor Charlemagne, who ruled over France, the Benelux, northern Italy and the west of Germany, launched a campaign against the Saxons in Germany, who were pagans. And the Saxons would be converted by force along the following decades. So the pagan world was shrinking, and occasionally missionaries would travel to Scandinavia, trying to spread their faith. Here again, this is hypothetical and we lack elements of proof. But the beginning of raids could also have been a response to the perception of a threat, or the threat could have justified them. That makes a lot of possible factors behind the triggering of the Viking Age, technological, demographic, economic, political, ideological maybe. And it is likely that a combination of these factors explained this sudden interest in expanding, which was not a decision taken by a particular state or a council of Norse people that did not exist. Rather, it was a broad movement that an entire cultural and ethnic group got invested into. So now, let's take a look at how things unfolded as the Norsemen became increasingly adventurous. Until around 830 AD, Viking raids mostly targeted Ireland. There were also attacks against England or the north of the empire of Charlemagne, but Ireland was a target of choice because it was less defended. In England and the Carolingian Empire, the empire of Charlemagne, there was always the risk of finding garrisons, troops that would fight them off. But after 830, the Carolingian Empire fractured. The laws of the Franks regarding successions did not let the firstborn son inherit everything. The inheritance was shared between the sons. So even a successful kingdom or empire like Charlemagne's would not survive the death of its ruler if he had several sons. This made the political map of Western Europe unstable. So the Carolingian Empire vanished, and as the Vikings launched bigger raids with several ships and more warriors, England also became almost defenseless. From 830 and for several decades, it became almost open bar for the Norse. They could land wherever they wanted in these parts of Europe, sack and disappear, or sometimes stay and establish bases. They did that in the 9th century, on the coasts of England and Scotland, and in the 10th century in France, in the region that is now Normandy. From Normandy, they could navigate on the Seine River, deep inland, unchallenged, and attack cities like Paris. In practice, regions like Yorkshire in England or Normandy in France became Viking colonies. In France there was no hope of expelling them anytime soon, so the Frankish king of West Francia, the western part of Charlemagne's empire that later transformed into the Kingdom of France, so the king, Charles the Simple, acknowledged the situation and dealt with the Norse. Their chief was Rollo, a chieftain of Danish or Norwegian origin, it is uncertain. The king granted him the title of Duke of Normandy and full right on this land, which was attractive because it was fertile and in a strategic position at the crossroads of northern and southern Europe and in front of Great Britain. In return, Rollo swore fealty to Charles the Simple, which made him one of the main lords of the kingdom, and he pledged to defend it from attacks by other Vikings. This deal happened at the beginning of the 10th century, in the year 911, and the Normans, now established in Normandy, started to assimilate. They converted to Christianity, and over a few generations their language switched from Old Norse that they abandoned to the Norman language, which was a Romance dialect, a dialect of French. And they prospered in Normandy. Their descendants kept this adventurous outlook. Normans worked as mercenaries in other parts of Europe, especially in the south of Italy, where they ended up establishing fiefdoms. I told you about that recently in the story about the Crusades. And of course, in England, that the Duke of Normandy, Guillaume, William the Conqueror, invaded in the 11th century. Western Europe was not the only region the Norse were interested in. Most attacks in Western Europe were carried out by Norsemen from Denmark and to a lesser extent from Norway. But the Norwegians also explored the Atlantic, and they colonized different islands: the Shetlands, north of Scotland, the Faroe Islands, Iceland, Greenland, that they reached in 982, and all the way to Vinland in America. Vinland, this American colony, was known only through the sagas and medieval historiography for a long time. So historians had doubts that the Norsemen had actually reached America, until 1960, when evidence of a Norse site was discovered on the northern tip of the island of Newfoundland in Canada, proving that the Norse had crossed the Atlantic centuries before Christopher Columbus. But their colony, or maybe their colonies there in America, only one was found, but maybe other existed. Their colony did not prosper. At an unspecified time, it died down, or they all left. And there is no trace of further exploration inland in Canada. The Norse who lived in Sweden looked more to the Baltic coastline and to the east, towards what would become Russia. And there too, they had a major impact on these regions. Norsemen who settled or traveled to the east are also called Varangians, and they contributed to shape the history of Russia and Ukraine. In 859, a chieftain called Rurik, from the tribe of the Rus, R-U-S, would have conquered or be invited to reign in Novgorod, in the north of western Russia. Would, because Rurik is semi-legendary, he might have existed, but his name only appeared in chronicles 2 centuries later. But what is certain is that this region of northwestern Russia fell politically to the north, and from there they went further south to Ukraine, where they founded the state of Kievan Rus by the end of the 9th century. Kievan, because its capital was Kiev. The population was Slavic, at least the first generations. Here too, the Norse assimilated over time, culturally. They converted to Christianity, and their impact in this region cannot be overstated, because the Kievan Rus became a powerful state of the Middle Ages that persisted until the Mongol conquest in the 13th century. and the Kievan Rus is regarded as the historical predecessor to the Russian and Ukrainian states. The Rurik dynasty continued until the end of the 16th century, when it was succeeded on the throne of Russia by the Romanovs. Following waterways, the Norse reached the Black Sea to the south of Ukraine, and from there Byzantium, with which they established trade connections. Some of them even served as mercenaries in Byzantium, employed by the Eastern Roman emperors. Through a trade network that crossed Ukraine and Russia, goods from Byzantium reached Scandinavia, and some of them were even transported to the west. For example, Byzantine goods and coins may have reached Britain via this network in the 10th or 11th centuries. However successful it had been in the 9th and 10th centuries, the Viking expansion began to stall. First because locally defenses had been put in place against them, with some success. In the 10th and 11th centuries, the Saxons or the Slavs had begun to train mobile cavalry forces to react quickly to Viking attacks. At sea or on rivers, the Norse were untouchable, but they had to move on land too. And against foot soldiers, a cavalry force had the upper hand, the advantage of mobility, which made it harder for Viking invaders to fight inland. Sometimes they were spotted in time and confronted. This happened in 884 in East Frisia, in the northwest of Germany. A small army of Danes was defeated, and this put an end to their attacks on this region. Another way of dealing with them was through assimilation, as we saw in parts of Russia or Normandy. Once established as rulers in foreign lands, the Norsemen no longer wanted piracy and attacks on their doorsteps, so they fought against it. But rather than warfare, it is a political and cultural change that ended the Viking Age. The rise of larger centralized kingdoms in Scandinavia and their conversion to Christianity, which accelerated in the 10th and 11th centuries. As I told you earlier, there were many small kingdoms or chiefdoms in Scandinavia, and they had their rivalries, leading to infighting, to battles between Norsemen. Kings in Denmark, Norway, Sweden tended to be expansionist, to try and unify bigger and bigger territories, and this had existed for centuries, including before the Viking Age. But when some of them converted to Christianity, it added to the animosity by turning these wars into cultural or religious conflicts. Ultimately, Christian kings won everywhere in the three countries, and old Norse beliefs declined sharply, to the point of going extinct in the 12th century. Nordic kingdoms that were now Christian were strongly influenced by feudal states from the rest of Europe. Their conversion connected them to a religious area that now covered most of Europe, and the culture of exploration and raiding that had prevailed for generations disappeared in this new order. even though they kept different languages and traditions, Scandinavian populations became bound to Christian Europe, and their kingdoms now played by the same rules. The taste for long-distance expeditions did not fully disappear. The maritime tradition lived on, and Scandinavians participated in the Crusades, for example. I also told you about that in the story about the Crusades. But there was no longer these independent chieftains ready to launch expeditions beyond the seas for profit or expansion. Different dates for the end of the Viking Age have been proposed by historians, but they all are in the 11th century. In the following centuries, Nordic chiefs retained some of their conquests out of Scandinavia that were retaken by force. For example, the Western Isles and the Isle of Man, between Great Britain and Ireland, were still under Scandinavian control until the 13th century. Or Scotland took its present form when it regained territory from the Norse between the 13th and 15th centuries. Until 1469, Orkney and Shetland belonged to the kings of Norway. So it was not all settled in the 11th century. But the large raids and the Viking scare that came with them ended in the 11th century. The perception of Norsemen in history has always been very influenced by external looks, because even though they had an alphabet and described themselves on rune stones, that is to say, engraved rocks with runes, they produced no literary legacy. The sagas, or texts called the Eddas for their mythology, were written later, after they had been Christianized. The Norse were also feared and rejected by European populations they threatened. They attacked a lot of monasteries and churches, so they became an archetype of violent, uncivilized, and pagan barbarians. This perception stayed for a long time. It lasted until the 18th and 19th centuries, when the interest in pre-Christian cultures and a new appraisal appeared. One that also had its biases, but different biases. With the influence of Romanticism, the Norse were increasingly pictured as noble warriors with a strict code of honor. It is also the time when clichés like the horned helmets I mentioned at the beginning appeared. The rediscovery of their mythology, with colorful stories, creatures and gods, also excited some people's imagination. Norse myths became a major source of inspiration for fantasy literature. But beyond that, as we have seen, the Norsemen were much more than warriors. They farmed, they traded, they had a complex society. So let's take a look at that. What was it like to live in Scandinavia 1200 years ago? First, their society was divided into classes, and there were three main ones: the thralls, the carls, and the jarls. The first one, the thralls, was the lowest ranking class, and these were basically slaves. They could comprise as much as a quarter of the total population, and the thralls belonged to other people. They worked as servants and farm workers. They were also employed for heavy construction work, like roads or fortifications. New thralls were supplied by the sons and daughters of thralls. They were born into that class, or by capture. In raids, prisoners would be made and either taken back to Scandinavia or sold. One of the trades that the Vikings put in place was to take them to the Mediterranean and sell them to the Arabs in exchange for silver. Slavery was widespread in Northlands, totally accepted, and it ended only with Christianization that condemned it. The second class, the Carls, made the biggest part of the population, probably more than 2/3, and these were free peasants. They owned farms, land, cattle. If they were wealthy enough, they could also own slaves, but the majority of them didn't, and they were the ones who produced the food and turned into foot soldiers in expeditions. Finally, on top of the pyramid, were the Jarls, the lords, the aristocracy of Viking society. The Jarls owned large estates, long houses, horses, and often many slaves that made their estates work. They were in charge of administration, politics, warfare, and they took the initiative to go abroad on expeditions. Sometimes when they died, their thralls would be sacrificed and buried next to them to accompany them in death. People were born into these classes, but the classes were not completely closed, it seems. Occasionally someone could descend as punishment or rise for distinguished service. There were also systems of mutual obligation between individuals. On top of their social class, people belonged to communities around a certain trade, around the ownership of a sea vessel, or they had military obligations to a certain lord, to a certain leader. There were also assemblies in villages to which free people participated. There were local courts of justice. There were religious leaders and a religious calendar in each community, and also special councils called the Things to discuss important issues and decisions. So as you see, society was complex. Like in other traditional societies of the time, women were subordinate to their husbands and fathers, and they had very little political power. Their situation also depended on their social class, but overall they may have had more rights than in the rest of Europe. For example, they could inherit from their husbands, and occasionally, if they were unmarried, widowed, they could become heads of a family or clan leaders. This position would be transferred to their new husband if they remarried. A woman that did not get married after the age of 20 was considered a free subject of rights, like a man. A woman could also divorce her husband and remarry, something that was unthinkable at the time in Christian Europe. Now, these were the rules, the law, but in practice, most free women from the Carl and Jarl classes were housewives. Marriage gave them a social standing and a degree of economic security. Being single was possible, but precarious, and it may have been frowned upon socially. Someone's social standing, their class, was immediately recognizable in their appearance. Men and women of the Jarls, the aristocracy, were typically well-groomed, quite far from the disheveled appearance that they are sometimes depicted with, and they showed off their status by wearing expensive clothes, often silk that came from afar, and a lot of crafted jewelry, brooches, belt buckles, necklaces, arm rings. Most of these pieces were crafted in Scandinavia, with refined patterns that showed the craftsmanship of the Norse at the time. Archaeological finds suggest that the taste for grooming and hygiene was developed, and not just for the Jarls. For example, in tombs of Jarls and Carls, it is very common to find combs of all quality. Their food was also rather diversified. There were different kinds of meat products. Meat could be boiled, fried, grilled, cured, or smoked. There were plenty of seafood, bread, porridges, dairy products, nuts, vegetables, berries, fruits. Of course, it depended on the location and harvests that were not always favorable. But overall, archaeological discoveries point to a relatively healthy population compared with the standards of the time. In average, men were 1.7 meter high, that's 5 feet and 7 inches, and women 1.55 meter, that's 5 feet and 1 inch. For the time period, that was a relatively tall population. They dressed in clothes made of linen and wool. Flax was a very important crop for the Norse. It provided oil and food, and importantly also, it was a raw material for the production of linen. They also had an important wool production that served for clothing and also to make sails. They also fancied a number of exotic products that they obtained from trade. Apart from silk that came from Byzantium and was imported in really large quantities, silk was found in many tombs. There were spices, glass. Glass was often made into beads for decoration, and wine from Germany and France that complemented their production of beer and mead. To pay for these valuable imports, they sold amber, that is frequently found around the Baltic, fur, slaves, as I mentioned earlier, and textiles. The Norse were skilled spinners and weavers of woolen clothes. These are just a few traits, and there was much more to Norse culture and everyday life. But as you see with all these crafts, their art, the variety in their diet, their customs and complex society with laws, their writing system, we are far from the uncultured society that chronicles of the Middle Ages and after depicted. We are probably equally far from the society of free, brave and noble men that the romantic vision of the Vikings brought in the past 2 centuries. Starting with the word Viking itself, it is used today as a synonym for Norse. and the etymology of the word is still discussed. But the term Viking was launched in English in the 18th century, at the time of the Viking revival, to name the warriors coming out of Scandinavia. And during the 20th century, by extension, it came to name all the Scandinavian population of the Viking Age. So that now when we hear the Vikings, we think of medieval Norse, but before that they had different names. Sometimes they were called Scandinavians. In northern Germany, accompany, literally ashmen. In Ireland, Dubgale or Fingale, meaning dark and fair foreigners, respectively. The Anglo-Saxons in Britain called them Danes. The Franks in France called them Normans. And as we have seen before, they were called Varangians by the Slavs and the Byzantines. With the end of the Viking Age, paganism went extinct. The Scandinavians lost their reputation for ferocity as they joined Christendom, and the Norsemen entered history as their Old Norse language kept evolving toward modern Scandinavian languages. Vegetation covered the rune stones, and the memory of their gods, their rituals, their adventures, and their worldview slowly faded. When asked about the Queen of Egypt, the name of Cleopatra may come to mind first, and Cleopatra was a relevant historical figure. But she reigned 1500 years after Hatshepsut, and she was the last queen of a foreign dynasty, founded by a Greek general, Ptolemy, after the conquest of Egypt by Alexander the Great. Hatshepsut lived long before that, at a time when Egypt was the great power of the Middle East, a rare beacon of advanced civilization in the world. And her reign was peaceful, prosperous, and on many counts successful, rather than chaotic and ultimately tragic like Cleopatra's. This extraordinary life, this reign, and this period of Egyptian history is what we will explore tonight. Egypt in the 15th century BC was living one of the best periods of its long history. Best in the sense that it dominated its neighbors. Its frontiers were safe, and it was politically stable. The central power of the pharaohs was not seriously challenged. We know it not just thanks to the documents and accounts this period left. We also see it in an intense period of building, an abundant production of art, of crafts, in the opening or reopening of trade routes, as we will see during the reign of Hatshepsut. So there is an abundance of signs that Egypt was doing well at the time, and it had not always been the case. As you know, there were ups and downs along the very long history of ancient Egypt. As a civilization, it lasted for more than 3,000 years. The usual way of dividing, of structuring the chronology of Egyptian history is to split the timeline into different periods. It started with an early dynastic period, when Egypt emerged from prehistory. And the first period of unification and relative prosperity began in the 3rd millennium BC, a period called the Old Kingdom. There were 3 of these periods of unity that are typically considered high points in the history of Egypt, because the country was unified under a single ruler. Generally, it faced no major crisis during this period, no invasions, no lasting period of dislocation, of civil war, and this allowed the Egyptian pharaohs and the elite of society to prosper, to build, and enjoy the blooming of their culture, of their art and their lifestyle. The majority of the spectacular monuments that Egypt left were built during these periods of unity. So, the first of these periods is the Old Kingdom, which lasted for about 500 years, in the 3rd millennium BC. The Old Kingdom was the period when the largest pyramids were built, a practice that receded later. The second of these periods is the Middle Kingdom, which lasted about 3 centuries at the start of the 2nd millennium BC. And finally, the third one was the New Kingdom, 5 centuries in the second half of the 2nd millennium. In between these periods, there were intermediate periods of domination by invaders or disunity. The Egyptian civilization did not stop in these periods. In many respects, society went on, stayed as it had been. But these intermediate periods did not produce major monuments or memorable rulers. They were periods of relative decline when it came to the Egyptian state, its military, and the capacity of Egypt to project power beyond the valley of the Nile. After the New Kingdom, that ended in the 11th century BC, it went downhill for Egypt. There were various attempts to restore the power of ancient Egypt, but they all failed, and the country fell prey to various invaders, like the Babylonians, the Persians, later the Greeks. This was when the Ptolemaic dynasty appeared. And finally, after the failure of this dynasty to preserve its independence, the country fell to the Romans, who turned it into a Roman province. During the Roman period, the culture of ancient Egypt faded quickly. Christianity ended up replacing the old religion. Cultural expression and everyday life in Egypt had been intertwined with beliefs. For thousands of years, even the economy was structured partly around the temples, and all this collapsed into oblivion in the first centuries of our era. The culture, the religion, the social organization, what made the distinctive traits of ancient Egyptian civilization disappeared. But 1500 years earlier, in the New Kingdom, the period that is going to interest us tonight, this final collapse would have been really hard to imagine, because Egypt shined more than ever at the time. In between the Middle and New Kingdoms, there had been one of these intermediate periods of fragmentation, and invaders from the Middle East, a people or a collection of peoples called the Hyksos, had entered the north of Egypt and occupied it. taking the opportunity to gain these new lands thanks to the void of power in Egypt. Several generations passed like this, and the new kingdom started when a faction, a dynasty from the south, from Upper Egypt. Upper Egypt is the south, Lower Egypt is the north, where the Nile turns into a delta and reaches the Mediterranean Sea. So this dynasty from the south revolted against the rule of the Hyksos, and after years of war, reconquered all of Egypt. When the country was reunified, its capital stayed in the south, in Thebes, the city of origin of the new dynasty of the new masters of Egypt. Thebes is a Greek name. The Egyptians knew this city as Waset, and the modern city that exists where lie the ruins of Waset is called Luxor. So Thebes, or Waset, remained the capital of Egypt for several centuries after the beginning of the New Kingdom. Before the New Kingdom, Thebes had had its importance. During the Middle Kingdom, it had been a respectable city already, and had received several monuments, like the Temple of Karnak, or the mortuary temple of Pharaoh Mentuhotep II. But after that, it had declined for centuries. The success of this southern dynasty and this new status as capital of Egypt completely reversed the situation for Thebes. It turned into a thriving capital with spectacular monuments and royal palaces. What remains today of this long period of prosperity in Luxor are the buildings made of stone mainly. There are temples like Karnak, the Temple of Luxor, and on the other bank of the Nile, the one symbolically dedicated to the dead. There is the Valley of the Kings, the Valley of the Queens, several mortuary temples. One was built by Ramesses II. He was also a pharaoh from the New Kingdom. And another mortuary temple, a very particular temple that looks like no other. It is at the foot of a high cliff, but instead of trying to compete with it, it complements the cliff, horizontally, with ramps and terraces. These elements were not new in Egyptian architecture, but the way they were combined to create this temple is rather unique. This temple, in a site called Deir el-Bahari, is one of the most famous monuments of ancient Egypt, and it is also the mortuary temple of Hatshepsut. Even if its ruins are impressive, it is only the shadow of what it used to look like. A lot of it was destroyed after the death of Hatshepsut, we will see why, and also it was poorly restored in the 20th century. But we will return to this temple later in our adventure. So this long explanation was to tell you what the New Kingdom was, and the importance of Thebes for Egypt in the second half of the second millennium BC. Thebes is going to be the setting of our story tonight. This is where Hatshepsut spent most of her life, and the place from where she ruled over millions. A capital that was not as spectacular at the time as it would become, because she lived near the beginning of the New Kingdom, but she turned out to be one of the major contributors to the embellishment of Thebes. not only with her temple on the West Bank. Like other pharaohs, she commissioned a lot of buildings and improvements to temples to show off her power, to leave a trace, and consolidate her position on the throne. But first, let's rewind a little bit and start talking about what we know of Hatshepsut. Who was she? And how did a woman end up on a throne that was apparently reserved to men? Hatshepsut was born a princess, probably the daughter of Pharaoh Thutmose I and his main wife, Ahmose. Probably because there is always a little doubt when it comes to filiation and records in ancient Egypt. The entire story I am going to tell you actually is based on reasonable guesses by Egyptologists, based on different sources that are recouped, inscriptions on walls, on monuments, texts on papyrus. But a lot are incomplete, a lot were lost, and what kings and queens of ancient Egypt had written about them was not always the truth. So bear in mind that all of this is likely, but not 100% guaranteed, and this is why I will often use the conditional. So I said main wife about her mother, Ahmose, because pharaohs could have several wives and countless concubines. They would typically have many children, but the great royal wife was the most important spouse. She had a preeminence over all the others. So had her children, and great royal wives had different official functions. They would also often be of royal blood themselves. The ancient Egyptians believed that avoiding a dilution of royal blood was very important. They saw pharaohs as half-gods. And for that reason, the taboo of incest and having children between siblings was lifted for the royal family. Not for the rest of society, but for the royals, an exception was made. It is not impossible that Hatshepsut's mother, Ahmose, was the sister of Hatshepsut's father, Thutmose I. We don't exactly know. Ahmose is sometimes referred to with the title King's Sister. But this may not mean she was his biological sister. This title of sister was also used for wives in relation to their husband. But in any case, there is no doubt that Hatshepsut was born as royal and as sacred as a little girl could be in ancient Egypt at the time. She was the daughter of a pharaoh and his great royal wife, meaning that her blood was precious, almost perfect. It carried royalty. And certainly for that reason, after her father's death in 1493 BC, she was married to her own half-brother, Thutmose II. It was probably even more important to marry Hatshepsut and Thutmose II because Thutmose was the son of the pharaoh and a lesser wife, not the son of Ahmose. Presumably, Thutmose I and Ahmose did not have a son, and this is why the son of a lesser wife was chosen as the successor. He was the backup plan. So maybe his blood was not considered as perfect, as pure as Hatshepsut's, which made this marriage particularly desirable to preserve the quality of the bloodline. Hatshepsut and Thutmose II were both around 14 or 15 when this marriage happened, and they became at the same time half-brother and half-sister, and spouses. Little is known about Thutmose II. In the history of Egypt, he was completely overshadowed by his father and his successors, including Hatshepsut. Thutmose I, the father, was a glorious ruler. He was on the throne for 12 years, which was not extremely long, but he had time to campaign extensively and push the borders of Egypt farther than ever before, to the south in Nubia, and to the northeast in the Levant. These were the two traditional areas of expansion for Egypt. Thutmose I was also the first pharaoh, apparently, to commission a tomb for himself in the Valley of the Kings, on the west bank of Thebes. This started a tradition that lasted for generations of pharaohs. In contrast, the reign of Thutmose II was really unremarkable, and there is still a debate between experts about how long it lasted. His reign did not leave major traces on monuments, possibly because they were usurped, diverted by his successors, including by Hatshepsut. That was a common practice. We will come back to that. Generally, a reign of 13 years is attributed to him, but this is contested, and some think it was way shorter than that, based on clues like the number of scarabs found with the name of each pharaoh. What does it mean? It was traditional to make scarabs as amulets and ornaments, with the name of the reigning pharaoh on them, and these little objects were not significant enough to be usurped by pharaohs. So the quantity of scarabs found on archaeological sites with the name of a pharaoh gives a hint of how long the reign lasted. If it was short, there is not going to be many. This kind of evidence is not perfect, of course. For whatever reason, the number of scarabs made could have increased or decreased. But it gives a clue. And here, the limited number of scarabs bearing the name of Thutmose II points to a short reign of a few years, maybe only 3 or 4 years, instead of 13. So it is still a debated question how long Thutmose II lived and reigned. But what is more certain is that there were no big accomplishments during his reign. It seems he suppressed a rebellion in the south, in Nubia, after his accession. These rebellions, when there was a change of pharaoh, were rather common at the time. But we don't know anything more about his decisions or his character. He had one son, though, not with Hatshepsut, but with a secondary wife, or a concubine, a woman named Iset or Aset. This son, Thutmose III, was a toddler. He was aged only 2 when Thutmose II died, and as the laws of succession required, Thutmose III became the new pharaoh. To Hatshepsut, the widowed great royal wife, this 2-year-old was the son of her dead husband with another woman, but also the son of her half-brother, her nephew. And because she was the great royal wife, and he was not of age to reign yet, The logical outcome of this situation was a regency under her command that would ensure the continuity of the state until Thutmose III would be of age to reign and command by himself. This is how Hatshepsut became Queen Regent, that is to say, a queen with the right to take decisions and assume power, but only temporarily, and in the name of a king who is too young to do it by himself. This figure of a queen regent is not extraordinary in history, it is quite common. There were queen mothers acting as regents before in the history of Egypt. What is much less common is how this regency evolved. Thutmose III had become the new pharaoh in 1479 BC, aged 2. 7 years later, at most, when he was 9, Hatshepsut had assumed the position of pharaoh instead of him. We know nothing of this rise from Queen Regent to Queen Regnant at the expense of her nephew. We only know that around 1479, and for 20 more years, that is to say, until the rightful male heir was 24 approximately, Hatshepsut stayed on the throne as the monarch of Egypt. And not just whatever head of state. She used all the attributes of royal power of pharaohs. The crown, the scepters. She had a portrait made in paintings and statues as a male pharaoh, or she was referenced as the pharaoh of Egypt in all official documents. We know this happened, but we barely know anything of the circumstances. We can only imagine or speculate about them. What we know is that the starting situation in 1479, she was 18 at the time, and Thutmose II had just died. We ignore the kind of relations Hatshepsut and Thutmose II could have, if they liked each other or not. That was not really relevant in such a marriage, and in any case, with her husband out of the picture, she was now Queen Regent for her nephew. A nephew that was also the son of her dead husband with another woman. Maybe she liked the taste of power that she experienced as the regent, and she wanted to stay in place for longer. Maybe she had been raised with her father, Pharaoh Thutmose I, or other people around her, playing with the idea that she could become pharaoh because she was particularly capable. Maybe for whatever reason, like their economic interests, there were influential people at the court around her who wanted her on the throne rather than Thutmose III, because it served their interests. Anything can be imagined, but nothing is proven. It is tempting to imagine that this progressive seizing of power was achieved thanks to her strong will, abilities and machinations maybe. But we don't know for sure. It could also be that the royal court around her wanted her on the throne rather than Thutmose III, and the young boy would have been sidelined for that reason. In any case, it happened, and retroactively, the beginning of her reign as pharaoh was backdated on the monuments she commissioned to year 1 of the reign of Thutmose III, which showed that she really had taken the throne for herself. was it really a first to see a woman seizing the throne for an extended period of time and out of a period of regency? Not exactly, actually. Hatshepsut was the most spectacular example, but it had happened before. It had happened in the mid-18th century BC with a female pharaoh named Sobek-Neferu. Sobek-Neferu lived about 280 years before Hatshepsut, and she ascended to the throne at a time of disruption. The Middle Kingdom was ending, and for 2 centuries there would be a period of fragmentation and loss of independence. This intermediate period with the Hyksos that I mentioned before, until the restoration of the New Kingdom. So Sobek-Neferu was the last ruler of her dynasty, the 12th dynasty, and she was on the throne for less than 4 years. But she did reign. Politically, she was not a very important pharaoh, and like many others, she was more an obscure ruler at a time of decadence. But still, her name remained on lists of kings, and the limited remains of her reign, bits of statues and inscriptions, tell us that she adopted the full list of titles that male pharaohs used at the time. She had at least one sister, Neferupta, and the records about Neferupta, the sister, strongly suggest that she was educated, she was groomed to become a female pharaoh, which didn't happen, maybe because she died before, but it happened to her sister Sobek-Neferu. They were both daughters of a reigning pharaoh, Amenemhat III, and this makes it likely that the decision to have a woman succeed him on the throne had been taken before it happened. It was not a coup that Sobek-Neferu organized after her father's death. But Sobek-Neferu has been mostly forgotten as a historical figure because her reign was short. We know close to nothing specific about it, except that it took place. And given that she reigned just at a time when the 12th dynasty was in steep decline, Egypt was entering a period of chaos. It was not a particularly glorious or successful reign, neither. So her figure is not very evocative and she's not famous, but she was a female pharaoh before Hatshepsut. And like her, she had the titles and supposedly prerogatives of pharaohs. We don't know of other earlier female pharaohs, but there were older possible female rulers of Egypt in the 3rd millennium BC, during the Old Kingdom and before. The very first name, during the 1st dynasty, that takes us around 2950 BC, 5,000 years ago, was Meritnate, a queen that could have been the great-granddaughter of the very first pharaoh of unified Egypt, Narmer. It is established with a good grade of certainty that Meritnate was a regent, but it is also supposed, based on several records, that she may have also effectively ruled Egypt as a queen regnant. It is unproven that she did it as a pharaoh. We don't know whether she was ever represented or titled as one. But she could have actually ruled the country out of a period of regency. If true, that would make her the earliest known queen regnant in recorded history in the entire world, 5,000 years ago, when not a single one of the great monuments of the world had been built, not even the pyramids of Giza. But this is very speculative, not her existence, but the reality of the power and titles she would have had. Another slightly later candidate from the 5th dynasty. We are now during the Old Kingdom, 4,500 years ago, is a queen called Setibor. She is a little-known queen of the 5th dynasty. The 5th dynasty reigned in the 25th and 24th centuries BC. And now we are a few generations after the building of the Great Pyramids. Setibor was the main wife of a pharaoh, but she could have become more than that. And this hypothesis comes from the unusually large size of her pyramid, her tomb, and also how her monuments were targeted for destruction or appropriation by later rulers. This suggests that maybe she could have had more power and actually ruled the country. The targeting of monuments, or their appropriation by erasing the name and replacing it with another one, this is not necessarily something that happened because she was a woman. It was common practice when a pharaoh died to steal his accomplishments and appropriate monuments, new wings or chapels or embellishments offered to temples, just by changing the name of their commissioner. This happened a lot, including between pharaohs of the same dynasty. Hatshepsut did it, and after her reign she was subject to it too. Maybe there was a particular rejection of female pharaohs, because this was not usual, and political and military power was traditionally the domain of men in ancient Egypt. But the targeting of their monuments is not the ultimate proof of that. It happened to everyone. The monuments of Hatshepsut were also degraded by her successors, starting with Thutmose III when he could finally take the reins of power. And a century ago, Egyptologists believed that this was a consequence of the rejection of a female pharaoh in a male-dominated society. But this view has been mitigated a lot since then. It is unsure that Hatshepsut's monuments were targeted that much more than those of male pharaohs, and it is not easy to distinguish what was the rejection of this figure of a reigning queen, and what could have been the rejection of her as a person by her nephew, because after all, she had stayed in power for more than 20 years at his expense. Based on the rules of succession of the 18th dynasty, she had usurped power. But we don't know anything specific about the personal relation between Hatshepsut and Thutmose III. Maybe they got along well, and he was happy to share power with her. Or maybe he hated her and he couldn't wait to take back what he saw as rightfully his. If it was this second option, we cannot rule out that he ordered the erasure of her name in many places as revenge against her as a person, not because she was a woman. We don't know more about that than what material evidence tells us, and the narrative behind the relations between these historical figures is left to our imagination. So, returning to Setibor, this queen of the 5th dynasty, she may also have reigned despite the absence of formal proof, because her pyramid was unusually large and her name was targeted more than usual. One last possible ruler, also speculative, is a queen called Nitocris, who would have been the last queen of the 6th dynasty. This is now towards the end of the Old Kingdom in the 22nd century BC. The existence of the previous queens I mentioned is rather well established. But that of Nitocris is much more controversial, because her name only appears in records that are dated to many centuries after her death. We don't have contemporary records, and this made a lot of Egyptologists suspect that she was legendary rather than historical. The first Greek historians, for example, attributed the 3rd pyramid of Giza, smaller than the first two, to Nitocris, but this is completely ruled out by modern historians. They attribute that pyramid to Menkaure, a king of the 4th dynasty. So Nitocris is uncertain. But with all the precautions required, if she was real, she could have reigned sometime in the 22nd century BC and be a precursor to Hatshepsut and Sobekneferu. Real or not, all these queens had a few traits in common. If we exclude Hatshepsut, short reigns of a few years at most, and at times of decline, of disruption. Nitocris would have lived at the end of the 6th dynasty, which corresponds to the collapse, the dislocation of the Old Kingdom. And Sobekneferu, who is real and documented, lived at the end of the Middle Kingdom. So this suggests that women could arrive on the throne at times of political or military collapse, which would reinforce the feeling that it was accidental and only possible in times of trouble. Hatshepsut is unique in this sense. She took the title and the prerogatives of a pharaoh for a long time, not for a few years only, and at a time of prosperity and success for Egypt. She didn't end her dynasty, but she reinforced it. And when Thutmose III took the reins of the country in very good shape, he used it to become the greatest conqueror of the 18th dynasty. So she transmitted him a wealthy, powerful and confident kingdom with a potent war machine that he could use to expand Egypt well beyond its historical borders. On all counts, political, military, economic, what we know of the reign of Hatshepsut could be called successful. So let's examine what she did during these 20 years as pharaoh. First, how do we know her reign was a prosperous period? It can be deduced from mainly two things. First, there were no important conflicts on the borders or inside. No trace, no mention of a war during these 20 years can be found. There were certainly police operations on the frontiers, or raids, to keep in check peoples that at the time were subjugated by Egypt, in the Levant and in Nubia. But we can be confident that no big destructive conflict happened during her reign. And by default, Egypt tended to prosper when its economy was not perturbated. This is confirmed by a second thing, the building activity. Hatshepsut turned out to be one of the most prolific builders in ancient Egypt. Her most spectacular works were in Thebes, like her temple or the works she commissioned at the temple of Karnak. But throughout Egypt, north and south, she also commissioned hundreds of projects, temples, chapels in existing temples, restoration of crumbling buildings or monuments. This indicates she had the means to order so much work, and it couldn't have happened in an impoverished country. Why this urge to build like this? Like all pharaohs, to leave a mark, but also for more practical, political reasons, to affirm her power. When a new temple was inaugurated, or an older temple reopened afterwards, the pharaoh, or at least an envoy, would show up to perform rituals. The rituals reserved to pharaohs, and by doing this, they provided a visible proof of their existence, of who they were. We can imagine that the visit of the pharaoh in a place was something extraordinary for the people. First, because people certainly never saw so much refinement, with jewels, clothes, all the pageantry that surrounded the pharaoh constantly. And this visit was the closest thing to a god visiting the world for them. It was an event that people certainly remembered for the rest of their lives. Maybe more than for others, than for her male predecessors, Hatshepsut needed to do that, to commission religious buildings, to visit them, to show how real she was, to affirm her power, because it is likely that a female pharaoh raised eyebrows. It was unusual. Actually, in her representation, in statues, Hatshepsut asked to be represented as a male pharaoh, with attributes that never appeared on women, like the false beard that pharaohs typically wore, or ram's horns. Symbolically, with these signs of masculinity, she was probably trying to communicate that she happened to be first and foremost a pharaoh in a woman's body. We don't know what she thought of it, whether she believed that women should be allowed to govern, or she somehow saw herself as an exception, a woman with the soul of a man. This rhetoric of a woman with a masculine soul or a masculine heart is something that comes back in history when Queen Regnans stayed in power for a long time. It was also said of Elizabeth I in England or Catherine the Great in Russia, for example. Maybe it was just a way of making it acceptable to have a woman controlling power when it was traditionally the property of men. In any case, it is likely that the intense building activity during Hatshepsut's reign was, for a part at least, a way of consolidating her power. But her biggest works took place in the capital, at the temple of Karnak, which is on the east bank, and on the west bank of the Nile, the one symbolically dedicated to the dead, because this is where the sun goes down. Karnak is not just a temple, it was a temple complex with a multiplicity of temples, chapels, shrines, and other buildings. and it was probably the most important religious site or center in Egypt during the New Kingdom. We saw before how the importance of Waset of Thebes increased during the New Kingdom because it was the base of the dynasty that reconquered Egypt from the south, the 17th dynasty, that was quickly replaced with the 18th dynasty after the reconquest. Under the 18th dynasty, the country rebuilt itself. A lot of old monuments were restored, many more were built, and Egypt also expanded abroad. That's why the 18th dynasty, of which Hatshepsut is a part of, is considered one of the most successful and a peak for ancient Egypt. In Thebes, the main local god was Ammon. In the rest of Egypt, Ammon was not completely unknown, but was a secondary deity. It received little devotion in other places, even though the influence of its cult had begun to expand beyond Thebes during the Middle Kingdom. The fortune of the cult of Ammon completely changed with the New Kingdom. Ammon was now the god of the new pharaohs, the main cult in the capital of Egypt, and with it, the cult of Ammon grew dramatically all across the country, to the point that later Ammon even absorbed other deities. His cult merged with part of the cult of the sun, Ra, and a godly figure called Ammon-Ra was worshipped. The success of a cult meant offerings from the people and enormous favors from the pharaohs or the high nobles of the country. There was an economic dimension to it, and during the New Kingdom, no site was as favored as Karnak by successive pharaohs. This turned the temple of Karnak into an economic powerhouse. There were the offerings, of course, but the temple also owned land, cattle, workshops, because temples were important economic units in Egypt, and Karnak was at the time probably the most powerful and wealthiest of them. The peak time of Karnak was during the New Kingdom, but it had started centuries earlier in the Middle Kingdom, and construction went on until the Ptolemaic period, the Greek period, at the end of the history of ancient Egypt. So the temple or the complex of Karnak was active for close to 2000 years before it really was abandoned. And nowadays, its remains are still among the most spectacular ruins visible in Egypt. Hatshepsut's contribution to Karnak included 2 obelisks, these high vertical monuments made of a single block, a shard of stone. At the time they were the highest ever, and one is still standing at Karnak. She also offered a shrine called the Red Chapel, and plenty of other restorations or smaller interventions in the perimeter of the temple. Many were usurped by others who put their names on them. But the most spectacular work she commissioned was her own mortuary temple on a site called Deir el-Bahari. What is a mortuary temple, actually? It was not a tomb, but a special temple adjacent or close to a royal tomb, a temple that would survive the pharaoh and be dedicated to its cult after his death, or, in the case of Hatshepsut, her death. This mortuary temple stands out in ancient Egyptian architecture. It uses a cliff as a backdrop, and it spreads horizontally at the foot of the cliff. This is why many pictures of this temple are aerial pictures. But people saw it from the ground, and what they saw was this succession of terraces connected by ramps with lines of columns and statues slowly rising in front of them until the cliff took off like a connection between earth and heavens. That was certainly a striking vision for people who were not used to seeing the landscape being used like this in architecture. It was not a complete first, though. There was already a smaller temple on the side, the temple of Mentuhotep II, a pharaoh from the beginning of the Middle Kingdom, who also came from Thebes. But Thebes had not remained the capital for long during the Middle Kingdom. This monument remained, maybe in a poor state because it was 500 years old when Hatshepsut started hers, unless it had been restored. In any case, part of the inspiration for her temple came from this smaller adjacent building, the ramps and the lines of columns. Nowadays, Hatshepsut's temple looks very dry, mineral, but it was not always the case. The perimeter was irrigated. There was a lot of green too. So at the foot of this cliff, what people saw was this mix of trees, of green plants, and the warm yellow of the limestone, the vibrant colors of the statues, probably. All this overlooked by the ochre reddish cliff. For ancient Egyptians, this must have been a vision of perfection and a celebration of life that evoked the afterlife for them. That was certainly the intention. In the gardens, at the foot and on the terraces of the temple, there would have been myrrh trees brought back from afar, from the land of Punt. The land of Punt is a somewhat mysterious kingdom or region in Africa that appeared in Egyptian records, and it was probably somewhere on the African coast of the Red Sea, where Eritrea is nowadays. In the Middle Kingdom, there had been commercial links between Egypt and this land of Punt, known to provide gold, ivory, ebony, wild animals, and most importantly, aromatic resins like myrrh or frankincense. The Egyptians needed these products. Myrrh or incense were considered gifts worthy of gods. So this trade prospered in the Middle Kingdom, with Egyptian boats sailing in the Red Sea, certainly following the coastline, until they reached this land of Punt, and traded there. But this route and the knowledge of the location of the land of Punt was lost during the Second Intermediate Period, after the Hyksos had taken the north of Egypt. Hatshepsut ordered and oversaw a mission to reopen this route, which was done and apparently at the time considered to be an extraordinary accomplishment of her reign. It was celebrated on the walls of her temple, from which a lot of information about her reign has come to us. On the walls of their temples, their tombs, on the monuments they commissioned, all ancient Egyptian leaders celebrated their accomplishments, They also erased or hid their failures, and probably exaggerated or straight out lied sometimes about their reigns. What is written on the walls of tombs, of temples, even in official records, cannot really be taken for granted, because it was often exaggerated or inaccurate. And Hatshepsut was no exception. To reinforce her claim to the throne, she had a story of divine birth told about her. In this myth, the god Ammon would have visited her mother, Ahmose. Ahmose would not have realized it because Ammon had taken the appearance of the pharaoh, Thutmose I. And this is how Hatshepsut would have been conceived, the direct daughter of the most important god of Egypt at the time. And the myth told on the walls of her temple does not end there. Another god from Upper Egypt, Khnum, the god who regulated the annual flood of the Nile, and also formed the bodies of human children, would have been called to create her Ka, that is to say, her life force. What does it mean? We have the word soul to name the concept of a spiritual, invisible essence of a person. But the Egyptians did not have a single concept like soul for this invisible essence. They referred to various different parts of what we would call a soul. There was the Ka, the vital essence, or the double, which cannot really be translated directly. The Ka was the connection with the life force, what made a person alive. When your Ka went away, you died. But the Ka was only one aspect of the soul. There were others, like the Ba, B-A, the personality. There was the Shut, the shadow, the Ren, which was the identity, the name, and several others of these invisible yet indispensable dimensions that make a living person, that collectively we would call the soul. So the Ka of Hatshepsut, and also her physical body, her Chet, would have been created by the god Khnum. And then this god and the goddess Heket of life and fertility would have led her mother, Ahmose, to the place where she would have given birth to Hatshepsut. This myth was elaborated when she reigned, and it was obviously a way of, again, reinforcing her claim to the title of pharaoh. In the same vein, she had texts on the walls of her temple assert that her father designated her as his successor, which is dubious, probably even a big lie, because if true, she would not have started as a regent. But that was the name of the game, and she was certainly not the first to come up with that kind of lies to strengthen her power. After 21 years of reign, first as a regent, and after a few years as a queen regnant and a pharaoh, it all ended in 1458 BC, when Hatshepsut was 50. The circumstances of this end of reign are also a bit mysterious. A possible explanation is simply that she died of old age. 50 was already a respectable age in antiquity, and she could have died of natural causes, an illness for example. She died in year 22 of the reign of Thutmose III, her nephew, for whom she started as a regent, and at the time Thutmose was 24 years of age, well past the point where he should have started reigning. Retroactively, the reign of Hatshepsut was erased from many records, as if Thutmose III had been the direct successor to Thutmose II. Another possibility, but it is purely speculative, was that she was overthrown by her nephew, more or less by force, and killed, or that she died afterwards. An unknown is the type of relation there was between Hatshepsut and Thutmose III as he grew up. Was he impatient to take the crown, or instead did they go along and share power in good intelligence, or anything in between? We don't know. Thutmose III certainly didn't have a weak character. He proved it after, turning into a hyperactive conqueror, a builder, and one of the most glorious pharaohs in the history of Egypt. He is sometimes called Thutmose the Great. And his style was very different from hers. He constantly campaigned on the frontiers and beyond. When Thutmose was still a child, she certainly had the power and the possibility to get rid of him. Accidents or poisonings happen, and yet she didn't. Is it that she didn't dare, or that her moral sense or affection made this option impossible? These are more unknowns. But the fact that Thutmose III reached adulthood and the succession did not alter the peace in Egypt speaks rather well of Hatshepsut's character and skills as a monarch. She left the country in good condition and in order behind her. In the early 20th century, it was generally assumed by Egyptologists that there had been a campaign after her death to suppress her in collective memory by walling her monuments, erasing her name, destroying the statues and inscriptions in her temple. And this campaign would have been the product of a society and a political system that couldn't tolerate for long a female monarch. Maybe there was something of this. But this view has been strongly mitigated since. First, as I told you before, because of the realization that erasing the name of predecessors was very common along Egyptian history. It was way quicker and cheaper to steal existing monuments rather than build new ones. And second, because it also appeared that many usurpations or damages to Hatshepsut's buildings did not happen just after her reign, but later, by the end of the reign of Thutmose III. This is not what you would expect if the idea was to erase the female pharaoh as soon as possible. Why wait 20 or 30 years? It could have been a decision of the son of Thutmose III, Amenhotep II, who had a somewhat weaker claim to the throne. His father was already the son of Thutmose II with a secondary wife, and himself was the son of Thutmose III with another secondary wife. This was a lot of dilution of royal blood, and as we saw at the beginning, great royal wives were often chosen within the family to preserve the purity of the blood. And so Hatshepsut, with her impeccable pedigree, may have been an annoying figure, reminding that not so long ago a sovereign with much purer blood than Amenhotep II was on the throne of Egypt. Hence, maybe, the urge to erase her memory, a few decades after her death rather than immediately after. So, for these reasons, the idea that Egyptian society completely rejected a female leader has receded somewhat. A reigning queen was certainly not considered a standard or desirable solution. It was not encouraged, and Egypt, after Hatshepsut, immediately returned to a succession of male pharaohs. But the example of Hatshepsut shows that exceptions were possible and tolerated in some circumstances for women of extraordinary will, extraordinary ambition, or confidence, and also maybe, that's at least what the case of Hatshepsut suggests, of outstanding birth. Someone from a lower extraction than her would probably not have been accepted on the throne. 35 centuries later, we are left with a few certainties. Hatshepsut ruled for 2 decades the wealthiest and most powerful kingdom of her time. She built a lot. She made her country prosper, and she left it in good condition. She was most certainly a highly cultured and educated woman because of her birth. Her permanence in power strongly suggests that she was smart and that she must have been strong-willed to take a throne that was not destined to be hers. But she is also a mystery. We ignore what she looked like. A mummy was attributed to her, but this is very uncertain. We ignore what she thought, who she loved, what she wanted, what daily life was for her, apart from the highly codified religious rituals and ceremonies of the court. In that sense, she is not necessarily more mysterious than other pharaohs. But what is special about her is that she may well be the first great woman of history of whom we are informed. For tonight, we're going to travel along the mythical spice road. You know that spices are among the first type of goods that were traded long distance in the world. And we're going to discover the peoples and the pioneers who made this possible. Austronesian peoples from Indonesia and the Pacific Ocean since prehistoric times, Indian and Arab traders since the antiquity, and closer to us, Portuguese and then Dutch navigators from the Age of Discovery. I will also explain what these spices really are, and why they were in such high demand for centuries. To most of our ancestors, spices were luxury items, only accessible to wealthier people, and fantastic legends, tales appeared about their mysterious origins and properties. All of this gives us a lot to discuss tonight, and this journey will take us to multiple places and time periods. So we're going to explore the spice road, or more exactly, the spice trade, because it never used a single road. To Westerners, spice road evokes the great European discoveries, galleons returning to Europe with their precious cargo of pepper, ginger, cinnamon, turmeric, cloves, and more. But many of these spices already reached the Middle East and the Mediterranean world 2 or maybe 3,000 years earlier, long before Europeans opened a new maritime route and took control of the spice trade. The ancient Egyptians, the Greeks, the Romans, they knew and they consumed these spices from East Asia, especially Indonesia. It is unclear whether the Romans knew about Southeast Asia and Indonesia. They knew about China, though. But already in the antiquity, these spices traveled on thousands of miles to the Middle East and the Mediterranean Sea. But before talking about how and by whom they were transported, let's take a look at what they are and why they were useful. They are all plants, but different parts of this plant provide what we call spice. Ginger is one of the first spices to have been exported from Asia to Europe. It was already used by the ancient Greeks and the Romans. The plant has a stem, leaves, it gives flowers too, but the part used as spice all around the world is the root. It can be used fresh or dry, in powder, and is really used worldwide as a pickle, to make tea, as a juice for seasoning in various Asian cuisines, or as a powder to flavor recipes, from gingerbread to cookies, or even for drinks like ginger ale. The plant originated from Indonesia, but it spread after it was domesticated by Austronesian peoples. Austronesians are a vast group of peoples who migrated by sea during prehistoric times, starting about 5,000 years ago. They populated a vast area from Madagascar to Indonesia, Taiwan, Oceania, and many islands in the Pacific. They discovered ginger in Indonesia, among other plants that they cultivated, and they carried it with them to many islands they went to populate in the Pacific Ocean. They also introduced it to India or Madagascar, and as far as Hawaii in the Pacific. Now, turmeric is a plant from the same family, and it is also the root that serves as spice. Turmeric is better known as curry. Curries are not a spice, they are dishes, preparations, but their main coloring and flavoring agent is turmeric, and then they include many other spices and plants. Turmeric has a strong coloring power. Actually, it was also used as a dye. Over the centuries, it has turned into a key ingredient in various Asian cuisines, especially in India. Its color in culinary preparations or as a dye is yellow or orange. This is due to a chemical inside the plant called curcumin. Cinnamon is not a root, it's a bark. It comes from several species of trees, and it is the inner bark which is dried. And when it dries, this thin layer curls into little rolls. Cinnamon also reached the Mediterranean Sea and all of the Middle East several thousand years ago. Even the ancient Egyptians had some in 2000 BC, 4,000 years ago. But it was extraordinarily precious to them, a real gift for kings, because people had no idea where it came from. And people involved in the spice trade in this time already kept its origin secret to protect their monopoly. This mystery lasted well into the Middle Ages. It remained a secret for several thousand years. Various legends appeared in Europe and around the Mediterranean Sea about the origin of cinnamon. One of them said that the spice was actually fished in the waters near the source of the Nile, which also was a secret place deeply hidden in Africa. In reality, it also came from East Asia, from Indonesia. Cinnamon is not hot like many other spices. Actually, it could be, but it's almost always used very diluted, and in the West mainly for sweet preparations, so we don't identify it as hot. It is used as flavoring in many different dishes, pastries and cereals. Pepper, or black pepper, is native to South India, the region of Kerala. Out of all spices I am mentioning, pepper is probably the king. It is by far the most produced and consumed around the world today, and it is relatively cheap. But it wasn't always the case. Pepper in the antiquity was so valuable around the Mediterranean that it could be used as currency. It was sometimes called black gold in the antiquity, and it even became a source of concern for politicians and thinkers, because it drained the Roman Empire of a large quantity of precious metal, so its use was criticized. The taste for pepper and its high value passed on to the so-called barbarians who conquered the Roman Empire. For example, in the 5th century, the Visigoths besieged Rome and asked for an enormous ransom that included 3,000 pounds of pepper. It remained a luxury item in the Middle Ages, and its trade contributed to the wealth of Italian cities like Genoa or Venice, because they controlled the last leg of its trade from the Middle East to Europe. It is said that at the time, pepper could sometimes be worth its weight in gold for the final consumer. There is probably no longer any food item worth that much nowadays. Think about it next time you put a pepper meal on your table. This is something basic today, but that was a privilege of kings in the Middle Ages. It is the exorbitant price of pepper in particular that pushed the Portuguese to search for a new trade route by the sea in the 15th century. The risk was huge, and the probability of success appeared small, but the value of the spice made it worth trying. We will talk about that in a moment. Pepper is a fruit from a type of vine. Each fruit contains one single seed. It is called peppercorn, and it is this fruit dried that is consumed as a spice, generally ground. What we call black pepper is the fruit cooked and then dried. If it is just dried without cooking, it is green pepper, and white pepper is just the seed without the fruit outside. Yet another spice that the Romans knew was cloves, and this time cloves are flower buds of a tree native to Indonesia again, more specifically the Moluccas. The Moluccas are a group of islands within Indonesia, and they were nicknamed the Spice Islands by Europeans because they produced a variety and quantity of spices they could have only dreamed of before discovering them, and in some cases, spices that were exclusive to these islands. Cloves are also a flavoring ingredient, very popular in Asia, in the Middle East and in Africa. In the Middle Ages they were sought after in Europe to flavor meat. Nowadays they are often included in spice mixes. Apart from cloves, the Moluccas also produced nutmeg, another spice that turned very popular after European ships established routes to Indonesia. There are many more examples of spices, and their trade was not just with the Middle East and Europe. That was just the longest route. China also traded for thousands of years with Indonesia and India, and was a big buyer of ginger or pepper. It is hard to know exactly when India and Indonesia started to export spices. Ancient Egyptians already knew different spices from India that arrived from Arabia, but even long before, in the Neolithic period, there is evidence of trade in and around the Middle East, sometimes on long distances, several thousand miles, in valuable goods like precious stones, obsidian, seashells, and spices. At the end of Egypt as an independent country, during the Ptolemaic period, this was before Egypt became a Roman province, the country traded with India through ports on the Red Sea. But the first to open a maritime trade network in the Indian Ocean, connecting the Middle East with Indonesia, were the Austronesians, peoples from Indonesia that I mentioned before. They built the first ocean-going ships we know of, thousands of years ago, in the second millennium BC. These were not very impressive ships, based on our modern standards. They were small catamarans, that is to say boats featuring one or two lateral support floats on each side of the hull. Catamaran has two hulls. When there is a single hull, it is an outrigger boat. So the Indonesians from various islands in Indonesia established this network that brought them westward to Madagascar, that they colonized in the 1st centuries AD. And they also reached India, East Africa, and Arabia by sea. The rest of the journey was made in the antiquity by Arabs, Phoenicians, Indian traders, bringing the products to their end destination. And there was a sea route in the Red Sea and a land route in the Arabian Peninsula. This activity generated a lot of wealth for Arab tribes that controlled it, or for Phoenician cities. The ancient Greeks were perfectly aware of this. They didn't know where the spices came from, but they knew that they transited via Arabia and the Red Sea, and this region was actually on a list of land to conquer by Alexander the Great, even though he never conquered it. When the Roman Empire replaced every other state around the Mediterranean Sea, Roman traders took control of the last leg of the trade. But even though a few Romans traveled in the Indian Ocean and they reached India and China, the longest segment of the route stayed in the hands of Indian and Indonesian and increasingly Arab traders, or more generally Muslim people after the rise of Islam, the Persians also got involved in this trade. In the first centuries of Islam, trading with the East, with India and Indonesia, contributed a lot to the wealth of the Abbasid Caliphate. At its greatest extent in the 9th century, the Abbasid Caliphate was an empire that covered most of the Middle East and North Africa. After that, it declined and fragmented into various states. The capital was Baghdad, and from the port of Basra, also in present-day Iraq, sailors and merchants sailed south and east and came back with valuable spices. This exploration inspired tales and legends like that of Sinbad the Sailor. Islamic merchants made spices like nutmeg and cinnamon famous and sought after in the Middle East. Quite early, the maritime routes to India and Indonesia fell into the hands of Arab traders from Oman and Yemen. They knew how to reach the Far East, and they kept this secret preciously. They even reached the Moluccas, the Spice Islands, and most spices that later reached Europe via Venice or other Italian cities had to travel through them. Now the journey from Indonesia to Arabia was not in a straight line. It was too far. Spices from the Moluccas were shipped to trading emporiums on the coast of India or Sri Lanka. They would often change hands and their price would increase there. Indian demand was also important, and then what had not been sold in India was shipped to Oman or Yemen or East Africa. Local authorities benefited a lot from this trade. They taxed all cargo. These taxes or these tributes were often paid in products, spices or other precious items like incense or sandalwood. And the value of spices increased again dramatically between entry ports and exit ports like Alexandria. The last leg of the journey to Europe was another monopoly during the Middle Ages. Italian maritime republics, especially Venice, controlled this trade almost entirely. They traded in spices, but not only. There were many other products reaching the Middle East via other routes like silk, opium, gems, and this trade made Venice fabulously rich in the Middle Ages. Even though the Venetians bought products that already had several huge markups on their way to Alexandria or other Muslim ports, they were still able to apply another very comfortable markup to their benefit. The position of Venice was very lucrative and stayed so for several centuries, but it could sometimes be unstable, uncomfortable, because the Venetians had to buy from Islamic traders and they didn't know where the products came from. They also depended on a long route that wasn't in their hands. And sometimes this road could be interrupted, prompting a crisis for Venice. It happened in the 11th century, and even more in the 15th century, when the Ottomans finished Byzantium by conquering Constantinople. The Ottoman Empire expanded to most of the eastern Mediterranean and denied the Venetians access to spices. They took control of the route to their benefit, especially through the taxation of spices. As all possible routes had to go through the Ottoman Empire, they were in a good position to extract value and make the Europeans pay an even higher price. because even though spices were an expensive product, a luxury, European demand was high and growing throughout the Middle Ages. But why pay so much for a product which, after all, is not a basic need? There are several explanations to this. First, for medical reasons. The dominant medical theory in medieval Europe was humorism. So, what is it? What is humorism? Our ancestors had a quite different understanding of the human body than we have. They believed, and this vision was very ancient, it dated back from ancient Greeks and Romans. They believed that there were humors regulating human behaviors. Humors being bodily fluids like blood, phlegm, or bile. When people had a moderate imbalance between these humors, this could affect their behavior or their mood. There are terms that still today reflect this ancient belief. When someone is said to be bilious or phlegmatic or sanguine, so imbalances could affect behaviors in their view and strip people of their reason. But an extreme unbalance was also a symptom, or according to some, a cause of illnesses. So good health was seen as a state of correct balance between these humors, between these substances, and doctors elaborated and believed in theories about that. Any particular disease would be the product of excess or lack of a particular humor, and humors could also be corrupted by the environment or a change in diet. How is it important to spice consumption? Because it was believed that spices contributed to balance humors. They were not the only option. There were other remedies for people who didn't have the means. But spices had and kept a very powerful, healthy image all along the Greco-Roman antiquity and then during the Middle Ages. They were not only used as drugs, but also as what we could call superfood today, something that keeps people healthy. This belief was very powerful. It was an ancestral belief, and even though we now know that it didn't particularly help cure anything, it went unchallenged for centuries. Actually, some spices have medical properties. For example, ginger is a quite powerful antiseptic, and maybe these properties helped establish the healthy aura around spices, because up to a point they can alleviate pain or reduce symptoms, but they are no longer seen scientifically as effective drugs. But it is only in the 16th century that humorism started to be questioned in Europe, and it didn't even kill it. Well into the 18th century, it was still very present in European medicine. From this medical system came practices like bleeding the patients or putting hot cups on their back. The cups were supposed to drain bile, to rebalance humors, and bleeding was a way to eliminate blood from their system. Physicians had observed that bleeding someone could make a fever go down, and it does, but this is because fever is a symptom, not the disease itself. The body increases its temperature when it is fighting an infection or a virus. When a person is bled, it weakens the body, and this is why the temperature goes down. But all it does is actually increase the risk that the situation become worse, because the body is less armed to fight. So medicine and health concerns were a reason for the demand in spices, and not only in Europe, the same conceptions existed in the Islamic world, or under different forms in traditional medicine in India or China. Another reason for the demand was the aristocracy or the elite in general. It became fashionable to use spices in wine or cooking, for the taste, of course, but also as a distinction mechanism because it was expensive and a sign of status. There are old recipes from the Middle Ages that contained more spices than we would ever think of putting into a dish. They were fashionable, and they remained so for generations. In a sense, they entered the same paradox as other luxury goods. They are expensive because they are in high demand relative to the supply available and the cost of bringing them to the consumers. But it also worked the other way around. The high price gave them a status that could push up demand instead of reducing it, at least from wealthy clients. So that was the situation by the end of the 15th century. Spices were more expensive than ever. The Ottoman Empire, and more broadly the Islamic world, had controlled access to them for Europeans for a very long time already, and some Middle Eastern and Asian traders were making a fortune out of their control of the spice road. But this was about to change, and world trade would dramatically shift in the 16th century. The precursors here were the Portuguese. Like Spain at the end of the 15th century, the Portuguese were willing to explore the seas and discover new routes to India and East Asia. It is well known that Christopher Columbus reached the new continent, America, as he was sailing westward, hoping to find China or India. But the first Europeans to actually reach India and China entirely by sea were the navigators from Portugal. The story of the exploration of the world by Portuguese navigators in the 15th and 16th centuries is really very impressive. Portugal had a long maritime tradition. It existed as an independent Christian kingdom since the end of the first millennium, and being at the extreme west of Europe, with a long coast on the Atlantic, it was destined to be looking towards the ocean. During the late Middle Ages, Portuguese sailors explored the coasts of Africa, progressively adventuring more and more south. They couldn't know it yet, but the following generations of Portuguese navigators would create a global empire in just a few years. And that's impressive when we consider that Portugal was such a small country. It had just about 2 million inhabitants back then, most of them peasants or fishermen. The sailors were maybe just a few thousands, and these few thousand men would conquer or create trading posts from Brazil to China, including in Africa, India, and Indonesia. This sudden emergence of Portugal as the first ever global trading nation didn't come from nowhere, neither. A central figure in the early days of the Portuguese Empire was Prince Henry the Navigator. He is regarded as the main initiator of the Age of Discovery for Portugal. He lived in the first half of the 15th century, decades before the Portuguese reached the Indian Ocean. Prince Henry was the fourth child of a king of Portugal, King John I, but what he is known for is that he impulsed and organized a systematic exploration of Western Africa and the Atlantic Ocean by Portuguese navigators. The basis for this project was his fascination with Africa and legends. Portugal was regularly at war with Muslim states in the south of Spain until Spain finished the conquest of the whole peninsula, and also in North Africa, Morocco especially. In 1415, when Henry was 21, Portugal conquered the port of Ceuta on the coast of Africa in front of Gibraltar. With this Portuguese presence in North Africa, he learned about trade routes across the Sahara, and he became fascinated with Africa in general. Africa to him looked like a mysterious and gigantic land. Nobody knew where it ended. And there was also a well-known legend in all of Christian Europe about a mysterious Prester John that also had a huge influence on Henry. Prester John was a legendary king who would have ruled a mysterious Christian kingdom beyond the Muslim world. For medieval Christian Europeans, this Muslim world represented all they knew south and east of their land. This mysterious kingdom would have survived the Islamic conquest and thrived somewhere in the east or the south. Some accounts placed the kingdom in India or in Central Asia after the arrival of the Mongols. Over time, the legend was embellished with extraordinary wealth in this kingdom, marvels, unknown creatures. What may be at the origin of this legend is the survival of Christian communities within the Muslim world. There was a degree of tolerance most of the time, even though they could be discriminated, but Christian communities did survive for centuries within Muslim states. And so did a Christian kingdom of Oriental rite in Ethiopia. Actually, when the Portuguese reached Ethiopia in the Horn of Africa, they believed it was Prester John's kingdom. But a century before that discovery, Prince Henry was already intrigued, fascinated by this legend, and together with trade expansion and curiosity, it was yet another reason to send expeditions to explore the world. Henry's work consisted in sending expeditions, organizing the mapping of the world, and sponsoring discoveries in anything related to navigation in general. These expeditions consisted in one or two small ships that would follow the coast of Africa. Mostly the type of ship that was used was called the caravel. These expeditions led to several breakthroughs. The Portuguese discovered that the coast of West Africa extended very far south of Gibraltar, and they also learned a lot about the patterns of wind in the Atlantic, which at the time was crucial to travel a long distance. Winds blow consistently from the east around the equator, and from the west in the mid-Atlantic. The Portuguese discovered this, and they learned to use these winds to travel farther, even though it sometimes meant they would initiate their journey sailing in the opposite direction to their destination. This was a way of catching the winds and going faster. So they didn't travel in straight lines, and during these large turns they made in the Atlantic Ocean, they very probably reached the coasts of Brazil several decades before Columbus reached the Caribbean. It wasn't remembered as a rediscovery of America because they didn't claim the land nor settled there. They did it, but later. But they most probably reached South America in the 15th century before Columbus. At least they knew there was a land there, southwest of Portugal. It is under Henry's supervision that the Portuguese created their first colonies, starting with Madeira in 1420, then the Azores Islands in the middle of the Atlantic, and maybe more importantly, they ventured south of a limit in the African coast called Cape Bojador. Until Henry's time, this point was the most southerly known to Europeans along the coast of Africa. Among Portuguese sailors, it had acquired a legendary aura. It was feared that beyond Cape Bojador, beyond that point, sea monsters were waiting for them, or that they would reach the edge of the world. Cape Bojador is located south of Morocco, not that far south from Portugal actually, but in 1434 a courageous navigator sent by Henry, Gilles Héanès, pushed beyond it and he returned safe to Portugal. From this moment on, new expeditions constantly went further south, and the Portuguese started elaborating the first European maps of the African coast. They reached the peninsula of Cap Vert in 1444, and they founded another colony in the Cap Vert Islands. Beyond this point, they realized that the desert ended, the Sahara ended. They had passed the southern limit of the Sahara, and they established trading posts that were their first to break the Muslim monopoly on trade across the desert. Slaves and gold from Africa started to arrive directly in Portugal by the middle of the 15th century and already made the country wealthier. The maps and the navigation information were kept secret and shared with as few people as possible, because they were extremely valuable back then. They had been expensive and risky to acquire. And now that they could be turned into a monopoly and actual wealth, they were certainly not going to let them go. This secrecy around maritime maps went on to last for centuries. Until the 18th century, European nations, first Spain and Portugal, then England, France, the Netherlands, kept the maps drawn by their own expeditions as strategic information. So the Portuguese kept pushing south for decades until another navigator, Bartolomeu Dias, reached the southern tip of Africa, the Cape of Good Hope, and in 1498, 6 years after Christopher Columbus reached the Caribbean, Vasco da Gama reached India by sea, sailing all around Africa. At this point, the Portuguese had created various trading posts around Africa, and the news that Christopher Columbus had claimed a new land in the west that he initially thought to be India had already arrived in Portugal. But the Portuguese strongly suspected it couldn't be India. It was far from Spain, but still way too close to be India. And whereas the Spanish explored towards the west, they kept searching for a trade route towards the east, south of Africa. Establishing a spice trade with the Far East and India had become their main objective when they understood that the Middle East and the Ottoman Empire could be bypassed by navigating around Africa. And it worked. In India, Vasco da Gama discovered a pepper market where he could buy at a fraction of the cost at which pepper was offered in Venice, and in huge quantities. At the same time, entirely new spices were introduced to Europe thanks to America, including chili peppers or vanilla. They all came from this continent, but the business of traditional spices, including pepper, nutmeg, cinnamon, ginger, cloves, fell into the hands of Portugal in just a few years at the beginning of the 16th century. In 1511, just 12 years after da Gama's arrival in India, they had already established trading posts, generally by conquest, violently, on the island of Socotra, near Yemen, at the entrance of the Persian Gulf, on the coast of India, and they took possession of Malacca. Malacca was close to Indonesia, and by then it was the center of Asian trade. Based in Malacca, they searched for the origin of the spices, and they found the secret location of the Spice Islands, where they were the first Europeans to arrive in 1512. From this moment on, the Portuguese had the control of spices from their place of origin to Lisbon in Europe, a monopoly that no one had ever had in various millennia of space trade. This monopoly was not earned peacefully. Military expeditions were sent to capture strategic points and systematically deny access to Arab traders. There were various battles. The Portuguese used diplomacy and negotiation with local states when they could, but they also threatened and conquered their way into the spice trade. They didn't limit this activity to spices, and they kept exploring East Asia, reaching China and Japan. This trade route with Africa and Asia generated considerable wealth for Portugal in the first half of the 16th century. It is hard to measure how much exactly, but because it was a small country, it probably had by far the highest income per capita in the world back then. Of course, it stayed in a few hands only, and a lot of this wealth was lost later, but there are still traces of this Portuguese trade empire around the world. The status of Macau in China, which was similar to Hong Kong before it was given back to China. Enclaves in Indonesia, like Timor. It remained separate from Indonesia for a long time before finally being annexed. Of course, the Portuguese language in Brazil, but also in different various African countries like Angola or Mozambique or the islands of Cape Verde are also remains of this empire. There is architecture too in Portugal. As part of this new wealth, the Portuguese kings and nobles funded the construction of fortifications, palaces, and religious buildings. The new Portuguese spice road made spices much more affordable in Europe. Even with a huge markup, the products were still considerably cheaper than they were when Venice sold them. So it contributed to increased consumption, and it also had consequences for the old states that benefited from the ancient road. Venice was now cut from the new global trade axis, and its decline accelerated in the 16th and the 17th centuries. The Ottoman Empire also suffered from the loss of a big source of taxes of income for the state, but not that severely, it had a much more diversified economy and diversified resources, and its might was not just financial and maritime like Venice. Actually, the Ottoman Empire reached its peak after the spice trade had declined for them. Portugal kept shining and benefiting from its explorations for about 2 generations, and then it began to decline. First because of its bigger neighbor, Spain. The Spanish also established their own spice road 20 years later, but by the west. They were the first to launch an expedition that completed a journey around the globe, the Magellan expedition. Magellan was Portuguese, but he worked for the Crown of Spain. He died during the trip, but the ships reached the Philippines from America, crossing the Pacific Ocean, and then they returned to Spain through the Indian Ocean and the west coast of Africa, just like the Portuguese returned to Lisbon in their expeditions to Asia. Spain colonized the Philippines. Actually, this is why they are called the Philippines, after Philip II of Spain. And they put in place a convoy system through the Pacific Ocean that reached Panama or Mexico. Then the goods were carried by land to the other coast and sent to Spain across the Atlantic. The Spanish found the Spice Islands about 10 years after the Portuguese, and even though the Portuguese route remained more active and more cost-effective because it was shorter, Spain began to compete with Portugal on the spice market for Europeans. But the biggest blow to Portugal's might in the 16th century was when the two countries ended up in a personal union. King Philip of Spain also became the King of Portugal. And the two countries never merged, they just had the same king, but Portugal was now used to serve Spain's interest and was dragged into European wars. It no longer had its own foreign policy. And after that, the Portuguese Empire declined when more nations arrived in the global trade and colonization game. In the 17th century, England, the Netherlands, France began to replace Spain and Portugal as the new colonial nations. Portuguese trading posts were targeted, especially by the Dutch. They captured some of them and effectively replaced Portugal as the main trading nation with East Asia, also colonizing Indonesia and the Spice Islands. Overall, the spice trade became less profitable from the 17th century onwards for European traders. Prices had gone down a lot, as spices were now more readily available, and there were plenty of new colonial products that also became fashionable: sugar, tobacco, cocoa, tea, coffee. The cultivation of precious spices was also disseminated to countries like India or Sri Lanka, and more islands in Indonesia, and this made supply more and more abundant. Since this time, prices have dropped and dropped until today, when spices are no longer a luxury. They have become basic items in grocery stores, and most people consume them almost daily, including in relatively poor countries. Portugal was marginalized as a trading nation in the Indian Ocean by trade companies sponsored by other European nations in the 17th and 18th centuries. And Portugal tended to focus increasingly on the development of Brazil. These East Indian companies were absorbed by their governments in the 18th and 19th centuries, and colonization around the Indian Ocean and in Asia became systematic. Various European states sponsored spice production in their colonies, the UK in India or Malaya, Spain in the Philippines, France in Madagascar or Indochina, the Netherlands in Indonesia, and Indonesia remained a big spice producer in the world since then. Other big producing countries include India, Vietnam and China nowadays. The time of explorers, small production, dangerous long-haul travel is over. Spices are traded easily and safely around the world, so in this sense the spice road has now disappeared. In daily life, spices have lost a kind of mysterious and luxurious aura they had for our ancestors. But their appeal was one of the reasons behind the emergence of an early global trade, with all of its consequences, good and bad. It had consequences on local populations, on wars, on forced labor and slavery, but it also contributed to spread knowledge, to cultural exchanges, wealth creation, and changes in consumption pattern. Hello everyone. Please make yourself comfortable and enjoy the cozy atmosphere of my study, because we have a long journey to the past ahead of us tonight. I will take you to antiquity again, and this time to talk about ancient deities, gods and goddesses that at some point became prominent or very well known in the societies that worshipped them, before falling into oblivion. Not fully. To some of us, their names may ring a bell, but most people don't really know what there was behind these names. So, tonight I will tell you about Sol Invictus, or Sol Invictus, if we want to pronounce it like the Romans did. Sol Invictus was the sun god of the Romans, that remained relatively obscure for centuries, before turning into one of the most, if not the most, influential cult of the Roman Empire in the late 3rd century and early 4th century AD. A widely held theory is that the Church, the Christians, chose December the 25th as Jesus Christ's birthday, as Christmas, to absorb or appropriate the yearly festival of Sol Invictus that was held on the same date. The 25th of December was the traditional day of the winter solstice for the Romans. We will see why and how Sol Invictus rose to prominence in the late Roman Empire, and if the claim that the date of Christmas was chosen to capitalize on his festival is that solid, because there is still an open debate among historians. After Sol Invictus, I will tell you about Mithra, an Iranian god that crossed the Middle East and inspired a cult in ancient Rome too. But a cult of a particular type, a mystery religion, a religion that was reserved to initiates. We will see what that meant. And there will be more. After Mithra, I will tell you about Inanna, a goddess of love and fertility in ancient Mesopotamia, and one of the most ancient known deities in the world. But she didn't disappear with the Sumerian civilization where she first appeared. Under the name of Ishtar, the Akkadians, the Assyrians, the Babylonians, which are ulterior Mesopotamian civilizations, kept worshipping her, and she may have influenced the development of other deities, including the Greek Aphrodite. After thousands of years of prominence in the Middle East, her cult finally declined and disappeared in the first centuries of our era, in the wake of Christianization. Inanna, or Ishtar, was generally a benevolent figure. A much more threatening entity of Mesopotamia was the demon Pazuzu, also mostly forgotten, but I'll tell you about him. And finally, we will revisit the rise and fall of Aten, the Egyptian sun disk that Pharaoh Akhenaten tried to impose as a superior cult to all other Egyptian gods. Unsuccessfully, because immediately after his death, Akhenaten was deemed heretical. His new capital, Amarna, was abandoned. So, as you see, we have a lot to explore tonight. And this will take us from secret shrines in Rome to the sands of Egypt and the ziggurats of ancient Mesopotamia, these massive structures upon which temples were built. Our first stop takes us to ancient Rome and the figure of Sol Invictus. When we think of Roman gods, the Roman pantheon, we tend to think about the Roman equivalents of Greek gods, the ones that gave their names to planets: Jupiter, Mars, Venus, Neptune, Saturn. These were obviously well known by all Romans and Romanized peoples across the Republic and later the Roman Empire. But in the city of Rome, many more deities were worshipped. There were lesser-known Roman gods like Sol, and foreign deities too. Rome was also a cultural crossroads, with communities from all around the Mediterranean. So you found temples to gods from Egypt or the Levant. For centuries prior to the 3rd century AD, the Romans had worshipped a god named Sol, the sun, which in older writings and archaeological remains was often called Sol Indigus, meaning the deified sun. Before becoming Sol Invictus in the later period, meaning the invincible sun. There is an ongoing debate among experts about the cult of Sol a long time. Historically, the consensual view among scholars and archaeologists was that the Roman had adopted two different gods named Sol successively. The first one, Sol Indigus, would have declined and be forgotten, and only later another one, Sol Invictus, would have been imported from the Middle East, from Syria, by emperors who were devotees of this deity. And it would have been this originally foreign Sol Invictus that would have arrived in Rome and be elevated to one of the most important divine figures for a few decades. But in the past 30 years, this view has been challenged with strong arguments, and a second school of historians now thinks it was the same god all along, because they are not very different, and Sol Invictus is only loosely connected to Syria. They also argue that the difference in names, Indigus or Invictus, is not really relevant, because other deities had the term Invictus added to their names. There are records of Apollo Invictus or Jupiter Invictus, for example, and even several emperors had this term Invictus added right after their names. So the fact that Sol was referred to as Sol Invictus in the 3rd century could just be a new way of naming him, a new custom, rather than a different god. To make things just a bit more complicated, the iconography of Sol Invictus was also often misleading. The sun god was often represented as a beardless man, with a crown of spikes looking like sun rays, and often driving a chariot with 4 horses, which is an obvious reference to the sun crossing the sky each day. And in that it was close to its Greek equivalent, Helios. But this depiction of the sun god also became a symbol for the sun itself, without any religious connotation. That's why in Christian tombs of the 3rd or 4th centuries, or in ancient synagogues, portraits that look a lot like depictions of Sol Invictus were discovered. But that would be weird. Why would Christians or Jews depict a god that was pagan to them? The solution to this mystery is that it was not the god they represented, but just the symbol of the sun, a man driving a chariot with 4 horses. So all depictions of Sol Invictus are not necessarily religious. His image had come to symbolize the sun to almost everyone in the Roman Empire, and this makes it harder to understand the relevance, the importance of this cult to the Romans. These debates about the origins of Sol and the evolution of the cult are not necessarily closed yet, but we can leave them aside and look at the rise of Sol Invictus in the 3rd century to understand why it happened and how relevant this was. What made the cult of a god important, prominent, was a combination of things. Popular devotion was important, patronage from rich and powerful people too, and also how important, central a cult became in political and social life. As I told you in various past stories about ancient Rome, the Romans were not necessarily big on mysticism or spirituality. These things existed, certainly, but what dominated religious life in Rome, what was really visible, was the political and social significance of religion. Respecting cults, making offerings, participating in celebrations, in ceremonies, in festivals, was a way of showing that you belonged to Roman society. It was almost a civic duty, and actually believing in every single god was secondary, as long as you respected social conventions. And this aspect of traditional Roman religion, the way it was intertwined with social life, is one of the big reasons why religious minorities could be sometimes rejected and persecuted when they refused to play along. They were not rejected because their beliefs were considered false or bad. The Romans tolerated other gods, and they let foreigners worship whatever deity they wanted. They were rejected because they did not comply with Roman rules of civility. The Jews, and even worse later, the Christians, refused to play along and pay respect to Jupiter or Apollo. In their views, doing so would have been worshipping idols, which their scriptures explicitly forbid. So they condemned these traditional Roman gods as fake idols. And by doing so, they placed themselves out of society in the eyes of the Romans. Their behavior was considered antisocial and threatening to social order. That was not the only reason for persecutions. Attacking minorities and actively creating emissary goats is also an old trick that is as old as politics. And there was some of that. Xenophobia also probably came into play. Judaism or Christianity were Oriental cults in the eyes of the Romans. They were un-Roman. And there was also a problem specific to the Christian doctrine, which was all its discourse against the rich and its condemnation of wealth. We should be cautious with comparisons, but for a part, the Roman elite reacted to it like some of the bourgeois of the 19th century reacted to the rise of socialist ideas and Marxism. These were seen as mortal threats to social and economic order, threats that needed to be eliminated as soon as possible. For all these different reasons, these first Christians were really annoying and even threatening to a large part of the Roman society at the time. And this explains the persecutions. Returning to what made a cult influential in Rome, I was telling you that to be recognized among the top gods, a deity needed to be accepted by the Roman elite, the old patrician families, and have not only temples, but a group of priests and supporters recruited in this elite. This is what the cult of Sol Invictus achieved in the late 3rd century, after centuries of being a second-tier deity. And why this sudden change of status? Thanks primarily to a progressive gain in popularity and devotion in the army, and later the patronage of emperors. It began in the army, which was more solicited than ever in the 3rd century AD. The peak of the Roman Empire was the 2nd century, a period of internal stability, of expansion and prosperity, during which several consecutive emperors ruled successfully. But this golden age of ancient Rome came to an end in the 3rd century, which was a period of civil wars, of increased pressure on the frontiers, and of realization that the empire was too large and too extended to be administered centrally only from Rome. Eventually it would be reunified by force, and new ways of organizing the administration would be found. It was not the end for ancient Rome yet. But the empire never fully recovered from the destruction of this 3rd century crisis, especially the western part of the empire, where a lot of infrastructure was destroyed or damaged and would never be repaired. So, in this period, the Roman legions and regular troops were fighting almost continuously against foreigners on the frontiers and even more against other Roman factions. It wasn't new in Roman history, but more than ever, controlling the military was the key to political power. Actual or aspiring emperors could not afford to lose support from their armies, because if they did, their days would be quickly numbered. And in the 3rd century, devotion to Sol became widespread in the Roman army. Sol became the personification of victory, and of all the good things that soldiers could aspire to. Instead of Mars, the god of war, Sol became the deity soldiers would pray and make small offerings to before battles, for example, while generals would ask for his support and promise to dedicate their eventual victory to him. At the time of promoting the cult of Sol, this was certainly not neutral. In a war-torn society, like Rome in the 3rd century, values and views coming from the military could tend to expand to civilian life and civilian society. A first attempt to advance the cult of Sol was made around 220 AD. By Elagabalus, a minor emperor who reigned for a short time as a teenager before he was assassinated. This episode may be more accidental than really significant. Elagabalus had become a devotee of this Syrian sun god I mentioned earlier, and he tried to install this cult in Rome. This is one of the reasons for this old theory that Sol Invictus actually came from Syria and was not a Roman god. But in any case, it didn't work. The cult of Sol Invictus promoted by Elagabalus was not adopted by the population in Rome. At the time it was seen as an offense to traditional Roman gods, because it was a foreign deity, and the emperor was assassinated after 4 years of reign. So this first attempt was a wrong start. It really began to work 50 years later, in 274 AD, under an emperor of a different caliber, Aurelian. Aurelian is a major figure of Roman history in the 3rd century, because he did more than any other leader to get the Roman Empire out of its near-collapse situation. He had humble origins and climbed up the ranks in the army, up to becoming emperor. And as emperor, he won an incredible series of victories against barbarian peoples. The Alemanni, the Goths, the Vandals, the Sarmatians, and more. And he reunified the empire by force, which had become the only way possible at the time. He remained emperor only for 5 years, but his legacy was major. Coming from the army, having also promised Sol that he would promote his cult if he obtained a victory over his enemies, which he did, it is not completely surprising that Aurelian had this particular devotion to Sol Invictus. And so, in 274, he made the figure of Sol the chief god of the empire. And this time, it worked. It was no longer the whim of a teenager, like Elagabalus, but rather the will of the emperor of the century, in a sense. The Roman elite accepted this, and the cult of Sol Invictus became a feature of Rome and other major Roman cities. From this moment on, the depictions, the iconography of Sol grows a lot on mosaics, on paintings, or on coins. This is well known and documented. But the type of religious practices or the rites associated with Sol Invictus are still quite obscure. We know very little of them, just that Sol Invictus had temples and a major festival that was set on the 25th of December, the day of the solstice. Aurelian put Sol at the top of his personal pantheon and encouraged the veneration of this god as the most important one. But it would be a mistake to call this an attempt at monotheism. The existence of other gods, or even the validity of their worship, was never attacked by the emperors at the time, nor by the cult of Sol Invictus. At most, it could be called a form of loose monotheism, and there is a term for that, henotheism, the fact of putting one deity well above all others and worship it exclusively. But it was not monotheism, because traditional Roman religion continued to exist. And while the cult of Sol Invictus spread to the cities of the empire, there was one monotheist religion also growing at the time, Christianity. And it is finally Christianity that replaced Sol Invictus. The successors to Aurelian were less enthusiastic than he was in promoting the sun god, but they let it in its prominent spot. It is finally under the Emperor Constantine I, who reigned in the first half of the 4th century, that the cult of Sol Invictus lost its privilege of being the imperial religion. Constantine converted to Christianity and played a big role in making Christian practice legal, while elevating the status of Christianity. Sol Invictus did not disappear overnight. There was a resistance to the conversion led by Constantine and setbacks, but eventually, in a few decades, Christianity became the imperial religion of Rome for good, and Sol Invictus declined all along the 4th century. The last known inscription mentioning him is from 387 AD, near the end of the 4th century. So you noted that the festival of Sol Invictus was on the 25th of December, a date now famous to be Christmas Day. Early Christianity also used the symbol of the sun a lot, way more than today, and sometimes Jesus Christ was associated with the sun in images or in writings. The early church sometimes called Jesus Sol Justitiae, Son of Righteousness. Hence the theory that when a day was chosen to celebrate the birthday of Jesus Christ, it was set on the 25th of December to capitalize on the existing tradition of the Sol Invictus festival, which itself had been set on the day where the Romans placed the winter solstice. In reality, the astronomical solstice is not necessarily on the 25th. It falls around this date, and it changes from one year to the next. The scriptures do not give precise, explicit information about this date. But it is not completely guaranteed that the Sol Invictus festival was the reason or the only reason why Christmas was set on the 25th of December. It is possible, but another theory is that the day of Christmas was placed just 9 months after March the 25th, a date that would have been chosen before as Christ's conception, the Annunciation. And if it was really the case, if the 25th of March for the Annunciation had been decided before, the 25th of December for Christmas was a logical choice just 9 months later to keep the calendar coherent. In any case, it is likely that maintaining an existing festival, while changing its significance, helped the adoption of the new religion across the Roman Empire. Our second figure tonight is a god that traveled and morphed in surprising ways, from ancient Persia to Rome. Mithra. Originally, Mithra was a god that the Persians venerated as part of their state religion, Zoroastrianism. Zoroastrianism is one of the oldest organized faiths in the world. It emerged in the 2nd millennium BC in Persia, in Iran, and it is called Zoroastrianism after its prophet Zoroaster. At the core of this faith, which still exists, there would be about 100,000 faithful left across the world, there is the belief in a supreme being, uncreated and benevolent, Ahura Mazda, that is fundamentally good and is opposed to an enemy, Angra Mainyu, a destructive spirit that is fundamentally evil. Followers of Zoroastrianism have this cosmology defined by the fight between good and evil, and the belief that at the end of our times, good, Ahura Mazda, will triumph over evil. In practice, it is much more complicated than that. And as the official religion of antique Persian empires for more than 1,000 years, Zoroastrianism has a very rich history. It declined and almost disappeared following the Muslim conquest of ancient Persia, of Iran. Scholars are divided in their view of Zoroastrianism as a monotheistic or polytheistic religion. Because even though there was one supreme being, Ahura Mazda, there were godlike figures too, an entire pantheon. Some even consider Zoroastrianism to be enotheistic, this term I mentioned earlier about Aurelian and Sol Invictus. That is to say, the veneration of a god over all others, without excluding the possible existence of other deities. I am telling you this because among these gods was Mithra. The Zoroastrians have a word, Yazata, that can be translated by God, divinity. But Yazata means worthy of worship, worthy of veneration. So it names more a concept than a singular entity, like a god would be defined in the Western tradition. In practice, these Zoroastrian Yazata, or divinities, were understood as gods by their neighbors, by the Greeks or the Romans. and Mithra was one of them, a deity that could be considered as benevolent and a personification of order. It was the deity of justice, of the sun, of light, of contracts and friendships. He was the patron of everything legal and deeply linked to justice. And even though we do not have that much information about how, when, or to what extent this figure was worshipped in ancient Persia, we know it was a significant, well-known, and probably well-liked popular deity. A sign of this is that Mithra was often represented in pre-Muslim art and architecture. Like for Roman gods, Persian gods traveled with the political expansion of their civilization. And the expansion of the Persian Empire by the middle of the first millennium BC was major, spectacular. The Persians, the Achaemenid Empire, named after its ruling dynasty, became the largest and most populated the world had ever seen, occupying almost the entire Middle East, from India to Turkey and Egypt, threatening Greece. It is this threat that the Greeks united to fight, and this empire that ultimately Alexander the Great defeated and conquered. So, with the expansion of the Achaemenid, the cult of Mithra had spread well beyond Iran, the Iranian plateau where it had originated. Few Zoroastrian divinities really became popular out of Persia, but Mithra did. In Anatolia, in particular, in modern Turkey, where it was present during the Hellenistic period. Hellenistic is the name given to the period after the conquests of Alexander, when the Middle East was strongly influenced politically and culturally by Greece, and sometimes vice versa. The cult of Mithra also formed roots among Greek populations. From the Greek world, Mithra continued to travel and passed to the Roman world when Rome was expanding fast to the eastern Mediterranean in the 1st century BC and AD. The encounter of this originally Iranian deity with Roman society produced an original phenomenon, the development of Mithraism, a cult of Mithra in Rome and many parts of the Roman Empire, Mithra being renamed Mithras with an S, but one that had very little to see, almost nothing actually, with the original Mithra. Mithraism was a mystery religion centered on Mithras. But mystery religion, what does it mean? A mystery religion was a religious practice or a religious school of the Greco-Roman world that was secret and secretive. Only initiates could participate in these. If you think of large religions, their doctrines and their set of practices may be hard to understand or seem obscure to outsiders. But they are not hidden. They have scriptures that you are even invited to read. They have reference texts, doctrines. Most of the time their ceremonies are public and you are also invited to join. Actually, they would be happy to see you convert, embrace the same faith. And they have ministers, representatives, figures of authority, who are also public and accessible, a mystery religion is the opposite of this. It forms a secret society that may try to recruit, but always very discreetly. The beliefs and rituals are not made public, and you need to be initiated as a member to start discovering what it is all about. And oftentimes, in the antique world, your initiation was just the beginning of a journey. There would be various degrees, various grades of initiation, that each would give the faithful access to new revelations and a higher status within the group. If this sounds a lot like a religious cult, a sect, this is no coincidence. This is exactly what a mystery religion was. There is no reason to believe that they preyed on their members like so many modern sects do. But they were religious sects. In antiquity, these secret religions were rather popular in Greece or in the Roman Empire, and across different social classes, especially in cities and in the military. There was probably something appealing in the mystery itself. These cults were exotic, so it made people dream and fantasize. And as an initiate, it gave you a sense of worth, if not of superiority. It came with friends or acquaintances that could be useful outside, to conduct business, for example. So we have many signs that this type of mystery religions prospered. And in the Roman world, Mithraism became a little phenomenon. Not a massive thing. The cult of Mithras never went mainstream. It was only small groups forming circles. But it became quite widespread, from Roman Britain to Spain to the Middle East, and obviously the city of Rome itself. In all these parts of the Roman Empire, there were groups that engaged in this secretive cult. The Mithras they worshipped had very little to do with the Iranian Mithra. Modern historians generally agree that, at most, Mithras reflected the perception that the Romans had of the Persian Mithra, because they knew this god was from Persia, and that was probably part of the appeal. It was foreign, exotic. But instead of expanding the Zoroastrian cult into the Roman world, the Roman believers completely reinvented this deity. The cult was popular, in particular in the western part of the Roman Empire, and for a long time, from the 1st to the 4th century AD, it was popular among the Roman army, and what we would call the Roman urban middle class or upper middle class. Artisans, for example, or traders. What we know of Mithraism had to be guessed from the study of iconography and the secret places where they met, often in underground temples. We can suppose that Mithraism and Christianity could have looked a bit alike in the first centuries to people who didn't know these religions. The Mithraists because they hid voluntarily and were always discreet. The Christians for different reasons. Their cult was illegal in Rome. They were persecuted, and so they needed to hide. Mithraism was heavy on symbols, astrology, that for the Romans was also associated with the Orient. They saw it as a Babylonian practice. And the average Roman did not necessarily distinguish clearly the Babylonians from the Persians. Newcomers to the cult probably entered at the first grade of initiation, called Korax, which meant raven or crow, and from there, by submitting themselves to years of learning and tests, by spending time with their fellow believers and participating in rituals of an unknown kind, they could rise. The second grade was called Nymphus, meaning bridegroom, the third Miras, soldier, all the way up to the seventh grade, Pater, father. It is unclear whether all members went through this ladder of grades, or if it was just for priests, and we also ignore the exact rituals that they performed in their secret temples. More than 400 sites of Mithraic cult have been studied, and from them it seems the groups were small and not necessarily connected between them. This cult was very decentralized, and probably that only men were accepted into these chapters of the cult, because the lists of members that were found engraved on the walls are all males. It also seems a major aspect of the rituals was participating in feasts, in banquets. In these hidden temples that are called Mithria, a Mithrium in the singular, a lot of food residues and eating utensils were almost invariably discovered. And it is supposed that these banquets were celebrations of the god. Associated to Mithra, the sun god Sol was also frequently depicted in Mithria, and a whole mythology and doctrine probably existed, but it got mostly lost. A figure that comes back systematically in the decoration of the Mithria is the god Mithras slaying a bull. The meaning of this scene is unknown. Was it a way of symbolically defeating evil, or a reference to the creation of the world, or something else? And other engravings or statues that often come back show Mithras and Sol eating together. It is believed that the practice of banqueting in the temples had something to do with this. There were also images of Mithra being born from a rock, and a mysterious figure of a man with a lion head that is not Mithra or Sol. Actually, 2000 years later, the real content of Mithraism, its doctrine, its beliefs, even the nature of its rites, all of this remains very mysterious. In the 4th century AD, Mithraism became prey to persecution, as Christianization was happening, and the Christian emperors were no longer tolerating other religions. So, as all remnants of the old religious order, Mithraism was attacked, and it became illegal. Maybe its secrecy helped it last longer than other cults, but it declined, and by the 5th century it became extinct. At least no further archaeological remains indicating that the cult went on could ever be found. Here again, the historiography evolved. At some point, it was believed that Mithraism could have been almost a competitor to Christianity, due to the same secretive nature of their practices. even though the Christians went into hiding not by choice, but to protect themselves. They never searched for secrecy for itself, and quite the opposite. They wished to convert as many people as possible. Modern historians are way less convinced by this theory, because Mithraism was widespread, but far less popular. It never involved more than a few thousands or at most tens of thousands of Romans at any given time. Christianity started small, but by the 3rd and 4th centuries, it had grown dramatically and organically to the point of becoming dominant. The Christian doctrine and practice was always much more efficient at gaining followers. So Mithraism was never a threat to Christianity. It was not an alternative that could have possibly changed the course of history, because it was just too small. And by the 5th and 6th centuries, the name of Mithras, this ancient god from Persia that had been reimagined by the Romans, had already disappeared from records and from memories. Our next two deities are going to take us to Mesopotamia. First with Inanna, a goddess also known as Ishtar, the name she got later in Babylon. It is believed that originally Inanna and Ishtar were two separate deities and were not related. Inanna was worshipped 5,000 to 6,000 years ago in Uruk, the ancient Sumerian city. And in the 3rd millennium BC, more than 4,000 years ago, during the Akkadian Empire, the two goddesses were conflated with one another and came to be regarded as the same goddess. And after that, the cult of Inanna Ishtar lasted for another 3,000 years and spread well beyond Mesopotamia. This is why the name Ishtar is probably more famous than Inanna. But the origin of this deity can be traced back to ancient Sumer. And this makes her one of the oldest known deity in the entire world. So the Sumerian Inanna was already an important goddess, but we don't know exactly how she was regarded, because her sphere of power in Sumer, the fields where she supposedly intervened, were many and were often contradictory. But her name appears in various archaeological remains, including a famous relic, the Uruk vase, which depicts rows of men bringing offerings to Inanna. We also know that in Sumer she was associated with the planet Venus. The city of Uruk and the Sumerian civilizational area declined in the 3rd millennium BC as new powers replaced them, and first the Akkadian Empire, where Inanna and Ishtar merged, as I said before, into a single goddess. From this point on, the importance and the cult of Ishtar are better known, and she was associated with different fields. She had a caring, maternal aspect, being the goddess of love and procreation, by extension of fertility too, always a major topic of concern for these antique agricultural societies. But that wasn't all. She also had a tougher or more repressive side. being also the goddess of war and political power. Within the Akkadian Empire, her fame grew and temples to Ishtar appeared all across Mesopotamia, instead of being confined to Uruk as she was initially. By comparing how often she was mentioned and how many buildings were dedicated to her, compared with other gods, we know that she became one of the most, if not the most, worshipped deity by the Akkadians. And this popularity went on under the Assyrian Empire, the successor to Akkad. The Assyrians had a national god, Ashur, that could also be deemed a forgotten god, and maybe I'll tell you about him in a future story. Ashur was a major deity to them, but they still placed Ishtar above him. She ranked as the highest deity in their pantheon. And she then remained very popular among the following civilization, the Babylonians, the new masters of Mesopotamia in the first millennium BC. You may have heard of the Ishtar Gate, a monumental gate in Babylon. It consisted of a double gate with a smaller frontal one and a second, bigger section behind it. The frontal gate was reconstructed at the Pergamon Museum in Berlin, and even though it is only part of the building, it gives an idea of how magnificent this gate was. It is called Ishtar Gate because it represents various Babylonian gods and goddesses, including Ishtar. The Babylonian Empire expanded well beyond Mesopotamia. It reached the Mediterranean, and in the Levant, in modern Syria, Ishtar strongly influenced other local deities. We don't exactly know if these divinities are transpositions of Ishtar to other cultures, or if they are pre-existing deities that were influenced by her. These include Astarte, a Phoenician goddess that the Phoenicians, who were sailors and traders, disseminated all across the Mediterranean, as far west as Spain. It is believed that directly, or via Astarte, Ishtar influenced the Greek goddess Aphrodite, Venus in Roman tradition, the goddess of love, seduction, and sensuality. As a great power, Babylon was at its peak by the mid-first millennium BC, and after that, Mesopotamian civilizations lost their independence, and the Persians, their neighbors to the east, became the new masters of the Middle East. But the Persians did not try to impose their religion, and Ishtar remained one of the most popular and influential cults in the region. This went on after the conquest of the Persian Empire by Alexander the Great. And when Greek-dominated kingdoms in the Near East were replaced by Rome, transformed into Roman provinces, the cult of Ishtar kept prospering. It really began to decline in the 1st or 2nd centuries AD. It was victim of the spreading of Christianity in particular. But the decline was very slow and gradual. It was only in the 5th or 6th century that the cult of Ishtar fully disappeared. Slightly after or at the same time as the last ancient Egyptian temples closed, and many other deities from Phoenicia, Greece, or Rome were also abandoned by their last followers at the time. Ishtar had been worshipped for about 4,000 years though. And this may have made her the longest lasting continuous cult of a deity in human history. Beside the religious aspect, Ishtar ended up as a major figure in Mesopotamian myths and stories. She intervened in the story of Gilgamesh, a story I told you already. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, at least in the version that we know of this story, she is not benevolent at all. In this version, she unleashes the Bull of Heaven, a terrifying monster, because she is angered by Gilgamesh's refusal to become her consort, and her actions result in the death of Enkidu, Gilgamesh's best friend. But this is just one story, and there are many more involving Ishtar. In a famous myth centered on her, she descended to the underworld, a dark cavern located deep below the ground. The master of the underworld, its queen, was her older sister, Ereshkigal, a goddess of death. But when she reached the throne room of her sister in the underworld, Ishtar was judged and found guilty by the judges of the underworld, a group of gods called the Anunnaki, and they struck her dead, meaning that she was now prisoner of the underworld, and she owed her life to the god Enki, the creator and one of the Anunnaki, who sent her back to the surface, to the world of the living. Contrary to what her role in the Epic of Gilgamesh suggests, Ishtar was generally a positive, benevolent being. But the Mesopotamians also had more ambivalent creatures in their pantheon, and one of them was Pazuzu, the demon. Pazuzu acquired a little fame in the West 50 years ago, because it was supposed to be the demon in The Exorcist, which was a novel in 1971 before becoming a movie in 1973. Obviously, this Pazuzu of The Exorcist has nothing to see with the Mesopotamian deity. Pazuzu was a demon to the Mesopotamians, an evil spirit, but one that could also be useful. Historically, we have no portrait of this entity before the first millennium BC. That is to say, more than 3,000 years after the appearance of Inanna in Sumer. And we don't really know when Pazuzu first appeared. But it was probably one of the last Mesopotamian deities to do so. In the Mesopotamian pantheon, there were several demons called Lilu, an Akkadian word for spirit or demon. So several demons that personified the winds. And their king was Pazuzu, who was also the master of the southwestern wind. But Pazuzu had two main aspects. As a wind demon, he was believed to be wild and cruel, really an evil, chaotic figure that went against culture, civilization, and humanity in general. But he was also a domestic demon, a creature that could be invoked and used to protect homes, by turning his threatening aspect and his violence against unwanted spirits, against other demons that would supposedly fear him. And it is in this second dimension, as a domestic spirit, that his statues and figurines multiplied. an image that you may have seen already. He was often represented with a man's body, but the head of a monster, like a mix of human and lion head, and 2 pairs of wings. His name and his role also appear in multiple texts about magic, rituals, or on the back of his statues. These large or small statues would typically be placed in homes to protect them from external threats, from bad luck and all sorts of misfortune. A lot of Pazuzu heads have also been discovered in all sorts of materials: terracotta, iron, bone, bronze, or glass. These small heads could also be worn as brooches or on necklaces. It seems pregnant women would often wear their little Pazuzu head as a necklace to protect the baby from evil forces. The main threat Pazuzu was supposed to protect people from was his archenemy, Lamashtu, a female demon and goddess that was fully malevolent and would try to attack women during childbirth or kidnap their newborn children. Of 2 evils, Pazuzu was the least dangerous and frightening, and so he had his utility. And from the quantity of amulets and mentions of his name, we can assume he was quite popular, possibly well-liked even, despite his demonic nature. Pazuzu did not travel much beyond the frontiers of Mesopotamia, unlike Ishtar, and his decline began earlier than hers. Once the Achaemenid Empire, the Persian Empire, invaded and occupied Mesopotamia in the second half of the first millennium BC, Mesopotamian gods began to lose ground, replaced for a part by Iranian beliefs such as Zoroastrianism and its various figures, including Mithra. It is hard to tell precisely when ancient Mesopotamian religion disappeared, because it took centuries. The last blows were dealt by Christianization in the first centuries of our era. But when Christianization began, it seems Pazuzu had already been forgotten, because the last depictions of him discovered are from before the birth of Jesus Christ. In any case, Pazuzu fully fell into oblivion, and his name only survived on Mesopotamian tablets and engravings, hidden in ruins or buried underground. And it is only in modern times that these records were unearthed, revealing the existence of a once powerful and revered demon of the wind. And now, let's embark on our last story for tonight. This one is going to take us to an ancient ghost city on the Nile. For centuries, it went forgotten in the sands of the Egyptian desert. Before we go more into detail, let me tell you a quick true story. Once upon a time, in ancient Egypt, during the New Kingdom, when Egypt was wealthier, more refined and more powerful than ever, a new pharaoh ascended to the throne under the name of Amenhotep IV. There had been generations and generations of pharaohs before him, many different dynasties. He was from the 18th dynasty, and all of them had been the guardians of Egyptian traditions and religion or so many centuries that it now seemed this order existed since the origins of time, and was as old as the world and the gods themselves. But Amenhotep was different, and instead of following the ways of tradition, he broke with it. With his queen, Nefertiti, the royal couple rejected all gods, especially the one whose cult and priests were the most influential and powerful at the time, Amun. Instead, they decided to worship an entity placed even above gods, Aten, the sun disk, the deity that gave life to everything. This was a period of internal troubles in Egypt, because the population didn't like it and remained attached to the old ways, and the priests of Amun and other rejected gods plotted against the pharaoh, waiting for the moment to take their revenge. But Amenhotep didn't let this stop him. He changed his name to Akhenaten and decided to found a new capital, Akhetaten, Aten's horizon. Akhetaten would replace Thebes and mark the beginning of a new golden age for Egypt, now under the protection of the Aten, the sun disk, the only deity that mattered. Under his rule, not only did the new pharaoh try to change religious ways, even the age-old Egyptian art that had barely changed in 2000 years had to reinvent itself. Against his people, against the priests, Akhenaten prevailed because he was the pharaoh, and pharaohs were half-gods. Akhetaten was built in a few years on the Nile, halfway between Upper Egypt, the south, and Lower Egypt, the delta in the north. Thousands and thousands of workers were involved. The new capital couldn't wait. It was inaugurated, and for more than a decade, it became the capital of Egypt, from where the empire was ruled and Akhenaten's family resided. The pharaoh, his wife Nefertiti, their 6 daughters, and Akhenaten's other children. But outside the capital, Egyptians remained reluctant to adopt Aten, and when Akhenaten died, his successor, young pharaoh Tutankhamun, abandoned the new city and returned to Thebes. He was firmly under the influence of the priests of Amun, who got back their wealth and privileges, as Akhetaten was emptied of its population. The old order was restored all across Egypt, and the following pharaohs did everything they could to erase Akhenaten and his heresy from memories. Statues were destroyed, inscriptions were hammered, documents bearing his name were either burnt or rewritten. Egypt moved on. More glorious pages were still to come, like the reign of Ramesses II. Desert sand and the passing of time slowly erased Akhetaten from memories. More centuries passed. Egypt declined, was invaded and annexed by the Assyrians, the Persians, the Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Turks, and the existence of the heretic pharaoh, his queen, and their lost city fell into oblivion. Akhetaten is now called Amarna, and this is the place we are now going to visit. Amarna is located on the east bank of the Nile River. Traditionally in Egypt, the east was the place for the living, and the west, where the sun sets, the place for the dead. In Thebes, Luxor, nowadays, most people lived on the east bank, and funerary complexes like the Valley of the Kings are on the west bank. Amarna was built on a virgin site. No trace of earlier urbanization has been found, and this seems logical for a new start. Construction began around year 5 of Akhenaten's reign, and probably lasted for about 4 years, which was very short. The Egyptians built in stone, but this was complicated, slow, and expensive, so it was limited to the most important buildings like temples and tombs. All the rest, including the pharaoh's palaces, were mainly built in brick. Bricks were dried in the sun and immediately available for buildings. Then they were probably covered, layered with plaster to smooth the walls. Stone monuments are the face of ancient Egypt nowadays, because they lasted. But the Egyptians lived in brick buildings that have now entirely disappeared most of the time. Akhenaten needed to be built fast, and this is why stone was barely used. The city was entirely made of mud brick. This means it disappeared, but at the same time, because it was occupied only for a few years and never remodeled, it provides an unique example of the plan of an ancient Egyptian city. The city spread on 8 miles, 13 kilometers, along the Nile, and it was encircled with 14 stelas, that is to say, stone slabs, with inscriptions that detailed its founding by Akhenaten. These stelas have been eroded, but they provided precious information about the city when they started to be studied. Much of the city was laid out along a royal road, a central avenue from north to south, and the royal residences were located to the north. In the middle, there was a religious and administrative area, and to the south, a residential district. To the center there was a great temple dedicated to the Aten and a smaller one. Between these there was another royal residence used for ceremonies apparently, that was connected to the temples by a bridge or a ramp. Behind this royal residence was an administrative complex, and in this part of the ruins, archaeologists found archive tablets known as the Amarna letters. They are a diplomatic correspondence, and they provided a lot of information about the situation of Egypt, especially in relation to its dependencies in the Levant in the 14th century BC. To the south, in the residential area, lived powerful nobles who built estates there, and the studio of a sculptor called Thutmose was discovered untouched and revealed a lot about the art of the period. A famous bust of Nefertiti, which has become one of the most famous Egyptian antiques in the world, was found there in 1912. It is in Berlin nowadays. Since the bust was discovered, Nefertiti has become famous as a model of beauty. It is true that this bust from the 14th century BC looks incredibly realistic, as if it was a classical Greek sculpture, with exactly the kind of facial features that the Greeks, and to a large part Western societies nowadays, associate with feminine beauty symmetry, thin features, a long and gracious neck. There are conflicting theories about the origins of Nefertiti. There is no doubt that she was born in an aristocratic family, but she could have been related to Akhenaten, a cousin, or even his sister. It was common for pharaohs to marry their sisters. Incest was prohibited in Egypt, but not for pharaohs. They were the one exception, because it was believed that royal blood shouldn't be diluted. But she could also have been a stranger, maybe an Anatolian princess, married to young Amenhotep for diplomatic reasons. What we know is that she had at least 6 children with Akhenaten, 6 daughters, and she was elevated to a higher status than probably any queen before her. She appeared almost as a co-regent. She was called the mistress of Upper and Lower Egypt on steles, and some Egyptologists even believed that she may have become a female pharaoh for a short time or during a regency, during the transition between Akhenaten and Tutankhamun. Her beauty was praised everywhere, but this was really common in ancient Egypt. Texts and statues were not meant to be realistic, they served to celebrate their subject. However, this was less true during the parenthesis that is the reign of Akhenaten, because for 1 or 2 decades, Egyptian art, painting, sculpture, changed markedly, at least the representations of the royal family. The style evolved towards a highly realistic or even unflattering way of depicting people. The pharaoh is shown almost feminine, with a curvy body, a prominent stomach and a very long face. Maybe this is what he looked like, and there has been theories that he could have been affected by a disease or a genetic condition. But these pictures of Akhenaten are in stark contrast to traditional representations of pharaohs. They had traditionally very masculine features, muscles, large shoulders, thin waist. The art of Amarna sometimes look almost like a caricature. And in this context, the bust of Nefertiti seems to belong to another period or style. But it doesn't, so it is not impossible that she was effectively an embodiment of classical beauty. However revolutionary and surprising the revolution started by Akhenaten, it probably shouldn't be understood as just a spiritual move. Maybe there were more political power struggles behind it. First, because if he managed to impose an entirely new god to Egypt, it is probably because he was supported by the army. The Egyptian army under the 18th dynasty was a considerable power. At the time, Egypt was at the top of its prosperity. There were no internal threats, and the frontiers had been pushed away in every direction, especially to the east in the Levant and to the south in Nubia. Egypt still had enemies, but they were far away, and the kingdom could maintain a numerous and powerful military. Sometimes dynasties were even created or continued by generals who grabbed the throne. Along Egyptian history, it happened many times. Don't believe it remained hereditary for so long. So having support from the army was crucial for pharaohs, and especially support against another major political force, the priests. In particular, at the time, the priests of Amun. Temples in ancient Egypt were very powerful institutions. They were economic centers. They owned a large part of the land, and their high priests could be extremely influential, to the point of threatening the pharaohs themselves. And during the New Kingdom, the one cult that gained prominence was the cult of Amun, by far the most worshipped and wealthiest god of them all. Amun was a minor deity during the Old and Middle Kingdoms. The priests of Ra or Osiris were probably much more influential. And Amun was a local deity based in Thebes and its surroundings. But in the New Kingdom, the capital moved to Thebes, and the wealth and influence of the priests of Amun became major over the generations. Amun almost absorbed other gods, and of course Egypt remained polytheist. But in Upper Egypt, religion became close to an equivalent of worshipping Amun. So maybe the choice to break with Thebes and to create a new religious order was also a power move, a power grab, or a reaction against the rampant transformation of Egypt into a theocracy ruled by the priests of Amun. The new religion imposed by Akhenaten was not really monotheism. Even in Akhenaten, other deities were revered, in fact, if not officially, then by at least some of the people who lived in the city. But despite the creation of this new capital and all the powers that pharaohs had, the cult of the Aten never really replaced old gods. And when the pharaoh died, traditions immediately came back in force. 2000 years couldn't be erased in 15. Maybe there was a regency, maybe by Nefertiti. It's hard to know because many records of the time have been destroyed to erase the memory of Akhenaten. But in a few years, the capital had moved back to Thebes. The priests had recovered their wealth and influence, and the city of Akhenaten was abandoned. Maybe it was partly destroyed to make it disappear quicker, but as it was made of brick and occupied for such a short time, it's hard to know. The site didn't fall completely into oblivion. There are also traces of occupation nearby 15 centuries later, during the Roman and early Christian periods. But bit by bit, the ruins became invisible from the Nile. Sand covered everything, and the memory of the city was lost. It is only in modern times, starting with Napoleon's expedition in Egypt, and then many more scientific missions, including the German one that unearthed Nefertiti's bust a century ago, that the history of Amarna, the modern name of the city, and the lives of Akhenaten and Nefertiti came back to light. The ruins are unimpressive nowadays. They are not really visited. Only archaeological missions keep working on the site in the hope of better understanding this very particular, unique moment in the history of ancient Egypt. We have reached the end of our exploration journey. Let me know if you would like to hear more stories of forgotten gods, because there are many more. But this is all for tonight. You can now let go and fall asleep, or pick another story from my library if you don't feel sleepy yet. I'll be back soon with another one. And in the meantime, sleep well, sweet dreams. Au revoir.